man, that's ooh. And the girls from Tennessee, they all look cute, So like kind of like a, I don't know,
Spike Lee thing.
Yeah.
Jingles Brothers versus the Wannabes.
Yeah,
that movie that he had.
Yeah, it was a tough.
Do the right thing.
I don't know if I'd have wanted to beat Rutgers or not, but they did, right? On Friday, I
Happy Monday. Today's Monday, right? Today's Monday. Salute to everybody that is in the building. Salute. Positivity is definitely coming your way, guys. It is beautiful where I am at today. Is it beautiful where you are at? Hopefully it is. Clear skies. The sun is out. Beautiful weather. I can't wait for the summer to get here, but hey, man, this spring is looking nice too, though. Salute to everybody once again in the chat. I'm back at it again. I had a little run-in with you-know-who, but I'm back at my regularly scheduled programming, or regular scheduled programming, nevertheless. I got a lot to talk about today. The military is in trouble. The United States military is in trouble. Recruitment is down 25%. I'm also going to talk about Andrew Tate being released from prison in Romania. And I'm also going to talk about Jennifer Aniston. I don't know if anybody knows her. I certainly do. But Jennifer Aniston was on a show called Friends 30 years ago, back in the 90s, the greatest decade in human history. She says that Gen Z is finding everything offensive, even Friends. Friends was a softcore show, if you ask me. But I'm also going to talk about that and a multiplicity of other topics today. I'm going to drop the link. I already did. I'm going to drop the link. You can call in. Please refrain from using vulgarity. Salute to you once again. Just Cook is in the building. What's up, Just Cook? Positivity is definitely coming your way. Just Cook says, Friends is super boring. Tried watching it, and it wasn't even funny. Salute to you, Just Cook. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Beak! Oh, by the way, Beak, thank you so much for that Cash App. I did receive that. Thank you so much. You get the must be the money. Ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed that dotted line, it was strange. Most things change for the better and the worse. Must be the money. Yeah. Salute to you, Big. Thank you so much, man, for the coffee this morning. The poll question is, did you watch Friends or Seinfeld back in the 90s? I certainly did. I watched Seinfeld. It was, in my opinion, one of the greatest television sitcoms in human history. I don't think that there was, I would say the Cosby Show was a close second. But the Cosby Show was just too, they were uptight Negroes. I didn't like it. I liked it. It was wholesome. It was just a whole bunch of uptight Negroes. Let's be honest. Taking themselves too seriously. I liked Seinfeld a lot because I liked the humor, the dry humor, the sociopathic nature of the characters. But salute. Let me see. Steven's in the building. Says, just get them damn likes up. Yes, guys, get the likes up. Abu says Gen Zs are softies. Oh, yeah, they are. And I'm going to get into that, too. They are soft. Here for the tea is in the building. Positivity is definitely coming your way here for the tea. I hope all is well with you and yours. Thank you so much for also being a member. Thank you so much here for the tea for constantly showing support to the chaotic truth. I really appreciate that. Jay Rillo in the building. What's up, Jay Rillo? Thank you so much, Jay Rillo, for being a member. Thank you so much, Jay Rillo, for always coming to the panels. And thank you so much for always being cerebral. You're, super intelligent. Your IQ far exceeds mine. Let me see if Jay Rillo, if I have an IQ, I would say my IQ is like 100, 105. I would say Jay Rillo's IQ is like certainly 160, 165, 170. Let me see here. Fantasy Island Girl is in the building. Says, hey, Chaotic in the chat. Salute to you, Fantasy Island Girl. Hope all is well with you and yours. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Big time. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Big time says, talking about a TV show today. I thought these YouTube streets had enough drama. Salute to you, big time. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Fallen Sunlight, thank you so much for being here today. Says, morning, CT, and everyone in the chat. Morning to you, Fallen Sunlight. I hope all is well with you and yours. Positivity is definitely coming your way. We got Reserved Intel in the building. Says, good morning, everyone. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Reserved Intel. Hope all is well with you and yours. Let me see. Louise says, I love Friends. Never once thought it was racist. Oh, good point. And I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Let me see. Fallen Sunlight says, CT, you look well recovered after a 9-hour streaming session. Yes, last night I was streaming for 9+ hours. Thank you so much for everybody who came to the panel. Thank you so much, Bob, for taking over for the last hour or so. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Opinionated says, you had a run-in. What I missed. Oh, you have to go back and watch those episodes, but Opinionated Positivity is definitely coming your way. Hope all is well with you and yours. Sherry Baker says, Gen Z, a lot of them are a bunch of crybabies who are offended at everything. They are miserable big babies who think they are supposed to get whatever they want and play pretend, and others have to too. Yes, they certainly do. And I'll say this about a lot of Gen Zs. They're delusional. They're angry all the time. You know, they're depressed. And what else about Gen Zs? What else about Gen Zs am I missing? Also, guys, do you have any Gen Z kids? Ooh, that must be a nightmare. Let me see. Let me see here. Sherry also says Friends was funny with people who had a sense of humor, but so many lacking that now for they are so woke they can't find real humor, but told what they can think is funny. Yes, that is true. Big Time says, I watched Married with Children in a different world. Oh, yeah, Married with Children certainly could not come on TV today. One of the greatest shows of all time, too. Ivy Dream says, good morning, CT. Says 08 loves 06. Thank you so much, 06. Positivity is definitely coming your way, Ivy Dreams. Guys, thank you so much, guys, once again, for all the Cash App, Super Chats. If you are in the New York, New Jersey area, once again, guys, and you are looking for security or security, please contact Rush Enterprise at 973-558-4659. That is 973-558-4659. Let me see who else is in the building for this beautiful Moon Day morning. Let me see. Hold on for 1 second. Big Tom says, I watched Mary. Oh, I already read that part. Ooh, sorry about that. Sherry, salute to you. Positivity is coming your way. Says, I loved Married with Children, All in the Family, and the Jeffersons. I did too. I love the Jeffersons. Oh, Jeffersons. Oh, no, that couldn't come on today either. Oh, certainly not with these little pansies running around. Now, let me see. Crystal's in the building. She says, good morning, CT and everybody. Good morning to you, Crystal. I hope all is well with you and yours. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Dim Canes in the building says, sorry, I'm late, boss. No problem, man. Thank you so much for always coming through, Dim Canes. Hope all is well with you and yours. Dim Canes, what was your favorite TV show in the 90s? And do you think that it could be aired today in this day and age with all these Gen Z, you know, let me make a cat sound or something because I don't want to call them the P word. Let me see. Fallen Sunlight says, I watched both growing up, and it's a travesty what they are doing to these older shows, picking them apart with a woke comb. Soon you won't have anything left to watch but trash. Right, exactly. Let me see. Louise says, Sheena, I love Chandler. Oh, on Friends. Yes, I didn't really watch Friends, by the way. You know, because I will admit, I did watch a lot of programming that was white. I watched Cheers. I watched Married with Children, but I never got into Friends because I always thought Friends was like a copycat of Living Single. I always thought that. Let me see here. Who else is in the building? Big Time says, I watched Korean movies, less woke garbage, hardcore thrillers, and horror movies. Oh, I don't get into horror movies. Let me see. Dio says, is Friends racist? No, ... But those behind it bent the need to be woke to the woke. So no mercy. I'll laugh while they burn. Smitty says, no, I watched Steve Harvey. Trash sitcom. Martin, good. That was a good sitcom. I like Martin. Fresh Prince. Fresh Prince was a little bit good. I liked Fresh Prince a little bit. I think it got kind of boring the last couple of seasons. A lot of recycled episodes. It wasn't as good as I think it was, if that makes any sense. Like, it was good back then, but now if you were to play Fresh Prince right now, I wouldn't watch it at all, and especially the last three seasons. Ugh, hell no. The first couple of seasons were good when they had the dark skin auntie. Let me see. Crazy Chick Sheena's in the building. Positivity is definitely coming your way, Crazy Chick Sheena. I hope all is well with you and yours. Who else do we have in the building? We got Unite and Create for Life is in the building. It says, I refuse to have a Gen Z kid. Yeah, crybabies. Josh is in the building. He says, hey, y'all. Hey to you, Josh. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Let me see. Sean Turner says Al Bundy is the GOAT, the original red pill. Oh, yeah, he was red pill before there was a name for the red pill community. But then again, I got to say this. In the show, he had an organization called No Man, which was the national organization of men against Amazonian masterhood. And back then, I didn't quite get it as a kid, but now I totally understand it. Let me see. Mario with the $2 super chat. He says, I love the sitcom known as Alf. When I was a kid, I thought Alf was a dog. You know, I was like 5, I think, when I first saw the show, and I thought it was just a talking dog. But when in fact, I didn't realize that Alf was an alien from some sort of planet. I didn't know that until I was a kid. Until I became an adult. What's up, Leander? Positivity is definitely coming your way, man. I hope all is well with you and yours. Who else do we have in the building? We got Mayo Monkey says, morning, everyone. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Rich says, yo, CT, I watched Family Matters. I loved Urkel. Yes, Family Matters was a very good show. And to be completely honest with you, if they didn't have the mother, Eddie, Laura, the grandmother, I still would have watched it. The show was carried. Let's be honest, it was carried by Jaleel White, who played Urkel. Oh, absolutely. When he made his first appearance, I knew the show was going to be a hit, even as a kid. Loved Family Matters. Loved it even to the last season. Loved it. Yeah. I never thought Laura was that hot, though. I never thought she was that hot. Never thought she was that hot. I thought, Urkel could have done better. I thought he could have done better than Laura, and it's probably because I went to school with a lot of females who looked like Laura. So it was just a dime a dozen. I didn't think anything of her. Visuals, what's up, says, Friends was Married with Children. Friends was corny. Married with Children was the best. We all know how some of the cast felt for blacks, but I know us blacks be bad. I have no idea what the cast felt for blacks. Dr. Hood says, salute CT, salute to you, Dr. Hood. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Let me see. Smitty says, did you watch Rock? Yes, I watched Rock. I loved Rock. I love the premise of Rock. I love the blue collar storyline. I love how Rock was just a garbage man. I love that he had a regular wife. I loved a lot of the, and this is what a lot of these corny little kids, these little Gen Zs don't get. Back in the day, they had a lot of moral stories that tackled a lot of, particularly at that time, of societal issues. And Rock did a good job at covering drug dealing, gang life, or gang culture. And I remember that one episode with Clifton Powell. Clifton Powell always plays the bad black guy in all the movies. And I swear, like, that acting was so real. It's almost like they were for real. You know, the way he hemmed him up. But yeah, I love The Rock. I love that show. Sherry says Al Bundy is not the dress that makes you look fat. Oh, Al Bundy said this. It's not the dress that makes you look fat. It's the fat that makes you look fat. Laugh out loud. Yeah, back in the 90s, for all of you Gen Z little pansies, back in the 90s, man, comedy was very dry. It was very harsh. And it was all in love. It wasn't meant to be offensive. It was just meant to be truthful. Comedy had a way of being political. You know, comedy had a way of, you know, just getting right to the point. And comedians like let me see, for example, George Carlin, comedians like Ben what was his name? Ben Hicks? No, not Ben Hicks. What's his name? Oh my God, help me out here, guys. Help me out. His name wasn't Ben Hicks. It was Bill Hicks. Yeah, Bill Hicks. Comedians like Bill Hicks certainly would not exist now because they were too real. They were too upfront. And a lot of these little participation trophy Gen Z kids, they couldn't take it. They couldn't take those types of comedians. Let me see. Big Time says the remake of Fresh Prince sucks, which I agree. It's horrible. How was a wealthy judge's nephew oppressed? Oh, good question. Good question. Good question. What's up, Lady Nova? Positivity is definitely coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours. Stargate SG-1. Ooh, I never got into Stargate. I like traditional science fiction with the spaceship trope. I like the spaceship. I get that the Stargate allows you to instantaneously through a wormhole teleport to distant worlds, but it's something like watching the ship traverse through the stars. It's almost like the horse. It's almost like the old Western movies. You know, it's the adventure, the horse, and you know you're going through frontier territory, and that's why I've always liked Star Trek, because Star Trek was sort of like a Western movie or Western film. You know, it's like, you know, the horse is the ship essentially, and it's going through this, you know, frontier territory, dangerous territory. But Stargate was too instant. I didn't like that. You know, just going through a wormhole and getting to a planet, that's too easy. You know, let me see. No Chaser says, CT, what's good? What's good with you? No Chaser. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Smitty says, step by step, Boy Meets World and Family Matters. Once again, Family Matters will be number one. Again, I like the whole science fiction aspect of Family Matters. I like the whole aspect that it wasn't caricatures of Negroes. I love that about it. Like when I was watching Family Matters, I never got the impression that I'm watching Black people. I just got that I'm watching a family. You know, there were a few episodes on race, but other than that, it you know, the 90s had a way of showing entertainment without me being reminded of race. I feel like today's day and age, everything is about race and homosexuality and yada yada yada. I don't want to see all that. I just want to see a nice TV show with good entertainment. Number two would definitely be Boy Meets World, and number three would be Step by Step. All great shows, by the way. I love Step by Step. I think Cody was like everybody's favorite character. Boy Meets World was really good. I remember when everybody thought Topanga was smoking hot back in the day. She was kind of smoking hot though. But yes, Boy Meets World was really good. I hated when that. Oh man, I hated the fact that went off the air when I was a kid. Let me see, that 70s show. I never got into that 70s show. I didn't like the weed smoking. I didn't like the whole. I didn't like it at all. I didn't think it was a bad show. I just never really got into it. You know, the whole, yeah, you know, then again, I never really smoked weed. So that's probably why I didn't like it. You know, sitting around. Now, the father was pretty good. You know, I love when the father called the kids dumbasses. That was pretty funny. But, you know, like I said, with Gen Z, you can't call these new kids dumbasses. They'll go commit suicide. I shouldn't have said that. Facts. Visual says Friends was a copycat of Living Single. Yes, Friends, in my opinion, was a copycat of Living Single. Living Single had a vibe to it that I loved, man. And again, of the beauty of the 90s, yes, the main cast, all females, but I was not constantly reminded of that in the 90s. It was not woke. It was just women who were just on a TV show working. You know, if that show were to air in this day and age, they would make all those characters super woke, and it will be unwatchable. Queen Latifah is a part of the LGBTQ community, but I didn't know that back then because they didn't make that a focal point of the show. That's what I loved about some of those storylines with that show. Sabrina the Teenage Witch, I never got into that. No. Dem Kane says Married with Children. Hell no, it wouldn't get played today. Friends was too witty for most then, and no one would understand it now. Yeah, a lot of shows back in the 90s and prior were very witty. You have to kind of be smart. Like Seinfeld, for example. You would have to be an intelligent person to watch it. And now, with instant gratification, participation trophies, and this anti-intellectual culture that we live in now, a lot of people wouldn't understand episodes in Seinfeld, let alone Friends, etc. And so, yeah, Dem Kane's is right. A lot of these shows would not exist. They wouldn't exist. Let me see. Dallas, yeah. Oh, you're naming classics now. Dallas. Yeah, they had some smoking hot chicks on Dallas. Oh, yeah. Let me see. Hold on for a second, guys. I'm about to read everybody. Yeah, hold on for a second, guys. Let me read people's comments. Sanford and Son was pretty good. I like Sanford. Sanford and Son wouldn't get any play today either. They you know, the woke crowd would say something like, yeah, they're making fun of people living on junkyards and selling scrap metal and blah, blah, blah. They'll make up something. You know, they'll say that the woman is a caricature of a mammy, and they don't understand that is Black culture, and that's fine. That the loud, black, sassy woman, yes, that is a part of Black culture. There's nothing wrong with that. But these Gen Z kids will find they will find something offensive even with that show. Let me see. Damn, the luck's in the building. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Damn, the luck. Excuse me. Fallen Sunlight says 227. Oh, Golden Girls. Oh. Were also funny and actually quite raunchy at the time. Golden Girls was my show, I ain't gonna lie, when I was a kid. You know, Golden Girls was such a good show that, you know, even DMX said, hey man, that was one of my favorite shows growing up. DMX, you know, when you get the image, and you know, he died by the way, but you know, DMX, who had a very hardcore, you know, street exterior, he said, hey man, that was one of my favorite shows. And when people found out, it kind of gave him more of a wholesome type person, you know, look to him. Even though DMX was never really a bad guy, but his character was always this rough bike riding, you know, street guy. But you know, Golden Girls was pretty good, but you know, Gen Z probably would find fault with Golden Girls. They would say that, oh, they've made Blanche's character very sexually promiscuous. They'll make up something with it. Then they'll say, well, where's the Black old woman on the show? How come they don't have a Black old woman? How come they don't have a Puerto Rican old woman? How come they don't have an Asian old woman? That's not the purpose of the show. The purpose of the show is just older women in their golden years, their 60s, just living in Florida. Like, they don't need a Black woman. They don't need an Asian woman. That's not the purpose of the show. Empty Nest was a good show too, by the way. I loved Empty Nest when I was a kid. Crystal says Family Matters was great, but some white folks would have a problem with the wholesome sitcom. Yeah, they would. They would say, this doesn't represent Black people. These people have jobs, and these people he's a super genius. This doesn't reflect the Black community. That's what super woke kids would say, not knowing that Black people are actually in these positions in real life and in the 90s and prior to the 90s. Yeah, Crazy Chick Sheena, watch your mouth. says Martin Lawrence was the best German comedian. Now, technically, he's not German. He was just born on a base in Germany. His father was in the military. And speaking of the military, salute to everybody that has served this great country and that is serving currently. Thank you so much for providing for my freedoms. Thank you so much for killing my or our foreign enemies so that we can be free. Thank you so much. Let me see. Chicago Rilla says alien life form means Alf. Yes, Alf. Dim Kane says Benson. Oh, you already know Benson wouldn't be a show right now. Oh man, these woke little Gen Z little pansies, they will find every fault within Benson. Oh, this is racist. Why does the butler have to be black? You know, they'll find every fault with Benson. What's up, Exile One? Positivity is definitely coming your way. Bob in the building. What's up, Bob? Positivity is definitely coming your way. Hope all is well with you and yours. Dim Kane says, welcome back, Carter, excuse me. Yeah, that was a good show. I never really watched it, but I did like the intro to it. Let me see. Sherry says, Married with Children, Al's best friends in the store were black, and he was so funny. Yes, I remember that. Deuces says, one of the writers of Married with Children was black. I didn't know that at all. Thank you so much. Daniel says, never liked Friends or Seinfeld. Thought they were both dumb shows, but people looking for reasons to get offended by them going through and nitpicking mundane things is stupid and pointless. Yes, Seinfeld was really cerebral. And you had to be very smart to watch it. I mean, they had a lot of good shows, man. I remember the show about, oh man, one of my favorite shows is The Contest. Oh, you got to go back and watch it. Let me see. Smitty says, CT, do you think society would accept a husband on TV like Ricky Ricardo? I Love Lucy. No, of course not. No, because they would find it to be racist. They would say, well, this is racist. They will point out his accent. They will point out the fact that he is a man's man, you know, like he's masculine. Oh, no, hell no. And of course, the show Lucy itself, they will point out, well, why is she a ditzy white woman? You know, I mean, come on, man. You already know that wouldn't even happen in this day and age. No. Chicago Rilla says All in the Family would not survive in today's audience. Neither would Three's Company. Oh man, you already know All in the Family wouldn't survive. Oh, these kids would literally protest All in the Family. CT, Laura was never all that. I agree. Ghetto point of view. Salute to you. Myra was the baddest, followed by Maxine. Oh yeah, Maxine was pretty hot. Myra was a cute chick. Oh, she was cute. Died of cancer, unfortunately, when she was very young. I think she died when the show was actually still on air. She was like 27 or something when she passed away, unfortunately. Let me see. Chicago Rilla says that was an episode where Clifton Powell was the drug dealer. Yeah, that was a good episode. Great acting. And that's another thing about yesteryear too. Acting was beautiful. Like, you know, people now, really aren't really trained. You don't really see a lot of classically trained actors on TV anymore. And you really don't. A lot of this acting is terrible now. But back in the day, yeah, you had some good actors, man. I'm talking about some good stage actors that got into television. You had actors and actresses with resumes, man. Like even the dark skin, the real Aunt Viv on Fresh Prince, she was a trained actress, trained dancer. And to be honest with you, I think that's why she was removed from Fresh Prince, because she would eventually, it was too much competition between her and Will Smith, because she was a real actor where Will Smith was not. And she was talented, crazy, but in real life, but talented. Let me see here. Mary, let me see. Yes, Bill Hicks. Yep. Give me a second here. Yeah, Sherry says, I loved Star Trek. Yeah, Star Trek was really good. The only thing about Star Trek were the bad fight scenes. Other than that, Star Trek was always good, especially in the 90s. Of course, Deep Space Nine was my favorite. And not because the captain was black. Well, that's sort of a line. I do like the fact that the captain was black. But Deep Space Nine had a great story arc. One of the greatest story arcs, I think, in television history. The Dominion story arc. It was pretty good. Jay Red says, oh, salute to you. Says, my gosh. Okay. Starship Troopers was a good movie. Good damn movie. They should never have made a part 2. And certainly not a part 3. It was a good cheesy. And I think it was supposed to make fun of cheesy sci-fi flicks. That's what made it so good. Let me see. Dim Kane says Star Trek for real. Star Trek 3 in the 80s, William Shatner. Okay, I agree with that. Again, guys, once again, Beak, thank you so much for the cash app. Salute to you guys once again. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Family Matters was an underrated show. I never knew it was underrated because I remember Family Matters was wildly popular in the 90s. I never knew that, though. Daniel says, there's a documentary called Can We Take a Joke that deals with people looking for reasons to get fake offended at comedians and trying to thought police every kind of humor as hurtful. Yeah, man, back in the 90s, man, we didn't have people... You may have had a person or two heckle a comedian. I remember, I don't think this was in the 90s, but George Carlin was heckled. Man, he cussed the living crap out of one of his. But I think hecklers are more like people who are just drunk and fuck you. But see, now you have a lot of woke people going to these comedy shows looking for reasons to be upset. You got white people going to... white liberals going to comedy shows looking to be upset about what a comedian says about black people. Can you imagine how insane this is? It's not black people being upset. It's white liberals being upset because there's nothing else going on in their world. There's nothing. There are no more obstacles, no more great wars to be fought, no diseases, no, nothing. So the thirst, and I think most human beings have this, the thirst for overcoming something. I don't know where this comes from in our DNA. They have to find something. A white liberal who doesn't even live around blacks, doesn't hire blacks, not for positions of power. They go to a comedy show. What did he say about black people? Stop it. You don't care. You just want something to be crying about. Sherry says, Cheers is one of the best shows out there. Yeah, I agree. Cheers was really good. Let me see. Full House. Yeah, Full House was really good too. I have to give shout outs to Full House. It was really good. Excuse me, guys. Bob says The Wire, Sex in the City, and Sopranos. Yeah, The Wire. And there is no show that touches The Wire. Yeah. Let me see here. Let me keep reading real quick. Mario with the $2 super chat says Living Single was a copycat of the Golden Girls. I never thought about that. Wow. I never thought about that because it was 4 women on Living Single. I never thought about that. Interesting. His ghetto point of view says All in the Family will get hated on and banned today. Yes, I had already. Yes. Oh, you already know that. Let me see. Good Times was a very good show. Good Times, I'm not going to lie to you. Now, in my opinion, Good Times would survive in this day and age because that is a creature comfort show for white liberals. Oh, look at the downtrodden black people living in the projects. Now that's a good point. Yes, Good Times would survive in this day and age. Negroes living in poverty, Negroes living in the projects. Black people, because a lot of black people, they want to be oppressed. Black people will love the show. You already know that. And white people who are liberals would definitely love it. Yes, Good Times should get Good Times will win. Emmy after Emmy after Emmy after Emmy. Good Times will win dozens of Emmys. What's the guy's name who played JJ? Man, what's his name? Damn, hold on for a second. I can't think of his damn name. Give me a second, real quick. Jimmy Walker. Yeah. Oh, in this day and age, Jimmy Walker. Oh my God, he would get all types of endorsement deals. Woke politicians, liberal politicians would love to. There would be TikTok videos of people imitating JJ in this day and age. So yes, good times would definitely survive in this day and age. In a nutshell. Let me see here. Doogie Howser. Oh. But see, I gotta say this though. Doogie Howser was a great show back in the 90s, but it would not survive in this day and age. They would make Doogie Howser a white female with purple hair. Oh yeah, they would make her with purple hair. Amen. I can't think of I can only think of the sound in my head. I can't think of the damn. Somebody got to help me out with that song. But Amen was a good black. Oh, that was a good Negro show. Woo! Yeah, Amen was a good black show. Amen probably wouldn't survive in this day and age because of there's been a push for atheism, a push for there's a lot of empty pew syndrome in the country. Like people have stopped going to church. That old school down, like Amen was sort of like old school type down south type church type. They don't have that anymore. Like with a lot of mega churches out now, people wouldn't get the concept of that small church type theme that Amen had. No, it wouldn't last in this day and age. X-Files would do pretty good. X-Files would do pretty good in this day and age. It would definitely do good. Even if they had the same characters, the same storylines, X-Files would do good. I think X-Files is universal. Let me see. I never really watched Third Rock from the Sun. I know it takes place in Ohio, but I never really watched it. I heard it was really good. Yeah, I heard it was really good. Hot in Cleveland was about older women, but they were all still really hot. A couple of Golden Girls, but these women were hot and older. Never really watched Hot in Cleveland before. I heard of it, though. It was with Betty White. Did hear about it. B Rad, what's up, man? Positivity is definitely coming your way. B Rad says we need to bring racist jokes back. I agree. I love racist jokes. So liberals can get mad. Liberals believe black people are inferior. They do. Yet, or white people are superior, which is racism by definition. But saying all lives matter is racist to them. Shaking my head. Yeah, I agree. Smitty says Martin from the DMV. Facts. We all know his childhood home. Oh, okay. I didn't know he was from the DMV at all. I didn't know that at all. I never really watched What's Happening. Never really watched it. Salute to you, though, Hooper. Let me see real quick. Crystal says Friends wasn't racist. They are just bland. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, a lot of white people are kind of like, bland a little bit. They had a Chinese American woman and a few black women dating the male characters. The show was created by a small hat people with money. What do you expect? Come on. The small hats have created great shows before. Seinfeld is one of them. B Rad says, I used to watch Sanford and Son, The Jeffersons, and Good Times with my great-grandma, grandma, and mom. But I never cared about their color. I just thought it was funny. My mom also liked Archie Bunker. Yeah. Those were good shows back in the day, man. Those were really good shows. They had a lot of substance, a lot of meat. And I'll tell you something else about back in the day. TV shows had 30 episodes a season. In today's day and age, you're lucky to get 8 or 9 shows. It's really weird. Maybe it's a thing with the Screen Actors Guild. It has to be something, because why aren't they working the way that they did back in the day? They didn't have, I don't know what it is, but 10 shows a year? Come on, man. You ain't doing no work. Three's Company would have been out due to Three's Company would have been out of there due to the Me Too movement. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They would have thought that a man living with 3 women was sexualizing women. Yeah, I can see that not happening in today's day and age. Fallen says, my favorite Seinfeld episode was the soup Nazi. Classic New York humor. That was a good episode. Good damn episode. And I don't think a lot of people would get some of the jokes, man. Like when they say that the soup Nazi moved to Argentina, that was supposed to say that the real Nazis, it was rumored that a lot of them fled to Argentina. But see, a lot of people wouldn't get these jokes in this day and age. They don't study history, so they wouldn't get the jokes. But the soup Nazi, classic damn episode. Classic episode. Yeah. Let me see. Mayo Monkey says they get hired for looks, not talent now. I don't even know if they get hired for looks, Mayo, because a lot of people today don't look as good as they did back in the 80s, man, and 90s. You know. Daniel says Blazing Saddles definitely could be made in today's social climate. It will get shredded. Yeah, Blazing Saddles. Whoo, that was a funny movie. When that guy got on top of the building and said, the sheriff is a nigga. Oh, that was funny. That was damn funny. Oh my God. The woke crowd would definitely ban Blazing Saddles if it was made now. Let me see. Let me keep reading real quick. Shannon B, what's up, man? They do more typecasting than actually hiring trained actors. Yeah. And it's harming television. It's harming entertainment now. I mean, entertainment now is already shifting anyway. I mean, overnight, podcasters have become more popular than radio guys. Overnight, people would prefer to watch TikTok videos over shows. So if these shows continue to go woke, man, you will see a graveyard of TV shows and streaming services eventually. Premium Fuel Only says DS9 was okay. Yeah, Premium Fuel Only, I might have to block you for about 5 minutes. Stop it. Adam, watch your mouth. Adam says, I love Star Trek, but it's commie fantasy. No, it's not. No, Star Trek is about hope. It's about the future. It's about embracing change. It's about new ideas and discovery. Come on, man. It's not a commie fantasy. Let me see. Roz Girl says Warner Brothers was all that. Jamie Foxx. Yeah, Jamie Foxx show was good, but let's be honest, we really watched Jamie Foxx to see Fancy. Sister was trash. Ooh, that was trash. That was a trash show. Straight trash. Hanging with Mr. Cooper was really good. I rock with Hanging with Mr. Cooper. Let me see. Hold on for a second, guys. Hooper says, back in the day, everyone got made fun of. Yes, we did. It didn't matter what race, sex, creed, gender, transvestites, etc. Real equality. I remember back in the day when you were a fat kid, and a lot of kids weren't fat back in the day, but when you were a fat kid and you came to the lunchroom table, man, if your fat ass came there late, oh, we were roasting. And don't eat the table, fat ass. Oh, it was, and then the fat kid would laugh and start roasting back. But see, now that the woke little Gen Z little participation trophy kids call it bullying. He bullying me. Daniel says Frasier. I love Frasier. You know why I love Frasier? I love Frasier because of the high society aspect of it. Oh, I'll tell you another show that I loved too growing up. What was that show called? Not All in the Family Ties. Oh, man. I love that little greedy little capitalist bastard, Michael. Let me see. Give me 1 second, guys. I want to read some more of these super chats. Give me a second. Guys, hit that like button if you're coming in. Put a 1 in the chat if you are a hater. Let me see real quick. His ghetto point of view says CT Good Times would survive, but they would kill the little brother Michael off because he was a live action Huey Freeman from the Boondocks. I don't know. I think that they would want to keep him. I think they want to keep him for some reason because I feel like a lot of white liberals love the black power trope. I think they love that. I think they love that because I think that they can utilize a person like a Michael. You know, let's see. Dr. House says, CT, you're looking good. Thank you so much. Remember Seventh Heaven? That was a good show. Oh, you already know Seventh Heaven wouldn't last in this day and age. Seventh Heaven, because these woke little pansies will say, well, what about Buddhist people? What about atheists? How come they don't have characters who worship Krishna? Where are the East Indian characters? See, oh, you already know a show like Seventh Heaven wouldn't last. And I'll tell you something, man. Seventh Heaven, man, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I used to cuddle up and watch. Oh, I just love that show. It was beautiful. It was just nice, wholesome white folks just being beautiful. Let me see. Sherry says a lot of people are going, and there are revivals happening now for people who are seeking God again. For the woke have shown how miserable they are worshiping climate change and far left lies. Okay, gotta use proper punctuation so I can you help me read that a little bit better. I liked MASH. I feel like MASH was for more older people. Let me see. Crystal says Saved by the Bell, who need about 1 bisexual, 2 lesbians, about 3 transformers nowadays. Yes, Saved by the Bell would definitely come on today. Yeah, I think Saved by the Bell will be one of those shows that would definitely come on today, even with the same characters, the same story plots, exactly. Because I gotta admit, Saved by the Bell was pretty woke too. I think Saved by the Bell was a very woke show, if you ask me. So I think Saved by the Bell would survive in this woke little pansy climate. Hooper says the difference between Good Times ghetto and today's ghetto is what the Evans family was against in the ghetto is celebrated in today's ghetto. And the Evans were trying to get out. Yes, that is true. They didn't glorify the ghetto culture. They fought those gangs in the Good Times. Remember when that one little gang banging little bastard tried to fight Esther Rowe and little Michael beat him up? He beat him up. Yeah. But see, now if Michael would have beat up the gang member, they would have said, well, the gang member is suffering from post-traumatic slave syndrome and blah, 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 blah. No, no. Yeah, you don't attack the old church lady like that. I don't care. No. You don't do that. Stop. No. Florida Evans was a woman of a certain age, a church lady. No. You protect old black women in the black community. No. Let me see. The original Star Trek was good, but I mean, let's be honest. Deep Space Nine, Curb Stomp, Next Generation, TOS, and all the other ones. It was DS9 was that good. I'm sorry, it was really that good. Crystal says CT is taking us down memory lane. The Cosby Show. Yeah, Different World. I love Different World, man. A lot of moral stories to it. It showed blacks in a good light. I think A Different World would probably get canceled now if it was on today. Because a lot of Gen Z kids, first of all, would say, how come there's no white people in here? I think a lot of woke black people would say that. And I think a lot of white people watching it, they couldn't fathom 20 Negroes talking intellectualism and being in a college environment. That would upset a lot of woke white people right now, especially Gen Zs. Yeah. Remember that episode when Tupac? Oh, that was a good damn episode. Listen, hey man, say what you want to say about Tupac, man. He was a great actor. Great damn actor. I don't think he was the best rapper, but he was certainly a good actor. Let's see here. Roz Girl says, my favorite episode from Fresh Prince was when he was crying about his dad. That episode was the best acting Will ever did. Yeah, that was pretty good. That was damn good acting. That was damn good acting. Let me see. Mayo Monkey says Mel Brooks was the GOAT. Oh, Mel racist. Mel Brooks is a racist, dude. Stop it. Dude's a racist. Dude is a staunch racist, and you know that. Let me see, guys. Salute to everybody that is in the building once again. The best Seinfeld episode is the opposite. Yeah, I like the opposite. Excuse me, guys. Let me see. Three Stooges would last today. Three Stooges would last because the Three Stooges was ancient. It was TikTok before TikTok. It was TikTok before TikTok existed. Just stupid stuff. Just brainless comedy. And I think that Three Stooges would last right now because most kids today are like the Three Stooges. Just really stupid. Especially Gen Z. Especially Gen Z. Buffy the Vampire Slayer was trash. Reading Rainbow was good. I hated Smart Guy. I'm sorry. I hated that show. I can't stand. I hated that show. Let me see. Give me a second here, guys. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Coach was good. Coach was a good show. I think Coach would last. Well, no, Coach would be too boring for a lot of these younger kids. And a lot of millennials. Yeah, Coach would be too boring. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Crazy Chick Sheena says Lisa Turtle was the richest one and she was black. Yes, I had totally forgot about that. Yes, Lisa Turtle was the richest. And yeah, that's why I think Saved by the Bell was woke. They were doing woke stuff back in the day. CT used to cuddle up with hot chocolate and marshmallows and watch his favorite TV shows. Full House, nobody said that one yet. Or the LL Cool J one. LL Cool J show was trash too. Let me see. Give me a second. Roseanne, Roseanne would. I'll tell you why Roseanne would last today. Because the woke crowd, they would love to see a white trash family. Oh, that's a woke person's dream in this day and age. Because they love to see something like that, you know. Because that show is such a big left. Like, think about how left people are, right? They want you to see a show of a downtrodden white. Because at least it would cover up the fact that a lot of whites aren't really like Roseanne's. But yeah, I think that would last right now. That would definitely last. Let me see. Schuster's Positivity is coming your way. Says, I remember every Saturday when I was a kid, I used to watch Fat Albert. Damn, yeah, you're older than me because I think Fat Albert was off the air. B-Rad says, y'all know what show was really so pro-black? Rock. Yeah, Rock was definitely pro-black. Yeah, definitely pro-black. Give me a second here, guys. Let me see. I'm trying to get to everybody's. Quantum Leap was good. Quantum Leap was definitely good. I remember that. Ivan says, good wholesome shows were Andy Griffith. Yes. Beverly Hillbillies and I Dream of Jeannie, my faves. Now, you know, I gotta say this. I love the Andy Griffith show. And I'll tell you this. I love the fact that it wasn't no Negroes on that show, too. I ain't gonna lie to you. Man. A lot of shows don't need blacks. A lot of black shows don't need whites. That was the beauty of back in the day. But Andy Griffith was wholesome. Man, that was a good show. Good damn show. Nice moral episodes. Father figure, masculine man. But that show wouldn't last today. They'll look at what's her name? What was the aunt's name on the Andy Griffith show? Oh, these woke white kids. Oh, they will hate that. What's up, Reckless Ray? Positivity is coming your way, man. Hope all is well with you and yours, man. Gary says, "What's up, Chaotic? You forgot the White Shadow. Never heard of that show before. I have to look that up. I never heard of it, man. Never heard of it. Yeah, but but people today would hate the Andy Griffith show. They say it's not enough women in. How come the women aren't the police officers? You're making fun of drunks." Oh man, these woke people would definitely come up with any excuse to hate the Andy Griffith show. And you already know it ain't no blacks in no show. So you already know these woke white people will say, how come it ain't no black people there? Well, ain't no black people living in Mayberry, whatever you call the city. Ain't black people ain't gotta live there. Damn. You want blacks to be all everywhere. Blacks ain't everywhere in the country. Let me see. Aunt B. Yeah, that was her name. Aunt B. Yes, that was her name. Mad TV was good until they fell victim to the Hollywood woke bug. Old version couldn't make it through season 1. I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. Hit that like button, guys. Salute to you all. Positivity is coming your way. Guys, Jennifer Aniston, her viral comments about Gen Z finding Friends offensive are stirring up a heated debate about the show's divisive style of comedy. Social media users are weighing in with their thoughts on the famed sitcom Friends after Jennifer Aniston, who played Rachel Green on the show, said she believes many younger people are now finding some of the episodes problematic. There's a whole generation of people, kids, who are now going back to episodes of Friends and find them offensive. Aniston told the Associated Foreign Press via Yahoo while promoting her latest movie, Netflix's Murder Mystery 2. There were things that were never intentional and others, well, we should have thought it through, Aniston continued, but I don't think there was a sensitivity like there is now. Aniston's comments have gone viral on Twitter, prompting users to share their thoughts on whether they think the show is outdated or offensive. One of the more prominent criticisms of the show is the lack of racial diversity in casting. My God. Something that it has come under fire for in the previous years. Many users compared Friends to another 90s sitcom, which is thought to have inspired the show called Living Single, which followed a group of black friends living in New York City, with many saying Friends was less funny and less diverse, or the less diverse version. Others also criticized the show's attitude towards LGBTQ characters. While the main 6 were portrayed as straight, it did feature prominent same-sex couple Carol and Susan, played by Jane Sibbett and Jessica Hesh. However, users pointed out they were often treated as a punchline for comedic effect in earlier seasons of the show. Although the characters were given a more dignified storyline in later seasons, some Twitter users said they took issue with another comment Aniston made in her interview, that comedy was previously allowed to joke about a bigot and have fun. She added, that was hysterical, and it was about educating people on how ridiculous people were, and now we're not allowed to do that. Several users said they do not think Friends ridiculed bigots, and that some of the cast male members in particular were scripted to have problematic and sexist views. Prior to Aniston's comments going viral, the male characters on Friends had been a topic of discussion amongst TikTok users watching the show for the first time on Netflix. This is too long. I'm not going to read all of it, but let me see here. Let me point this out real quick. Homeboys from Outer Space was definitely trash, Ivan. Thank you for pointing that out. I gotta say this. Oh, wait a minute, hold on for a second. Let me read this real quick. What is this saying real quick? What is this? Hold on, let me see something real quick. Okay, so to Gen Z. To Gen Z, if you're watching, I know your teachers won't tell you this. I know society won't tell you this. But you guys are the pussiest generation of all time, if you ask me. Friends? You think Friends is offensive? Stop it. If you think Friends is offensive, I don't know what on earth you would think about All in the Family. I don't know what on earth you would think about Married with Children. A lack of racial diversity. Have you ever seen the Jamie Foxx show? Have you ever seen the Cosby Show? Have you ever seen Martin? Have you ever seen Living Single? Gen Z? You Gen Z kids are the worst. You Gen Z people are a terrible group of people. If you're going to poke at Friends, you should poke at all the blackity black shows I just named, because those shows really didn't have white people, and those shows openly, and I mean openly, joked and made fun of white folks, period, except for the Cosby Show. They didn't do that at all. You guys in Gen Z, and hopefully somebody can share this video with anybody who's a part of Gen Z. You guys are the generation that suffers most from depression. You guys are the generation that are quite delusional. I'll tell you why you suffer from depression, Gen Z kids. See, you grew up, and people told you that you were the last winner. You know, you ran a race, 9 other kids beat you at running, and some idiot liberal teacher said you were the last winner. You grew up, and instead of getting D's and F's, you just get pass. Then you hit the real world, and all that woke stuff doesn't matter, because the real world will constantly remind you of your place in the pecking order. So you watch a show like Friends, and you've been told all your life that, oh, you know, you've been lied to, and you've been told that diversity exists. You've been told that, you know, we are all one. So when you, the Gen Z little pansy, watches Friends, doesn't make any sense seeing all white people having fun. So you get on Twitter. Give me a second. You get on Twitter. 19, 20-year-old little Gen Z little kid. You get on Twitter. You say, oh, Friends is oppressive because they don't have black people. I know how you talk. That's how a lot of Gen Z kids talk. So you get on Twitter with your Gen Z idiotic opinion, not doing research at all about TV shows back in the day. And you get on there and you comfortably write Friends, which probably is one of the most PC sitcoms ever. And you say Friends is racist. You say Friends is offensive because they don't have any black people on there. Stop it. First of all, let's be honest. I don't think any black person gave a damn about acting on Friends in the 90s. I never heard about it. I never heard any actor. I never heard any actor, and I'm 38. I never heard any act. I never heard, if we go back in time, right? Never heard any of the top tier actors. Never heard any of the top tier black actresses in the 90s. Never heard Neil. I never heard Neil Long in an interview say, oh, I wonder why they never cast me to be on Friends. Never heard it. You know why? Because Nia Long, for example, was already famous. She had already made her mark on the Fresh Prince and the movie Friday and other movies. The Best Man. She didn't care about no damn Friends, and that was the difference back in the day. So whether there was, you know, the writers, you know, or I don't know, writers or producers saying we only really want whites on here. So what? Black people didn't care back in the 90s. It wasn't even a forethought. So to you Gen Z kids, listen, I'm not just the Negro whisperer. I'm also the millennial whisperer. Niggas didn't care about being on Friends. In fact, a lot of people thought Friends was boring, to keep it real with you. We was like, Friends, that show's boring. We ain't like Friends. What? Friends? Abdul with the $2 super chat says, Karen had a broken Brad. What? Abdul also says for the $2 super chat, go watch comedy roast from the 70s and 80s. You already know. Abdul, you already know these kids they're hanging themselves if they saw a comedy roast back in the day. So, like I said before, Friends was all white, but we never looked at it as being all white. We never did. Just like we never looked at Boy Meets World being all white. We just like Boy Meets World. And I ain't that Boy Meets. Listen, I ain't never heard in the 90s a bunch of Negroes talking about, man, how come they don't have no black people on Boy Meets World? We never thought about it. We just said it was just a white family. I mean, we just thought it was just a family who were just white, who lived around with white people, and they just had white friends. We never thought about it. And truth be told, when they introduced the black girl on there, we never even thought about that. It's like, just a black girl to me, it was just a black girl who acted like a white person. Like, all right. She acted like them. Hey, yeah, guys, you know what I'm saying, man? Let's go to the beach, man. So the same thing with Friends. We didn't care. So to you Gen Z kids crying about Friends being offensive, you guys need to go fight another argument or find something else to do. Let's see. Casey says, this is because we grew up in a post-racial America. Nobody cared about skin color. Nobody cared what you did in your bedroom, and all things were on the table for jokes. Yeah, they really were. Jay Rillo says, X-Files getting rebooted with a more diverse cast. Why? See, this is what I'm saying. Hollywood, let me tell you something, man. Niggas don't care about no damn science fiction, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I do. I care. But you're not gonna get a big fan base if you got blacks on and Mexicans and Mexicans and who else doesn't really care about Eskimos and people from Papua New Guinea. You're not gonna get you're not going to attract a group of people to watch the new X-Files because you're more diverse. No, stop with this woke stuff. Stop it. Y'all need to stop it in Hollywood. You need to get a consultation from me, the Negro Whisperer. I'm telling you, man. Jay Rillo, is this true? A more diverse cast? Why? I never heard in the 90s in school the black teachers talking about, oh yeah, I watched X-Files last night. No, I remember the white teachers. You just, hey, did you catch that episode of X-Files? Yes, such and such, such and such. Because a lot of white people like science fiction. Yes. You're destroying I'm telling you, man, you're going to destroy. I gotta say this, and I say it all the time about Star Trek. Listen, that new Uhura, I don't like watching Strange New Worlds because Uhura is supposed to be a sexy black woman, not a black woman who looks like me. Quit trying to be woke. But I know a lot of these Gen Z kids kind of look like that black girl, the new black girl on Strange New Worlds. They kind of look like her. So I can understand why a big franchise like Star Trek would do it. But let me tell you something, Star Trek, these woke kids ain't listen, they're not paying for these tickets. It's the old school fan base that are paying for these tickets, man. And a new X-Files, listen, you could be woke all you want, but X-Files should not have a diverse cast. They just shouldn't. Mexicans aren't into science fiction. Most black people are not into science fiction. Most people from Africa are not into science fiction. It's just the facts. So you're trying to be diverse because you think, oh, well, yeah, if we're diverse, people will watch it. No, they're not. Most Pakistanis aren't going to watch it because you got a Pakistani. Not to say that the new X-Files will, but you're not going to get the Pakistani fan base because you got a Pakistani being Fox Mulder. You're not going to do it. They don't care about science fiction. Yes, they do. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. I'm the Negro Whisperer. They don't care about science fiction. Stop. Let me see. Pepe says only whites and East Asians are into sci-fi. Yeah. And truth be told, not even really East Asians. Sherry says Star Trek was diverse. They had Romulans, Vulcans, Klingons, and androids all living together. Yes, the aliens. Yes. I get that concept. Oh my God. Here for the tea. You already know if they remade Beverly Hills 90210, you already know it'd be Freaknik in Atlanta. It'd be all blacks. I'm like, black people ain't watching this. They didn't watch it 30 years ago. They ain't gonna watch it now. Let's see here. Give me a second. No, it's not going to be a new draw in the audience, Charlie. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. Charlie, listen to me, man. Listen to me. I'm the Negro Whisperer. Listen to me. It's not. I'm going to be always truthful. I'm going to be truthful. Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Yes. Ben Sisko was played by Avery Brooks, a black man. But Avery Brooks had a resume. He had a CV behind him that was extensive. He also is actually educated to be an actor. He's a trained actor. But other than that, most black people weren't tuning in to DS9, Deep Space Nine, even in the 90s. Star Trek had a fan base that was 30 years from the 60s. That the hardcore Star Trek fans were the fans from the 60s. They were really watching DS9, and they were white. Most black people weren't watching Star Trek Deep Space Nine because the captain was black. And I know that because I watched Star Trek, and I can tell you, I would be talking about Star Trek, and people would be like, man, you a nerd, man, for watching Star Trek. I'm telling you, man, most people weren't watching Star Trek because the captain was black in the 90s. No, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And so a show like Friends, it was perfect to have all these whites, drinking coffee at some little coffee spot, because that's what a lot of whites were doing in the 90s. Niggas weren't going to no coffee shop, just lounging around, drinking coffee with their friends. Oh, yes, you know about the relationship that such and such. Man, blacks ain't doing that. They ain't really doing it now. Stop. They not doing it now. So yeah, they don't need to make all these shows. Black people, Venezuelans, Arabs. Man, listen, man. You could pretend all you want, Hollywood. I ain't pretending with you. And I understand these little Gen Z kids. Listen, these Gen Z kids got to be told the truth. Some Gen Z kid to say, yes, man, maybe Star Trek needs to have more people who represent the Afghanistan community. No, they don't, because people in Afghanistan are barely out of the damn Stone Age. They don't care about no science fiction. Stop. They not watching this. And to be completely honest with you, most people in America don't want to see them on TV. Let's see here. Get them likes up, guys. Positivity is coming your way. I never really watched MASH, though, sir. Never really watched it. Excuse me, guys. Never really watched Highlander either. Yeah, HB, Avery Brooks was a top tier actor. Yes, and again, he actually had talent, black or white. Black or white. Let me see. HB says, I was actually watching Living Single, not Friends. Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, man, with these Gen Z kids, listen, look, man. Hold on for a second. Let me show you something. Let me show something to you guys. Comedians dump campus gigs. Now, this is an article from 2015. It says, when did colleges lose their sense of humor? A new era of political correctness combined with social media is causing comedians to steer clear of edgy jokes in university bookings. After comedian Carlos Mencia did his stand-up at Rutgers University's homecoming last September, a student activist complained that the routine was littered with racial and sexual epithets. Mencia was pleasantly surprised when the students and administration of the diverse Newark, New Jersey campus opted to support him. I personally thought I was a huge success in the fact that for the first time, somebody pointed out that the exception was the exception and not the rule. Mencia told the Wrap, it wasn't. We are going to take this one person's complaint and turn it into. This is how everybody else felt. But for edgy comics like the former Mind of Mencia star, whose material delves into racial and societal issues, run-ins with political correctness don't always go so smoothly. I'm not about to read this whole article and bore you guys half to damn death. But the fact of the matter is that, excuse me, the fact of the matter is we are seeing, and hear me out, we're seeing a lot of, and I gotta say this, man, it's a lot of these Gen Zs, they're really causing a problem in society. Let me tell you something. There was nothing wrong with the Cleveland Indians. There was nothing wrong with the mascot. I grew up watching the Cleveland Indians. I grew up watching baseball. It was one of my favorite sports when I was a kid. I remember in the 90s, baseball, you could even argue baseball was the number one sport in America. I would even argue it was. But, you know, obviously baseball fell off. It became like the number 3, maybe number 4. But in the 90s, when I was watching the Cleveland Indians, when they were on top, when they went to when they went to 2 World Series, they had won the pennant multiple times. When we were kids, we never thought about whether the mascot was offensive. We never thought about it. I couldn't have fathomed it. Nobody talked about the mascot being offensive. Well, then again, when I went to the stadium one time, there was a few nut jobs, white people, protesting. It was like a few of them. And these were like white liberals. They were protesting outside the stadium, and people thought they were just nut jobs. But those nut jobs became powerful. The Cleveland Indians, man, they changed their damn name and mascot to the Guardians. What the fuck? The Guardians! You erased 120 years! 120 years to satisfy the egos of people who don't even watch sports. It's already bad enough that baseball is a dying sport. It's already bad enough that you don't see kids playing baseball in the streets like you did in the 90s. It's already bad enough that black people don't even represent. I don't even think that African Americans make up 1% of the MLB anymore. It's already bad enough. But to go woke in sports, like you're going woke in the entertainment industry, it's crazy. So they changed the name of the Cleveland Indians. They changed the name of the Washington Redskins. They changed the names of these great institutions. The Washington Commanders, the Cleveland Guardians. Being woke is destroying institutions and making things unwatchable. Reckless Ray says 85% of the issues between races is white libs. Exactly. There was nothing wrong with the name the Cleveland Indians. Generations of people grew up with that name, Cleveland Indians. There's pride. There was a pride with that name. Hey, we're going to go to the Indians game. 120 years of families saying that. The great-grandfather, the grandfather, the son, the guy's son. Hey, we're going to go to the Indians game. And there's some white liberals who don't even watch sports. They had to find something to get mad at. Well, the Indians mascot is racist. And sure enough, they changed the damn name. They changed the name, man. Fantasy Island Girl says, when I was in high school, they said our Scarlet Indian was offensive, so our mascot changed to the capital E. My God in heaven. That's terrible. Damn, the luck says, having to admit watching Disney fall into ruin is satisfying. It is. If black people, for example, were upset with the name Cleveland Indians, they sure as hell willingly play for the teams. The Cleveland Indians, I think their first catcher was a Native American. Nobody cared about the name being the Indians. Nobody cared about the Redskins being named the damn Redskins. But introducing politics, introducing all types of other things into sports is the reason why you have lower attendance in the NBA, the NFL. The reason why you have lower views on a lot of TV shows because, hey, man, you gone woke. People can't sell out comedy clubs anymore because, hey, man, can't bring any. I remember when I was in school at university, we had all types of comics come to the school. But now kids are these Gen Z kids are so weak and afraid of every damn thing, and everything hurts their damn feelings. Comics can't even make any money anymore. You have campuses that have literally said they don't even want Jerry Seinfeld to come to their campus. Jerry Seinfeld, who's been doing the same 1-line, 2-line joke since the 70s. God forbid they have any, like a Doug Stanhope come to the campus or a Ari Shaffir. It's getting terrible. Getting terrible. Afro Cuz says, chaotic. I should have teardrop when the Redskins changed their name. It's shameful. $120 years of a team being named, and people come in and destroy it. Because everybody's offended. So you change the name of the Redskins, you change the name, the Indians. Then I guess Ohio State, the Buckeyes will change because people will get offended that you named a team. Well, why would you name them after a seed? What is a Buckeye? Like a seed? Why would you name them after a seed? That's offensive to seeds. See, these people are crazy. These people are nut jobs. Oh, Dim Canes, you already know Rodney Dangerfield would never. Man, these kids would hang themselves if they heard him. Ah, Bill Burr, yeah, that's my dude too. Let me see here. What's up, Rico? Positivity is coming your way, man. But yeah, man, these kids find they're offended by every damn thing. They protest everything. They protest when conservatives come to campus. They threatened to attack Matt Walsh the other day. He was about to come to some liberal campus and talk. The leftards were threatening to cancel him and quite frankly, physically attack him. The liberals have taken over, man, and they're destroying institutions, man. Yeah, they're destroying institutions. And not just the liberals, this whole black oppressive culture. Again, man, if I was the owner of the 49ers, I would have told my team, hey, if any of you blacks kneel in protest, I'm gonna have you cut, or I don't care. You monkeys are getting paid to. I should have said that. Damn, I should have said that. That was a fraudulent slip. Like, you monkeys are getting paid to run up and down a damn field, millions of dollars. What do you? How are you oppressed? Bud Light beer is going woke because Duvaney, transgender, is advertising for Bud Light beer. I'm like, Bud Light, are you out of your mind? Do you not want people to buy your product? You have that Dylan Duvaney, crazy man who dresses as a woman, marketing your brand. Do you think some white hillbilly at a bar, he's gonna be hey, give me that Bud Light, hey, give me that Bud Light, and got Dylan Duvaney wearing a dress on they Bud Light? Do you think they're gonna drink that? Are you stupid, Bud Light? They must be getting some sort of grants or something to keep their money for them to keep their money coming. Because there's no way I wouldn't even buy the beer if I saw Dylan Duvaney on my case of beer. I'm like, but who do you think is drinking your beer? It's white boys with big trucks with Confederate flags drinking it. Do you think they want to have? Do you think they're drinking that? I hate to be a stereotype, but yeah, I mean, I've drank Bud Light too. And you see it in the NHL now. You see a lot of these NHL players are refusing to wear these woke jerseys, these LGBT jerseys. Charlie Brown says, now everything is about inclusivity. It does get overwhelming at times. Sanford is son, not to mention Archie Bunkers, would have caused people to need therapy. Yeah, it would have. Me and Blue Cousin, who's in the chat all the time, I was at I don't even want to name the bar. Blue Cousin, we were at AT. That's the bar. He knows the bar I'm talking about. AT. And I was having a conversation with some of the employees. Some of them are LGBT, about the Cleveland Indians having their name changed. I had people walk away from me because they were so offended. Oh, I don't want to talk, man. I don't want to talk, man. There's nothing wrong with the name being I'm like, what? You can't even have a conversation with them without them getting mad or them wanting to attack you. What's up, man?
What's good, ECT, man? How you doing?
What's going on, man? All right, man. Just having a good little episode, man. Talking about how these Gen Zs are upset with Blue Cousin says, laughing my ass off, the old lady was tripping on you. Yeah, she was tripping on me because, but go ahead, HB.
Yeah, man. Nah, this situation actually happened to one of my good friends, man. He worked at a smoke shop, and they were telling him that, you know how you it's one person working at, well, you don't go to smoke shops, but usually at smoke shops there's one person working at the desk, and then they were telling him that a girl named Rose was gonna come in and take over the shift after him. So he was telling me some dude came in with nails, and apparently that was Rose, but he didn't know that was gonna be the Rose. So he was like, the dude was taller than him. It was basically a guy that identified as a girl, but he looked like a nigga though. Like he just had nails. So he kept saying bro, and basically referring to him as a man. They ended up firing him. They told
Really?
him, they didn't. They fired him and told him he made Rose feel uncomfortable, and it was messed up because he told me he was really trying to actually be respectful and nice to Rose, but Rose went to HR and got him fired. Black man too.
Really?
So it's a real thing. It's not just in Hollywood and politics and sports. It's in everyday life now too. Like people really
Yeah.
got to deal with this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not somebody. If you wanna identify as a peach popsicle, I'll call you whatever you want. I don't care. But I think there should be certain people shouldn't be getting fired from their jobs for this type of stuff, or there should at least be some type of some training or something. Like shouldn't just be firing people because of it.
I
But
agree.
I get it though. I get it. I think we're under some sort of, this is like it's more of a spiritual warfare than anything, man.
Yeah.
Like these kids now, they're not even kids anymore, man. They're learning about sex and stuff in the second grade. They're learning
Yeah.
about genders in the third grade. They don't even have time to be kids. They're learning about race and all of that stuff. I didn't even, I grew up in Detroit, so I didn't even really think about race like that until I got to college,
Yeah.
Like I grew up around nothing but black folks. So race wasn't really ever even anything that we discussed too much when I was younger, I didn't,
Yeah.
when I was watching TV, I wasn't watching things for the black characters or anything like that. It was just
Let me read this super chat.
light,
And I'm gonna ask you questions real quick.
Go ahead.
Charlie Brown with the $5 super chat says, I must admit, I do agree that we have gotten to a point where we push inclusivity in a way that has become obnoxious. It has. And I agree with you on your super chat. Square Table Degenerate says, Franz wasn't racist. Rachel and Phoebe wanted to bang Evander Holyfield, and Joey and Ross both banged the same black chick. Hey, real quick, HB, name me a show that aired in the 70s, 80s, or 90s that would be played right now with all this wokeness going on. The same characters, the same story plots.
Man. Huh. I honestly don't think there could be any of them. Like
I think so.
maybe Martin, only because he has Shanae on there. But even that, I don't think they wouldn't have let Martin play
Really?
Shanae. No, because they would prefer like an actual transgender play that role. So I don't even know if you know what I mean? Like, or remember like the Nutty Professor? They couldn't they couldn't get away with that movie.
You saying Eddie Murphy? They wouldn't want Eddie Murphy. They want an actual tranny to play.
Yeah. Or like an actual fat person to play it too.
Do you know what speaking of that, Bosom Buddies was a really good show, Male Monkey. You know what show I think would be played in this day and age with the same characters? Good Times. Good Times.
Yeah, I can see Good Times.
And for people who weren't here earlier when I said Good Times, I'll tell you why. There's nothing like the liberal circle jerk of black oppression than something like Good Times. Oh, Good Times is orgasmic to a white liberal. A poor black family living in the projects. Dad died. Oh, they love that. Ooh, that's a lot of tissue that a liberal would go through watching Good Times.
Yeah,
the dad died. The gang infestation. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I could definitely see them rebooting Roots too. They might reboot that.
I can see that. But you know what though? Good Times. No, they would change the sister and the neighbor to uglier black women. That's all. That's the only thing that they would want.
Yeah.
They would change them to uglier black women because they don't want to see a pretty, white liberals don't want to see pretty attractive black women. And we see, so they would change Thelma and I forgot the sister's name, but Florida Evans, woo, a white liberal. Oh, that makes them so comfortable seeing that ugly black woman. Oh my God, they love that show. They love it now, huh?
Let me ask you, what do you? So
I
what
hate
do you
to say
think?
that Esther Rowe was real ugly, but go. What you say?
So what do you think about the Little Mermaid reboot with the black girl being the Little Mermaid?
Again, who is your fan base? Let's be honest. Yes, blacks watch Disney movies, but how many a white dad, white family? Hey, honey, let's go watch the Little Mermaid movie. He doesn't want. Let's be honest. They want to see the image of themselves. And I have to say this, they are the majority populace in America. So why not make the Little Mermaid white? If you ask me, that's for a larger fan base. Disney is for a larger fan base. So who is the largest consumer base in the country in terms of population? White folk. So why not keep the Little Mermaid white? Black people didn't have a problem with that bitch being white in the 90s. I never heard somebody in the 90s say, hey, I really wish Little Mermaid was a black woman or we don't care about no half fish, half human bitch. We don't care about other that bitch could have been purple for all we care. We don't care what color she is. Go ahead, HB.
Yeah, no, it's a fact. And what's even kind of more disrespectful, black women don't even like getting their hair wet. Like if it was really a black woman being the Little Mermaid, she'd probably have a little like waterproof bonnet on going swimming under there, So I think
go ahead.
No, what were you about to say?
What TV show or movie would be immediately canceled after the first episode from back in the day? They put it up on TV now. Gen Z kid, never heard of the show, sitting down watching it. Little pussy, little 19, 20-year-old Gen Z kid.
One of my favorite shows. You remember the Man Show? You remember that show?
Oh my God! With before Joe Rogan, it was
Adam Carolla and
Adam
Jimmy
Carolla.
Kimmel.
Yeah. Oh, that show would get canceled immediately.
Yeah, that show would not last an episode, man. That show I used to love that show, man. It was so messed up, man.
Remember the little fat kid on that show? The one was real fat.
Yeah,
Man, they would get rid of that show so fast. They're making fun of him. I'll tell you something else too, man. Go ahead.
No, just even the Adam Carolla used to do the that was like one of my favorite skits too, was the Karl Malone. He used to be like, Karl Malone, like he'd be in blackface and doing the Karl Malone part. And he would play Oprah. Like, nah, they wouldn't let that slide.
Yeah, they would. Jay Rillo says the irony is that Jimmy Kimmel, who was on the Man Show, went woke. He did.
Yeah. They all eventually go woke, man. They all go woke eventually.
He did.
They act like it never even happened.
Lisa Cartwheel, you read my mind, Lisa. I was just about to say that. Howard Stern, 70s, 80s, and 90s Howard Stern, if he were to do the same shtick that he did back in the day now, he would last one recording before he was canceled. One. And Robin, oh my God, Robin would be public enemy number one. Black woman up there laughing at all these, man, stop. No. Howard Stern would be canceled immediately. And he went woke. And people say he went woke because he's older. I don't believe that. I think he just went woke because he just became more of a pussy, wanted to be into the in crowd and started kissing asses with A-listers now. Whereas before he used to dog A-listers. CKJ3 with the $5 super chat says, In Living Color will be canceled. Ooh, do you agree with that, HB?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah.
I think so too. I think In Living Color will be canceled. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot of stuff, man. We really did grow up in the in kind of the best times, I think, man. Like it, because there was a lot of inclusion, but it was never really pushed as that. It was just, you had Martin, you had
Yeah.
in Living Single, you had all these shows, but I don't know. I just kind of feel like everybody liked everything back then. I wasn't. I did like Seinfeld. I was really into Seinfeld. I
Seinfeld is
see.
true. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like Seinfeld, and I really like Star Trek, but
Yeah.
it wasn't. You know, there were a lot of white shows that I didn't watch though. Like I wasn't into like Seventh Heaven or
Yeah.
I don't know. There was a lot of white shows back then, but I don't
Great
know
one.
if it was just because it was too dry, or maybe I'm inherently racist. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know.
Bob says HB2N makes minimum wage and paid in pesos.
That,
HB, let me go ahead. What you say, bro?
yeah, that's not true. That's not true.
Let me say this. What? So are you saying like a comedian like George Carlin, Bill Hicks, they wouldn't survive in this day and age?
Nah. There's, I mean, even the comedians now, they really do kind of have to tiptoe around a lot of things.
Yeah.
They can't just really just say things how they are. Like even Dave Chappelle, he I don't know. He always has to remind people like I have transgender friends, I have gay friends. Like bro, you're living out in the middle of nowhere in Ohio. You don't have any transgender friends, man.
No, not in Ohio. In any rural community in Ohio, he doesn't have any transgender friends. He's lying. Hold on for 1 second though. Bob says Taco Bell had a slogan: "Make a run for the border." Oh, we know that slogan will get canceled if that were a slogan now. Dem Kame says fame. Real quick, HB, I want you to answer this question for me real quick, and I'm gonna bring up somebody else, Solo Dolo, and I will do a panel at the end. Question, HB: have you ever seen Fame?
No, I haven't seen Fame.
Oh, okay. Fame was a really good musical, but if they recreated Fame now, the Gen Z kids will want 400-pound women to be the dancers. Salute to you, HB. I'm gonna bring you down real quick. I'm gonna bring up somebody else. Real quick, okay?
Yep.
Salute. This might be risky. What's up, man? This might be risky. What TV show, or the Gen Z kids? Jennifer Aniston said that Gen Z kids are causing a lot of comedians not to do college gigs, etc., and they find everything offensive. What TV show back in the day would have survived with the same characters, the same story plot now? I already said Good Times because you already know white liberals circle jerk watching Negroes that are downtrodden. But what other show would last?
The irony in it is probably Cosby, right?
You think Cosby Show would do good now with all these Gen Z kids?
I think so. I mean, because it just looked like a pretty standard family doing okay. Even the shit they used to go through wasn't that dramatic. You know what I mean? So I think maybe Cosby might have made it. Ironically, right?
Okay.
I think there's far more that wouldn't have made it.
Like what?
I apologize if I'm being redundant. I kind of just got on.
No, it's fine. We're just having a conversation.
Like even like 90210, everybody too pretty.
Oh, you already know that wouldn't last now. Oh no, they. Go ahead.
The ill part is cartoons. You remember Ren and Stimpy?
Yeah.
Forget about it. Right? Like they wouldn't have made it. Speedy Gonzalez wearing a hat, having an accent, that's not a thing.
Never.
It just all of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even the fact that like Skeeter on Doug, remember Doug?
I remember Doug funny.
Like,
remember Doug funny.
So Skeeter, I think Skeeter was black, but he was green. You know, in the actual show. So Skeeter had like a hair. Yeah, Skeeter had hair like you and me, like this, right? Yeah. And then he had the nose and all that, and he was kind of like hip hoppy, but they made him green.
Okay.
Somebody would have took offense to that. I don't know if it would be more free or less free. And I think somebody HB just talking about the comics. They do it, but it's only a select few like Corey Holcomb.
Yeah,
Like
he
he
wouldn't
says
laugh.
whatever he wants. Yeah, but
Yeah, but he
he's
has.
he's
Yeah,
mhm.
sorry. Go
He's in a box. You know, he has a cult fan base who likes him. Like I watch his stuff too, but he's never on the biggest shows. He's never on anybody's card. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is ill. Gen Z and Generation X. These
Mm-hmm.
two generations, I just they like bookend the millennials, and it just like we tried to save everybody from Generation X. I feel like we brought stuff back, but then Generation Z just took it back down again. I feel like
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Gen Z definitely is one of the worst generations. They still have a future that it's still unwritten right now. They're young. We already know Gen X was the woe is me generation. That's the generation for people who don't know. Put it this way, that's like the different world generation where they find racism in a lot of stuff, or they try to be Harriet Tubman, Martin Luther King 2.0s, even though they don't have to be. And you saw a lot of that on Different World. But Gen Zs are the worst, man. Oh my god.
They so soft, man.
Yeah.
This shit is crazy. Like
Yeah.
I was talking to my son. You seen him? He only like 3 months, right?
Yeah.
But I'm like, hey, bro, boys don't cry this much, right? And my wife had her friends over there, like, oh, don't tell him that. I said, no. He ain't gonna be toxic. He gonna be a man.
Yeah.
Like, you know. So what if he falls down? If he wince when he falls down, he gonna have a different problem. Like
Yeah.
it just Generation Z, they want everybody to cry for everything.
Yeah.
It's
Let me ask you this, man. Let's see here. Let's see. Sanford and Son. Would that last in
hell
this generation?
no.
Really? Why not?
Sanford and Son with Red Fox.
With Red Fox, yeah.
You seen it? When the last time you watched it?
I haven't watched Sanford and Son in quite some time, but I was listening to one of his stand-ups a few months ago. And I said, oh yeah, they don't do this anymore. But go ahead though. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, 100%. He's not making it. You
Yeah.
know, and I think that's a pretty easy one. You know what's ill? You
Yeah.
remember Home Improvement?
Yeah, I never really liked Home Improvement, but
Yeah.
I never thought it was. Go ahead. It was real bland to me.
It's bland, but men grunting. Remember how they used to grunt and do all that? He had his sons working in the shop with him.
Yeah,
You know, they would have been like, why isn't his daughter working in the shop and this, that, and the
why
third?
is his daughter? Yeah,
You know?
or he's practicing toxic masculinity because he's spending time working on his car instead of being.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like, just imagine though. Like, you can't be too masculine.
Yeah.
Like, people take offense.
Let's see here. What about a movie? Like, let's see. I'm trying to think of a movie from the night. Oh, what about Heat? Would Heat be? Remember Heat with Bobby D, Robert De Niro, Al Pacino? Would that be a movie that the woke crowd would hate, or would that be a movie that would be wildly popular now?
Well, I think Heat is one that could have made it, except for what though? The black guy was the ex-con, and he was the driver, and he was one of the first people to get killed when they did the last bank robbery. So people would have called that.
They would eat into that like how you did. I never looked at it like that, but go ahead. Go ahead.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what would be called out. Because remember, and guess what? He was a cook. Remember when he went to get him to be a driver? Yeah. All of that would have been pulled together like it was like a thing. When in actuality, that crew was together forever, the whole movie, but they needed a driver at that point.
And woke people wouldn't look at it like, well, the lead detective or one of the lead detectives was the black guy. They wouldn't look at it like that. Yeah. And that guy actually was in Forrest Gump, by the way. That was Bubba Gump or Bubba.
Yeah.
All right. So what about trying to think, man. What about Seinfeld?
Seinfeld was corny to me though. I can't
lie. Why was it corny?
It just I couldn't. I think the brother HB was saying like just that white humor. It was just dry to me as a kid. I didn't understand it.
Really?
The only thing I understood was like when they couldn't rent the car. Remember the Enterprise scene?
I remember all the episodes. Yeah,
So that was funny to me, but I
yeah.
just never thought Jerry was that funny. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And then the quirky dude that looked dirty, what was his name? The taller guy,
Kramer.
his friend. Yeah, like no, Kramer. I thought Kramer was a British dude.
Kramer. You said on Seinfeld, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, I just couldn't get into it, honestly. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
But you said Seinfeld probably wouldn't last right now.
I don't know. Is it how many black people on there?
How many black people on Seinfeld? It was not as, of course, there were no leads as black people on there, but Seinfeld did have a Jackie Childs, who was the lawyer, he was black. There were a few episodes. The owner of the deli was black. I can't think of his name, but he wasn't really integral to the show. But there was a few black people on there. But like I said, I feel like woke people now would say, well, the cast should have. How come George wasn't black? And I'm like, that's not the purpose of the show.
You would have to change everything about the show.
Yeah.
All shows you would have to change it to include somebody. You have to have a person from that's LGBTQ. You have to have a black person. You have to have a white person. You have to have a Latino person, right? If you go into these neighborhoods, they don't look like that.
No, they don't.
You know, like people think the world is just such a mixed bag. When if you go to like DC, right? DC is very transient. But if you go to the neighborhoods look like one type of person.
Yeah.
And I don't know if people really understand that, but if you watch TV, they think everybody's just together, and that's not the case.
Okay, so I think going back to Heat, the movie, I don't think Heat would go over in this day and age, and I'm gonna tell you why. Heat was too masculine. It was too much of a masculine movie. The women really, the very few women in the movie, literally really didn't have any integral part to the movie.
Except for his wife, Val Kilmer's wife.
Yeah, but I mean, you could say that when she gave him the signal not to. When she gave him the signal, like, don't come here. But other than that, I feel like they would tear apart this movie because it was too masculine. The violence was incredible. I mean, that gun scene was incredible. It was I think it's one of the greatest gun scenes in movie history. I really believe the dialogue is too cerebral. People aren't really people are too antsy now. They can't sit and listen to people talk anymore. You see it because all you gotta do is look at the Gen Z or TikTok kids. So they're always looking for instant gratification.
30 seconds.
And that diner scene between Al Pacino and Bobby D, it's too cerebral. Just guys talking. Yeah. These little retarded kids aren't into that stuff. They say this movie boring, it's whack, it's to this, and in fact, it's cinematic genius. It's a masterpiece. And somebody could say, well, you're just being old and blah blah blah. And I'm like, all right, then how about this then? I bet you Heat 75 years from now will still be it'll still stand the test of time. Tell me a movie right now that will stand the test of time 75 years from now. I can't name one. So I think they will tear apart Heat. And then you got to also think too, gangster films have been on the decline anyway. I mean, there are no more mob movies because there really is no more mob anymore. There's no more gangster films anymore because a lot of, I mean, I hate to say it, there aren't really any more. Gangsters for real. It's really not. It's no point of having gangster films, and there's no room. I mean, I hate to say this. I mean, you shouldn't. The gangster culture is not romanticized the way that it was in the 90s and prior. The mafia culture was romanticized. The gangster black culture was romanticized. It's really not anymore. Yeah. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, it's up for interpretation. But the fact of the matter is that these kids now, they ain't watching Heat. I can tell you that. Jarrell says Heat is a masterpiece. It really is. Go ahead. Get the floor.
Nah, you're right. Even peep this, right, Kat? We talking about the cinematic genius. They reload their guns in Heat. All the rest of these new movies, they don't have to they got 1 million bullets in the gun for some reason. Yeah. Like little things like that make a big difference. You know what I mean? I think The Departed was good though. You think that's more contemporary? You think that's old too?
I think that's more contemporary.
So I think
Yeah.
that one would stand. But yeah,
Yeah.
you know the culture's weird, right? You know, we grew up. I'm 37, so
Yeah.
you know we had gangster rap, hip hop, whatever you think about it, right?
Yeah.
But at the very least, with just in line with these movies, you don't praise who gets shot. You praise the shooter. Like
Yeah.
this culture now, like taking bullets. Oh, you tough now? No, you lost, right? Or even if you look at like drugs, you know, when people use drugs, the
Yeah.
new rappers now they talk about using them. At least the rappers that are our age used to talk about selling them.
Yeah. Selling
Like
them.
it's
Yeah.
just a totally different. It's
Yeah, I
just
can
weird.
imagine Jay-Z on Reasonable Doubt talking about using drugs. No,
It's
no. He
crazy.
was selling them, which was, which I don't, condone. I mean, I don't,
Yeah,
tell anybody to do it, but it's just a difference. Now it's it's a degenerate culture, you
yeah,
know.
yep.
Yeah, degenerate
No,
culture.
100%.
Let me see real quick. What about sitcoms?
Like who?
With the
Like
Fresh
Martin and them?
Prince, would the
Oh,
Fresh Prince stand the test of time right now?
yeah, because they had. I think so because they had a coon in there, right? They had white people. Jeffrey, not Jeffrey. Carlton. He
Carlton
played
was a
that.
cool.
Well, he played that stereotypical role, right, of being
Okay.
whitewashed.
But you
So
don't think white liberals would hate the fact that these Negroes are rich? Because
you think?
that doesn't fit their narrative. Like Gen Z,
Hmm.
a lot of these pro blackity black Gen Zs, like, do you think that would register to them? Like,
See, now that you put me back in the context of the conversation, Gen Z is almost scary.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Because
yeah,
now I don't. Because now there's no gay people in there.
there are no gay people in Fresh Prince. No
Now
gays.
they effeminate though. Like Uncle
Yeah,
Phil got a little feminine in there in
I
that
see
in
you
that
guys in
show.
the back. Give me a second, okay?
You know
Go
what I'm
ahead. Go
saying?
ahead.
He got a little softness to him, Uncle Phil, right? So he had some
Yeah.
like feminine like mannerisms and all that. Um Dark skin Aunt Viv getting kicked off for light skin, they would have canceled it instantly.
Oh, instantaneously.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
When old girl took off her nails and all that,
yeah.
and he sung that song, forget about it. Right? Remember the
Let me read
song?
this
Don't know if
real quick.
yeah.
Hooper with the $5 super chat says, "Imagine a Twan playing Tony Montana in the movie
Mhm.
Scarface." No, I couldn't imagine that. But real quick though, let me ask you this: Hillary from Fresh Prince,
Mhm.
smoking hot in the '90s.
Yeah.
If they made Fresh Prince now, what would a 20-year-old Gen Z think of a Hillary? If they had the same actress, first episode.
She's acting the same. I think she would act differently.
No, what I'm saying, just on her looks, what do you think would happen?
Gen Z, I think pretty. I think she'd still be pretty. Like Nia Long is still pretty any generation.
Who?
Nia Long.
No, I
Was
said
she?
Hillary, the sister, Hillary.
Oh yeah. What's her name? I forget old girl's name.
I forgot her name. Let me look it up real quick. Hold on.
Yeah,
Let
I
me
think
see.
she's pretty regardless though. You don't think so?
I think that Gen Z kids would say that is unfair. That Hillary, who was 5'9", skinny and thin, should play Hillary on Fresh Prince. I think they would look at her and find it offensive. They would want Hillary to look like me.
Wow.
No, seriously, they would. They would. They would. I mean, all you have to do, in my opinion, is look at TV shows from now. Look at the females on Beverly Hills 90210
Mhm.
or other shows back then, and look at females on shows now.
Mhm.
Like, in my opinion, That's So Raven would not exist in 1990. I mean, I don't see it happening. Now, somebody can argue and say, well, what about what's that black chick's name?
Oh.
She had a show in the 80s. The Facts of Life. Somebody will say, well, she wasn't that attractive. Yeah, but she had super hot chicks around her. Name me a show now where there's like, in my opinion, who was super hot on That's So Raven? But then again, that's what woke people want now. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
I think you're right though. Even like take Punky Brewster.
Yeah.
Right. She was not attractive, but they made her act how she looked. right?
Yeah.
Like she was like that character. They wouldn't allow that character now, right? Because what is it? It's an attack on redheads or something. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Or she had freckles. So it's just scary to release content nowadays. To your point,
Okay.
you know, because of this generation, you don't know which way is up. Like even HB, I gotta disagree when he said he'll call people whatever he want to be called. So where does that end? You know what I'm saying? So it just
Not the facts of life, guys. Not Kim Fields. She's hot. Give me a break. Is it give me a break?
give me a
It's
break.
give me a break. Yeah. What's her name? Give me a break. Come on, guys, help me out here. Nell Carter. But see, yeah, look, Nell Carter was yeah, Nell Carter had did Broadway work though. So and that was in my opinion, that was the difference between now and back in the day. They would want a Nell Carter right now with no resume behind her. But Nell Carter actually she was a Broadway actress. So, you know, her getting some little sitcom, you know, that's kind of like a step down, it's like a step down, really. But the fact is that now I think that they would hire someone who looks like Nell Carter that didn't go to Juilliard, that wasn't on stage or something like that. I really believe that now. They just get this person that looks like Chaotic to play this one. Yeah.
Yo, man, it's a shame, bro. It's a shame. It's a shame. You know, I was at this place in DC, right? You know, DC's pretty liberal, right? And so boom, they got one of them universal bathrooms, right?
Yeah.
And what is in there? My oldest daughter, this is a while ago, and Budu want to go in there, but he dressed like a girl, but he a dude, right? So I'm just like, you just gotta wait 5 minutes for her to come out. You know what I'm saying? There's no big deal. You just gotta wait. But he was getting upset at me. But I'm just like, if you wait 5 minutes, you don't have no need to be upset, and you don't have any type of situation. You know what I mean? But it just, and so he was getting upset. But I'm like, so we're gonna have to tussle if you choose to try to go in his bathroom, or you could wait. So she came out and all was well, right? But somebody was gonna lose that fight, either me or him, right?
Yeah.
Because this shit is just too all over the place.
It really is.
You know?
It really is.
So
let me bring up Alvin real quick. I'm gonna put you in the back, okay?
No doubt.
Yeah, if you want to stay there, you can. You can just come back.
Got you.
Military, real quick. I see everybody in the back real quick. I want to address something real quick. Salute to everybody that is in the military that is currently serving or has served. Addressing the U.S. military recruiting crisis. The all-volunteer force may finally have reached its breaking point during the first years of the recent wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Many military experts worried that the constant deployments would break the force, since they expected that fewer young Americans would volunteer to serve in a wartime military. Thankfully, that didn't happen. Yet a perilous recruiting crisis began just after the United States fully withdrew from Afghanistan last summer, and it shows no sign of abating anytime soon. As a result, the U.S. military is shrinking, not because of any strategic choices, but simply because there aren't enough qualified volunteers, and that may have enormous implications for the U.S. strategic position in an increasingly uncertain and dangerous world. How bad is the recruiting crisis? During the last fiscal year, the Army missed its recruiting goal by 15,000 active duty soldiers, or 25% of its target. I saw a commercial the other day. It was some goofy, stupid Army commercial. And not calling the Army stupid, but calling the commercial stupid. It was a bunch of woke, skinny, little. Oh, perfect person for the conversation. Real quick, hold on for a second, Alvin and Smitty. It was a stupid commercial. It was a whole bunch of like skinny, scrawny kids, about $1.15, playing pool in a pool hall. Now, mind you, I didn't serve. But I saw this commercial and I couldn't help but notice how idiotic this commercial looked compared to the Army recruiting commercials back in the 90s that had 200-pound, 6-foot men jumping out of airplanes into some sort of battle. But now I'm supposed to believe that some kid is supposed to be inspired to join the military by seeing some kids shooting pool in army fatigue. Oh, let's shoot some pool. We got China massing building bases all across the Pacific Ocean islands. We got China massing one of the hugest armies in human history, hypersonic technology, and they got some silly ass commercials trying to recruit American kids to join the army by showing them soldiers playing pool. Oh, let's play some pool. Pool. What? Stop. Mayo, what's up, man? What say you about these stupid commercials, man? And the lack of recruitment in the army. Go ahead, sir.
The army that exists today is not the same army that I was in.
Go ahead.
The army I was in had standards.
Go ahead.
Now you can graduate basic training without passing minimum physical requirements.
Yeah.
You can graduate basic training without a successful completion of basic rifle marksmanship.
Yeah. Can you? I didn't know that.
That's not an army.
What is it?
That's a social service organization.
If
If you can't run and fight, you can't be a soldier.
Yeah. Why has this come to be?
It's all by design. This started after, actually, it started with Bush Sr. after Desert Storm.
Go ahead.
Was continued by Bill Clinton, and really elevated with Obama. And it is the feminization of our armed forces.
Why do they want the army to be like this? Why do they want the army to be?
They want America to be less powerful on a world stage.
Yeah.
And this is one way to do it. Who is afraid of the trans army, sir?
I wouldn't be.
No.
I wouldn't be at all. You've seen this commercial, right?
Yes.
This is shameful. And Mayo, listen, I didn't serve, man. So maybe maybe I shouldn't have an opinion on this. But this is absolutely shameful.
No, this is your country. This is your army, sir, as much as it is mine.
Yeah, this is shameful. When I see this commercial, I see lackadaisical behavior. I don't see kids protecting the border. I don't see kids protecting us from foreign enemies. I see kids who are 110 pounds, drinking pop, eating popcorn, and playing pool. What is this?
Well,
what did you?
And also, these soldiers you see are not the average soldier now.
What do you mean?
The average soldier now struggles to pass a physical fitness test.
Yeah. Well, I can
the
tell
average
by this
soldier now struggles to make basic height and weight requirements.
What was the basic height back in the day?
Let's see. Let me find an old PT card here.
Guys, I just showed you the pool commercial that I was disgusted with. Now I'm going to show a army recruitment commercial from the 90s, the greatest decade of all time. This is from the 1990s, guys. This is from actually 1990. Look at that.
If you want to land a good job, you have to know what most employers want. Like how to motivate yourself, how to lead others, how to perform under pressure. You can learn all these things in the Army. So no matter what career you choose, you'll really be ready to take off.
Now, go ahead, Mel.
Oh, no, those old commercials are hilarious.
You
know, the one, my favorite was we do more before 9 a.m. than most people do all day.
I've seen that commercial.
It ended with the shot of the guy with the cup of coffee. Morning, First Sergeant.
You're reaching deep inside you. Oh, things you've never known.
Look at that.
It's been tough, rough going, but you haven't gone alone.
We do more before 9 a.m. than most people do all day.
All that you can be.
Sergeant. Good morning.
Find your future in the army.
Now, Mayo, I didn't serve. And sometimes I feel ashamed of that. However, looking at the two commercials, it's a stark difference. I see one commercial, it's 6 foot tall men, masculine, mustaches, jumping out of helicopters. And the guy says, "Good morning, First Sergeant." That's masculinity. That lets me know, okay, I'm safe and secure. The other commercial, they look like freshmen in college who barely eat at all, playing pool. Go ahead, Mel. Go ahead.
Well, and half of them would be on antipsychotics of some kind or antidepressive medications.
Yeah.
That's why I think it's 80% of enlistment age kids can't serve due to either physical or mental qualifications.
Yeah. Lisa says commercials used to shame you for being home during the day. Let me ask you a question, Mel. Since we're talking about Jennifer Aniston talking about how Gen Z, those kids in that pool commercial, I don't even call it an army commercial. They are saying that the show Friends is offensive. What would these same Gen Z kids think if they saw the 1990 Army recruitment commercial compared to the little pansy commercial we just saw of people cosplaying as Army soldiers?
They would be in a rubber room with a self-hugging jacket.
Go ahead, sir.
I mean, if you failed back in the day, you failed. Period. Now it is not that way. If you're failed, you're picked up and celebrated.
Yeah. What about the Marines? Do you think the Marines have changed too?
Oh, yes.
Really? The Marines?
Yes, the Marines have changed.
How have they changed?
They had I forget what it was called, but it's in their officer course.
Yeah.
It's like a 3-day thing at the end, with this massive road march with weight. And they lowered the standards so women could pass. Just like the Army lowered the standards for Ranger School and Airborne School and all the leadership schools.
I'm listening.
I mean, they lowered the standards for flight school, everything. Because you have to be inclusive. When the military should be arguably the most inexclusive or the most exclusive thing in our government. When I joined, I was 5'7".
Yeah.
I could not be an MP.
Really? Why not?
5'7". I wasn't tall enough. I wasn't tall enough.
Why do they want military? That's military police, right?
You seen these little female cops get walked all over, and even small male cops get walked all over by criminals.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's just a minimum requirement. There's nothing wrong with having a minimum requirement for something. Are you still 5'7" now?
No, I'm probably about 5'6.5".
Oh, okay, you shrunk. Okay.
I got shorter when I started jumping out of airplanes.
Okay. What is China thinking about our military now?
They're only worried about our technology.
Okay.
They're not worried about our soldiers.
Okay, because conventional war would be more drones and things of that magnitude. It's not going to be like hand-to-hand 1940s combat storming the beaches. I get that.
I would say the average Ukrainian new recruit is better qualified to fight trench warfare like they're fighting in the Ukraine than most U.S. soldiers.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yes.
Mm. Smokey says my cousin is an officer in the Air Force, and yeah, it's all about technology now. You don't necessarily have to be 6'5" to fly a drone effectively. The world has changed more in the last 50 years. So let me ask you a question, Mayo. And I got other people in the back, but let me ask you a question. What TV shows or movies would actually last in this woke era with Gen Z kids? Like if they saw it, it would look just the same as any other thing in the Gen Z culture that's accepted, if like from the 80s or the 90s.
I would say like you mentioned, 90210 was actually pretty woke back in the day.
Okay.
It just wasn't diverse.
Yeah.
You know, what's that? Saved by the Bell.
Saved by the Bell definitely was really woke. Yeah.
Yeah, and that would, I think that would be acceptable today.
I think that
But
would be
it's
acceptable.
so funny the little things they pick out
Yeah.
of a show, and then just claim that the entire show is trash and racist because of it.
Yeah. What shows wouldn't be? Like, for example, I said Heat definitely wouldn't be a movie that
Oh,
woke
definitely
people.
not.
Yeah, definitely not. What other shows or TV or movies do you have in mind?
The other one somebody talked about was The Departed. They couldn't even get away with making that today.
No.
Because of one line.
What
in
line
the
is
movie.
that?
I forget the guy's name, but when Leonardo DiCaprio is going through, is it DiCaprio?
Yeah,
Yeah, when he's going through state police training, he's running next to the black character.
Yeah.
And he says, you're already a black guy in Boston. You don't need any help from me in being screwed. Something along those lines.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah. Yeah. No, that wouldn't last in this day and age. No. Let me ask you this. I said good times would last amongst the woke crowd because I believe that white liberals masturbate to black oppression. Do you think good times would definitely be a Gen Z pick?
I don't know, because Good Times was a lot more conservative than most people think. Because they fought for the nuclear family.
Right. Okay,
and they did good
they
morals in a surrounding of bad.
Yeah, they did. Okay.
You know, I think you have Good Times in that show about Chicago, The Chi. That's the woke Good Times.
Okay.
And that show's just trash. You know, hero characters as drug dealers. The whole 9 yards.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do a panel pretty soon, Mayo. You want to stay in the back or you want to come back?
Yeah, I'll stay in the back, sir. That's fine.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Alvin, what's up, man?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Real good. Andrew Tate has been released from a Romanian prison. I don't know what you think about that. Military is last fiscal year down 25% in terms of recruiting. Jennifer Aniston says that woke Gen Z kids are saying that Friends is offensive of all sitcoms. My God, they probably have never seen Married with Children. What say you about any of those topics, my good man?
The military is down because there's too much transparency. I mean, before joining the military is about honor, fighting for your country, and you had very limited information on why you're doing what you're doing. But because we have so much information, people are thinking twice, like, you know what? Do I really want to go die for oil? Do I really want to go fight do I really want to go fight this country for this purpose over here? So that it's hard to ask these people to give up their lives when they have so much more information other than what you're telling them. And so they're thinking like they don't really want to do it. And then for the other shows that you mentioned,
Go ahead.
Married with Children can never exist today. Not Al Bundy. The way that he is, he wouldn't be allowed. That character wouldn't be allowed to exist. In Living Color, that show wouldn't have made it past the pilot. Handicap Man. You remember Handicap Man?
I remember. Yeah, I remember.
Remember Wanda, Jim Carrey as the buff bodybuilder girl?
Yep. Yeah.
You remember that one? And there was another one. Oh, Men on Film. It would have never made it past the pilot. Those 90s shows. Or remember, and then Saved by the Bell. Zach's character couldn't exist.
Really? Why not?
Because when it came to women, he did a lot. Like, you could get away with a lot of that stuff that he was doing, and that was part of his character. A part of Zach's character was he would do the things that everybody else would think about doing, and he would get in trouble for it.
Yeah.
He would do things to Kelly, and everybody else would just watch him. But I don't think you can get away with that type of stuff today. It's the climate is way too different. And then with Fresh Prince, they rebooted it. I haven't seen the reboot. I've only seen clips. But but that's the way it has to exist. It couldn't exist the way that it was. And that guy was exactly right. Good Times would probably be how The Wire is. The way that they changed, they made it darker. The whole nature of these shows. Have you ever seen 227? Do you remember that? Yeah. Yeah, I think 227 was a pretty decent show. I think that shows like that could survive in today's climate.
I think 227, Good Times would survive. And I know that Mayo said that so Mayo had mentioned that Good Times was conservative, which to a degree he's right, because it did push the nuclear family. Right. But the father dying in season 2, I believe, and the family being poor, I think that would have been a circle jerk for a lot of white liberals. See, they like the downtrodden black. They like. Go ahead.
You know what?
Yeah.
I don't think Eddie Murphy could have been a superstar in today's era.
Why not?
The Golden Child. Half of the stuff that he was saying, his 2 stand-ups wouldn't have been allowed today.
No, hell no. No, hell
that wouldn't have been allowed today. The Golden Child wouldn't have been allowed. A lot of the stuff that made him great, they would have pulled him off so fast he would have never been able to get off the ground.
Okay.
If you think about it. So even a lot of the superstars that we had back then wouldn't have been the Wayans family. I don't think they would be as big as if they came out now. I mean, maybe. Really? Have you seen that show, My Wife and Kids? Maybe a show like that. But like I said, you wouldn't have got I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. You would have never gotten that. You wouldn't have gotten Living Color. The things that made them great, it wouldn't have transitioned into today. You probably would have just got My Wife and Kids. That's it. If you think about it.
Mayo says the father on Good Times would have got killed by the police in today. Yeah, they would have wrote James Evans to get killed by the police. Yeah, that would have been absolutely. That would have been funny. What about a show like All in the Family? First episode canceled, right?
Man, yeah. I mean, but about Friends, I mean, if you think about it, right? When we were in high school, I was in high school in the late 90s.
Yeah.
That's the way that it was. And it probably still is. Most of these people are just full of, they're full of it. Because if you think about it, when you go in the cafeteria during lunch, right? All the black people over there, all the white kids are over there, all the Latino kids are over there.
Yep.
And that's why a lot of people like sports, because a lot of times that's the only time you've seen everybody intermingling together, uniting for one cause. And that's the way the military is. The military, sports, and then maybe at restaurants you see people intermingling. But outside of those areas, it was usually black people with black people,
Yep.
White people with white people. And that's why you had shows like Living Single, mostly black people, and Friends, mostly white people. We recognized it, but we didn't care. We just like either you watched or you didn't, you know?
Yep.
So I mean, we weren't tripping off of Friends like that. We knew it was really popular, but it wasn't like, oh, I'm not gonna watch it because it's just all white. It's just we didn't really relate to it because that show had kind of like the first. That was like the coffee shop era because they used to meet up at these little pubs, these little coffee shops and talk. And we didn't do stuff like that.
That's what I said earlier. I said that Friends was a mirror image of typically white, yuppie type whites who went to the coffee shop, who had time to relax. Like, oh yes, Phoebe, and she's dating. Do you know who Phoebe's dating? Black people weren't going to no damn coffee shops in the 90s. And that's the biggest. And so that's why when people say things like, well, Friends, it doesn't have a diverse cast. Of course it doesn't have a diverse cast. So you stupid little Gen Z kids. I lived in the 90s, and I can tell you, coffee shops were relatively a new thing, and niggas weren't going to no coffee shops in the 90s to lounge around. No.
Man, we only been going to Starbucks for maybe the last 10 years. You know what I'm saying? They had Starbucks back then. We just didn't. You know what? We didn't go to Starbucks until Magic Johnson started owning them. Yeah. When we heard when Magic Johnson started buying a whole bunch of them, that's when we started going. But before, we didn't even go to Starbucks like that. Not at all. Not at all. I mean, it was realistic. And to think that you're going to have, I mean, I guess it's okay to have inclusion, but when we need inclusion for black people, when I say that, we need a black Doogie Howser instead of just shows like Power. You know what I'm saying? That's what we need. Yeah, we're not talking about having a show. Yeah, go ahead.
But we had, and the funny thing is that we had that in the 90s. We had it with Steve Urkel. We had it with Smart Guy. We had it with, it was a few other shows where they showed really intelligent blacks. And whereas a show like Power, man, that show wouldn't have lasted in the 90s with like a lot of those old timer blacks. They weren't watching no crap like that. I remember when black people really didn't even like New York Undercover because they thought that was too violent. And
I don't know. I don't know about that one. I don't know. New York Undercover was really popular, man.
It was really popular, but what I'm saying is that it had a lot of it was more for a younger audience, and you knew that by the soundtracks at the end of the show. But a lot of older blacks weren't watching no Power and talking about. I mean, unless if you know they were. I didn't hear any older black talking about.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, no, younger blacks love New York Undercover.
New York Undercover was probably the first real. Was it a drama action that had a lot of natural diversity because of the area that it took place in? Because you had the Puerto Rican, you had the black, it was like that, and everybody was in it. Then they had Ice-T in it, Malik Yoba. That was
Danny Up. Danny Up. Yeah, that was a good character. Let me see.
And people died too on that show. People got killed on that show.
Yeah, Eddie was killed. Yeah,
why people watched it because people died. Yeah, unexpectedly.
Let me see. Smokey says most of my favorite movies wouldn't make it today, and I'm talking about early 2000s movies. Training Day, anything by Rob Zombie, Donnie Darko. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Rosgirl says I love Power, BMF, and Snow. Call me Ratchet and Hood sometimes. Yeah, I don't watch. See, and I don't watch none of those.
Only like Power. Power was the only show like that I think is tolerable, for the simple fact that it portrayed just. It didn't really glorify someone being a gangster. It glorified a guy who was a victim of an environment that he realized was going to kill him. And he did everything in his power to get out of it. But everybody who was around him kept pulling him back into it because they couldn't survive without him. And that was Ghost. Tommy couldn't survive without Ghost. His wife couldn't survive without him. Nobody could survive without him being in that world. Even though he told everybody, like, look, I don't know any retired drug dealers, so I need to transition into buying the clubs. Then he wanted to run for the lieutenant governor, but sometimes you're a victim of the people that you're around, and that's what he was a victim of. So it came back to bite him in the end.
Do you think a show like let me think. What about the Cosby Show? Do you think the Cosby Show? You think Gen Zs would like the Cosby Show?
No.
Mm.
They would say that the Cosby Show is whitewashed. They would, yeah, black people aren't allowed to be doctors because
yeah. Even though we have,
even though we have them, yes, but we're not allowed to have that type of family structure, even though they exist. That's real life for certain people. But because we're so, woke, we have to be poor. Like you said, we have to be oppressed. One of the parents has to be gone. Someone has to be gay. You can't just have the mother, the father, and the kids, and then just deal with standard issues. So no, I don't know if the Cosbys would work today. They would just call it they would call it dated. The closest that you could probably get to the Cosbys is what's that show? It was on Netflix. The guy who wrote Blackish, it was starring him.
Anderson, Anthony Anderson,
Yeah, that's the what's it called? Woke AF?
No. Okay.
The one with the family. That guy. Do you know what I'm talking about? Did you see it?
No.
So the husband is Kenyon Barris, the guy that wrote Blackish, and his wife is Rashida Jones. Quincy Jones' daughter, the one that looks white. Okay. And they got like 3 kids, and it just shows their life. Of course, they have a lot of money. I think she's a lawyer, and I think he's still a writer. And they're just dealing with, I think they got like 4 kids. And in that manner, in that scope, it could exist like that, but not more traditional elitism, not like that, no.
Do you feel like a lot of TV has, like, for example, right? I said Fresh Prince, right? If Fresh Prince were to be made today with the same actors, do you think that they would swap out Hillary for an uglier black female?
That's what they did. I mean, no offense, Coco Jones. Yeah, Coco Jones is not ugly, so don't. I know they're gonna try to come for me. Listen, I'm not not colorist. Coco Jones is pretty. She is, but she's the exact opposite of Hillary. I think she's gay. She's dark skinned. She's total opposite of Hillary. The one that they kept they cast a total opposite. So yeah, the Hillary, she doesn't talk like the Hillary.
She's not ugly. She's
not ugly, no. And she can actually sing.
Man.
She's not Hillary, no.
She's not Hillary, put it that way. Hillary was smoking hot. And I feel like a lot of TV today doesn't have that attractiveness that they once had back in the day, like black and white. And I always talk about, Star Trek, Strange New Worlds. Uhura was always a sexy black chick. Even when they rebooted it in 2009 or 2008, before, like, that was like the year really before we really became woke, and they cast Zoe Saldana as Uhura. I said, okay. I'm like, they get it. Even though she's not an African American, she's still black, and she's attractive, and she's tall, and she's good looking. Now they got some.
You always criticize those movies.
But see, it was watchable. But see, now they got some nappy-headed little short Negro who looks like me playing Uhura. I said, how woke are you trying to be? I don't want to watch myself as Uhura. I want to watch a fine, foxy black chick. It's unwatchable, man. But I
still haven't watched that. I haven't watched it because you keep criticizing it. I haven't watched it. Or even the one when they brought Picard back. Is that any good?
That's really good. Season 3 is incredible. Season 3 is Star Trek. Season 3 is all right. Season 3 is Star Trek. They finally got the picture.
You got it right.
The first 2 seasons was just some old bald-head white dude walking around crazy. I didn't know what that was. They say it's Star Trek. I don't consider that canon. But here goes the thing, though. So I really feel like a lot of those old shows wouldn't make it now, just based off of the characters, the actresses playing the damn characters. Because they'll say, oh, she's too attractive to be this woman. Oh, no, we need somebody who looks like us. And, and unfortunately, they're picking these weird looking I mean, I hate to say it, it's like they're picking the goth kids for these roles that, like, if they redid Saved by the Bell, I really think that they would pick, like, if they redid it with the same characters.
Lisa Tuttle would be bald headed and bisexual.
And bisexual, correct? Yep.
Yeah.
Kelly would be a pudgy white girl. I don't know, some sort of short, pudgy white girl or something. Yeah.
Exactly, man. So
yeah, I'm gonna do it.
That's why no one watches TV anymore. No one watches TV no more. You know what? It's good for you guys. It's good for us. People are going to YouTube because when you watch TV, you know what you're getting. They've run out of what it is really is that they've run out of ideas. And that's why they keep doing these reboots. And they think that if they can't think of anything new, let's grab a reboot and let's do the opposite of whatever made that show great. And we're just gonna use the title and let's bring these people in and let's hope they stay after watching the initial episode. And that's what they're doing. And it hasn't worked yet. It has not worked yet. And they keep doing it.
Can I ask you something? Does your wife, did she ever watch the original Star Trek?
No.
Okay.
No.
Do me a favor. So this is the new Uhura. This is the new Uhura. Can you imagine this? Who? Like, it's like almost like they're playing a prank on this girl. Like, that's the new Uhura. She looks like me in the face. She looks like a dude.
You know what?
Go ahead.
I got a theory, man. And you know, and I don't want to come across as a colorist because I'm not.
No, man, go ahead, man.
It feels like the representation of African American women, and I was about to say this a couple of seconds ago. Soon, black women won't be able to have hair on TV. Like it's gonna be, they're not gonna be able to have hair. Like, why can't we? Most black women in America today are brown skin or light skin, and they have hair. They do have hair. But when I watch TV, they keep casting people. I'm like, all right, those people exist, but I don't see them in mass like that.
Now,
they're just not.
Did your wife? I hate to bring her into this conversation. Did she see the picture of the new Uhura? Did she see it?
She saw it.
Now, to your wife, this is the old Uhura. Now, she's passed away, Nichelle Nichols. She passed away a year ago. She's an old woman. Now, this is the old Uhura. This is the old Uhura from the 1960s, before everything became goddamn woke, and this is the new one. This is like a little boy. What on earth are they doing? Like, what are they doing in Hollywood? Why are they doing this? Go ahead.
You know what? I haven't seen this much of a devolution since dinosaurs turned into penguins. Like, that's.
God. I never thought about that. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, that's a moonwalk. That's a moonwalk. That's going backward. I mean, she looked better than the I think she looks better than Zoe Saldana to me, the original one.
The original one? Yeah. I've always said that. Okay, go ahead. Because I've always felt like, well, I'm always going to root for the African American because Zoe is Dominican. So yeah, but Zoe's still smoking hot too. But go ahead.
She is. But I think the original one still looked better.
Yeah,
and she looked better she looks good as an old lady too. I don't think she's alive anymore. But she looked good up until she died. She always looked good. So I have to give her props for that. But I mean, I don't.
Conspiracy theory of sorts to.
The people who are doing these castings are the exact type of people that you talk about, and they know it. They know it. They might have like what the original cast looked like, and they're like, you know what? Make him Chinese, make her gay, give her purple hair, mohawk, give her a mohawk. And it's just, you know, they're running out of ideas. So they gotta take the things that they know that we like and have always liked and try and transform it, rebrand it, and put it back out to consume. And I mean, she would look right at home in Wakanda. She would look right at home on Wakanda. A show like that, but not Star Trek. I mean, why do they make it seem like black women can't grow hair?
I don't know.
Black women are more than capable. All my daughters have hair down the middle of their back. I don't know why. I don't know what this movement is where black women can't have hair on TV for whatever reason. And they do.
Joanna says having long hair was never practical for women to have in the military or space travel. Y'all get over it. Joanna, listen, I get that, but we're talking about a TV show. And the masses of people don't want to watch a dude who looks like a female who looks like me in the face as Ahura. Ahura was always supposed to be a sexy, fine, tall black woman, not some short little dude looking female or female looking dude.
The only reason in the military why they didn't want you to have long hair because in combat they didn't want you getting your hair pulled. But in space, they don't got to worry about that. They're not worried about that type of combat. They got lasers. They're not worried about that in space. Come
on. Let me drop you down real quick. Let me bring up Smitty. Smitty, I am going to do a panel though, so you can stay in the back if you want. Okay. Yep. Smitty, what's up, man? Smitty, what say you about any of the topics? The military. The lack of recruitment in the military. What say you about Andrew Tate being released from prison in Romania? I think that freedom of speech is being attacked. I feel like a person like Andrew Tate and more people like him will eventually be locked up for their thought crimes because they'll start making it a thought crime. What say you about woke or Gen Zs attacking Jennifer Aniston and Friends of all things, Friends. Go ahead.
That's a lot. Okay, so let's take it from the top. You said Andrew Tate was released.
Andrew Tate was released from a Romanian prison. Yeah, after a year.
Well, considering what the so-called charges are supposed to be and everything, I never want to see anybody locked up, but I really don't care, CT. That nothing with him affects or has anything to do with my life. If it's something to talk about for the moment, I mean, I guess I'll oblige, but and it's not, I don't like him or dislike him. I don't, why am I invested in that? For what? For what reason? But what was the other thing? Recruitment in the military?
So let me ask you this question about Andrew Tate real quick. So before that, real quick, Mario says they're going to remake The Running Man 2025. Oh, God.
I really wanted to comment on the shows, but go ahead, though. Go ahead. I'll follow you.
No, comment on the shows. You get the floor. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
So yeah, definitely as a true 80s, 90s retro baby myself, man. I do not watch TV at all. I just got everything you guys have been saying. I got sick of how they continuously have to try to change and flip everything. Like my daughter was watching, she's 15. She was watching a new Scooby-Doo movie with her grandmother, and Thelma's a fat black chick. I'm like, what the hell, bruh? Like, yeah, they made Thelma black. April O'Neil in the Ninja Turtles, black. Leave April alone. I mean,
please.
Just
she was always a pretty redhead. Yeah,
just leave some stuff alone. And so, my thing with the shows coming up, definitely any form of masculinity has been removed. But what I find fascinating, CT, is everything is supposed to be bigotry and we have to appropriate this and that. But South Park and Family Guy has been on forever and a day now.
Yeah.
You see, and a lot of people don't even realize Family Guy is really the original show. The Family Guys, I think it's like a 70s cartoon called Wait Till Your Father Gets Home. Now, you just look that show up, you look at every character, I'm telling you, that's Family Guy now. You see? So that was the original Family Guy. It was a show called Wait Till Your Father Gets Home. The son, the daughter, it's the same. Even the dog, it's the same characters. So me growing up and me seeing how at least, like, this is what I was saying. Even if you did grow up in a single mother home, what I noticed the difference is with guys who grew up with, because I had quite a few friends that grew up with just one parent or maybe just a grandma or their aunt or uncle or something, right? But I noticed that regardless, we had a massive amount of influence in the things that was shown to us on TV, even down to some fantasy stuff. All right, we got all those shows we named from Family Matters and stuff. I even remember Dinosaurs. Not the baby. That was a family show, but I don't. But remember how the dad. Yeah,
Something
the
demonic about watching dinosaurs walking around talking. But go ahead, though. You got the floor.
But I'm just saying, as far as look at how submissive the mother was, and
Yeah.
look at how overly aggressive and sometimes obnoxious dad could be. But still, these type of shows were around, and that's the thing that I notice nowadays. TV nowadays sickens me. That's how I got into YouTube more so. I'm the type, if I look up TV, I like maybe get on YouTube or something, or some kind of streaming service where I can look up shows I grew up to. I don't look at anything. Now, I don't look at Blackish. I don't look at none of that. I'll go look up season 2 of Cheers before I watch that, sir.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know, but me, I grew up a lot different with TV. Like, so I grew up watching, because this the part I wanted to say, to comment on what the brother earlier was saying, like he couldn't get white comedy. And I don't get that, CT, because like I grew up to Mork and Mindy. I grew up to Laverne and Shirley. You know what I mean? I grew up watching Get Smart when it used to come on Nick at Night. You see?
He's more or less
Beverly
talking
Hills.
about like Seinfeld, Cheers,
But what I'm saying is that I never, growing up, I never saw a color with comedy. It was funny or it wasn't. Is all I'm saying. Like, I never really got, because I've even asked people, oh yeah, you like white comedy, and I'm like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Now, maybe as far as what they talk about, you may feel like you can't relate to. I don't know, maybe something like that. You know, they make a snowboarding joke or some shit. I don't know, but I've never understood that, because I grew up to George Carlin. I grew up to a lot of these other people. Will Ferrell, and what was my man that passed away, man? Fat guy in a little coat. Furley. Him, a lot of people. I grew up to that, as well as, you know, of course, Eddie, Sinbad, Martin, Dave, and everybody else. So, because that was the first thing I ever wanted to do. CT was comedy. I wanted to be a comedian when I was young. That was the first thing I ever. Huh?
Could be one.
Man, stop it.
You're still young, man. You're not 95 years old. You can still do it now. Go to a comedy club. They got classes too. You know, classes.
No, I got maybe a class or something, but I'm talking about more so like I've always had those, like, kind of in living color Chappelle show, like short skits. I've always had, not more so stand up, but short. Yeah, I do. I have quite a few stuff. I just don't talk about a lot of this stuff much. It's just my own, I don't know, bro. That's just my own little world. That keeps me that keeps me going. But nah, I wanted to comment on that real quick, and then I guess last but not least, with the military, I believe that the recruitment is low, because what America has done is something I believe has backfired on them. So what they did was they went on ahead and got everybody to hate America, right? So if you got everybody, all the kids, and because I remember back when my grandfather was young, or even when my father was young, it was an honor to go. Like that was what you did. Like, that's how you proved yourself, you know? And so now, when everything else, the patriarchy, America, burn America, you know, they rather paint a rainbow in the middle of DC as opposed to maybe a red, white, and blue flag in the middle of DC. Like, honestly, anything, if you wear an American shirt, if you wear a shirt that says God bless USA, or people actually look at you almost like you got a KKK shirt on now or something, bro. It's weird.
I know someone
like,
who
I have a couple shirts that I go fishing and it got an eagle on it. It got a flag on it with some stars.
Yeah.
So what, bro?
People look at
know
the
what
American
I mean?
flag now like a Confederate flag now.
Yes, man. So all I'm saying is to land it right here is that I mean, I'm not surprised that the numbers are low, because you made everybody hate this place. You know, you allow people to spew all kinds of bigotry and hate towards the very soil that they walk on and rest on every day, the very soil that protects them every day. So why I'm not surprised the numbers are low at all. I'm not surprised. I mean, these people out here, excuse my French, but they soft, they pussies, man. I mean, it's just what it is. I mean, everybody wants to be laid back. Sorry, yeah, I mean, they're sorry, but like, they are just so sorry. I mean, everybody wants to be comfortable all the time. That's why you can't even say certain things to shake somebody up, because everything has to be pillow soft, cushy 100% of the time, and that's dangerous.
Yeah.
I digress. My mic is muted.
Smitty, come to the panel real quick. I'm gonna put you in the back, okay?
Okay, sure.
Yep. Peace. He's right. People are pussies. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear, man. Great mic. Sounds great. Hey, salute to you, man. By the way, hey, we're talking about a multiplicity of things. I'm pretty sure you're up here for the woke
a multiplicity.
Yeah. So Jennifer Aniston, white woman who was on Friends, says that Gen Z has been attacking her because they have watched Friends and say Friends is offensive. What say you about this, Ivan? I don't know if you watched my earlier, like the first hour of the show, but I was talking about it, but go ahead.
I was watching it earlier. I kind of missed the Jennifer Aniston part, but sexy white woman.
Beautiful white woman. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. I don't know, man. I think it's just some parts of Gen Z that's doing it. I don't think it's Gen Z as a whole, but you know, you got some people that just it's everything. And when you say Gen Z, who in Gen Z? You just don't know. They're doing some everything. What, they're attacking on Twitter or something? Is that what it mainly is?
Gen Z, they're saying that the show lacked diversity. And my argument was Friends was about a group of white kids or white people drinking coffee in coffee shops back in the day. Negroes weren't doing that in the day. So the show represented what whites were doing, yuppie whites. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's cool. Did the Jeffersons had a white character, but what about What's Happening and shows
Living
like
Single,
that?
Martin,
those shows didn't have black. Dude, you don't have to have black characters. And you know, sometimes I write. I write. I don't say it, but I write scripts, and a lot of the scripts I write are not just black people. As a matter of fact, a lot of them are like mostly white people, because that's what I envision in my head that plays those parts, because those are the scenarios where there'd be more white people than black people. But no, man, Friends was good. And even though I didn't really watch Friends, I thought it was like an offshoot of they were trying to outdo what Seinfeld did, because it kind of got popularity after Seinfeld kind of faded away. And that didn't do it for me. Seinfeld left such an impact that Friends just didn't feel it for me. Cheers did. Cheers was good.
Like Cheers.
And Frasier did more or less, but not Friends. It wasn't for me, not because it was black or white or nothing. It's just I found it kind of corny. That's what I did.
Mario for the $5 super chat says Steve Harvey's first TV show, whack, would have never made me and the boys a single father, raising 3 boys without a mother figure. I do remember that show. I don't know how Steve Harvey crept into the TV show scene. He was always a terrible sitcom actor. That
was a
terrible
good show,
comedian.
No, it was good. Some of those scenarios on the Steve Harvey show with him and Sid the Entertainer, and those guys, the kids that played, you know, that was pretty good.
Your word for it.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I wasn't like just tuned in.
I only watched it because of the principal.
Yeah, and that came from that whole hip hop New Jack era of movies and musical TV, like those hip hop movies like Money. It was a show with the Wayans, a lot of Wayans movies. Money Can't Do Nothing for Me, and all those shows with those characters. Yeah, it was kind of like that era. And you saw it went away. Easily went away. No more corny ass cross color wearing hip hop movies.
Yeah. Which show back in the day with the same characters, if you brought it up until this time period, would the woke or Gen Z crowd accept? 19, 20, 21-year-old participation trophy generation kids. Like, which show, if they were to watch it in its original form, would they view it as any other thing that they're watching right now?
Which show?
The show that I said was Saved by the Bell. Saved by the Bell was pretty woke for its time. So I think that kids now, they saw the same.
Yeah, Saved by the Bell, kind of a different world.
Different world. Yeah.
But you know, Different World was what gave Jada Pinkett Smith her wokeness at the time. You know, she was the woke girl on that show. So they kind of gave her that stigma, which she ran with. But we don't want to get into all that. But yeah, Different World.
I said Good Times, by the way.
Good Times?
I'll tell you what. So you didn't remember I said Good Times. I said Good Times because it's nothing like white liberals or white Gen Z kids who have been brainwashed to believe all black people are downtrodden and oppressed.
In poverty in the projects.
A bunch of niggas in the projects. Now, I will admit that the Gen Z kids probably won't accept the sister or Thelma, because those are thinner, beautiful black females with no tattoos. So they might have to get a female who looks like me to play the sister. Go ahead.
You probably have to get the what's the girl on the not Family Guy, but the Clevelands, the girl that plays the daughter on the animation, the Cleveland. She's tattooed and talks all sassy and stuff like that. Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know, man. It's different now. But here's the thing. Here's the good thing about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can always tune off. Like me, I cut the cable. I was spending almost $400 for Spectrum, and I was only watching 2 or 3 channels. Yeah. And those channels I could easily watch on Fire Sticks, and I just cut it, antenna TV, and when I went back to antenna TV, all the shows that I love came back into my life. And I'm like, man, I started enjoying TV again. Because my favorite show of all time is The Night Stalker. You ever see The Night Stalker?
Never heard of it.
It was the prequel to X-Files. It had this guy they called Kolchak, Carl Kolchak. And he
Wasn't he on the X-Files as the older guy?
He may have been on one show or two, but he was the precursor to X-Files. It was called The Night Stalker. He was like a reporter that went around investigating all these spooky happenings, which end up being like mythical creatures and vampires and zombies. It was the precursor to the X-Files. Look it up. That's my all-time favorite show. I never missed an episode. As a matter of fact, it's if you got Fire Stick, it's if you go to NBC Plus or in the NBC app, those old viewings of The Night Stalker are there, and you will love, even to this day, new people, you will love those shows. That was a good show. They tried to redo it. The woke generation tried to redo it, and they had Gabriel Union as the editor of the newspaper and some young hip guy playing Kolchak. Oh, it bombed. It bombed the first season. It was trash. You need to leave stuff alone. Like y'all was talking about the X-Files being redone. Leave it alone. Just let the reruns go.
Because they want to make it a diverse cast, and I keep saying it over and over and over again. You can't force diversity on people thinking that, oh, well, if we make Mulder black, we're gonna get black people to watch. No, black people ain't watching X-Files. They didn't watch it in the 90s. They're not watching it now. So don't make it black. You're gonna ruin a great franchise. Don't make Fox Mulder Mexican. Mexicans don't watch science fiction.
Now I don't know about that. I grew up in an all-black neighborhood around blacks. Grew up in Oak Cliff. And when the X-Files came on, we was talking about it the next day, especially the episode with the Peacock family. That was the rawest episode of X-Files. Do you remember that episode with the Peacock family?
I was very young when X-Files came on, so no, I don't remember that one.
If anybody remember the Peacock family from the X-Files, man, drop a 1. That was the best episode of X-Files. That Peacock family was a bunch of inbred mutants.
Real quick before I let a panel up, though, Ivan, you don't mind a panel, do you?
Kind of do, but I'll go ahead and rock.
No,
it's fine. Negroes, huh?
No, it's actually Male Monkey who's white.
Oh, okay, all right, he's cool.
And this might be Risky, who's a part of the D9, so it might be a little bit more civilized.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, he's a Q. I don't know if the nigga graduated, but he is a Q though. Let's see.
You know, they're kind of strange.
Yeah. Let me see. The military and the lack of recruitment. Did you tackle that question? I don't think I asked you that question.
Military. Well, you know, that started kind of back in the 90s. Do you remember the movie Menace to Society?
Of course.
Okay, when one of the guys was wanting to join the military, and also in Boys in the Hood. It was really Boys in the Hood.
It was Boys in the Hood because the Menace to Society, I don't think the mention of the military, I don't think it was ever mentioned.
One of them joined the military, and he was going to join them. But in Boys in the Hood, I think Ricky was thinking about joining the military.
Yeah.
And
the father kept on saying that the military was the white man's military.
That it started there.
Trying to get niggas not to join the military.
Yeah, it started there, and they were already saying that in the black woke community because actually the black woke community started back in the late 80s, early 90s when we had all the conscious rap, Public Enemy, Brand Nubian, and all that. That's what started that. So that was a part of it. Influencing guys not to join the military. That's what it was. So that was part of it.
You believe a lot of this anti-military sentiment actually came about from the black community?
Yeah, it did. It did.
Wow, I never thought about
Yeah.
that. But now that I think about it, in Boys in the Hood, it was mentioned several times in the movie for black men not to join the military. I do remember that. It's Furious Style, played by Lawrence Fishburne. Morpheus said, "Don't join the military." Yeah,
a beaver on my shirt. Oh yeah, this is Buc-ee's. If you're ever in Texas and you ever go to Buc-ee's, you can call it a truck stop, but it's really a travel stop. Gas station is huge. Yeah. Some of the best food. Chopped beef sandwiches off the chain, chicken burritos, Buc-ee's. That's Buc-ee's. Buccees. Buc-ee's. Yeah. It is the best. Look it up, Buc-ee's. Some of you about Buc-ee's. Yeah, that's where we got this shirt from, Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
On the road, baby.
Mayo, what's going on, Mayo? Wait a minute. Who is this? Wait a minute. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. So, what's up, man? So
what's going on, man? How y'all feeling?
We'll say you pretty good. Right. We got a whole bunch of blackies on the panel. What's going on? Sorry about that, Ivan. I thought it was gonna be, but go ahead. So what's up? What say you by any topic? Go ahead.
Shouts out to the people of color, man. Hey, listen, I was just going to come up and say it's certain people who do have those ideologies, like, you know what, these people wouldn't be in space, or these people wouldn't be included in time travel or whatever it was. Science fiction, however you want to say it. And then there's some people who don't want to see their own representation on TV. They don't think, anybody of their same race or ethnicity would be involved in Star Trek or have a white friend, or it's certain people who will keep those same thinking until the day they die and won't think outside the box. But with those shows trying to, I guess, be more inclusive, I don't see an issue with it. I think the issue that I'm finding more is that the way that they're doing the inclusivity, like how you brought up the woman, with the short hair, and it's like, okay, you can't win for losing when trying to appease people, and it should have been, okay, you know what, just make them all the same color. That would be more, I guess, in tune with science fiction, because the world is getting more browner anyway.
Oh God. What do you think about Andrew Tate being released from a Romanian prison? What do you think about the long term does that have on people like people who are still practicing? I hate to say this, practicing free speech, because he was locked up for. We know why he was really locked up, but go ahead though. What?
Yeah, from what I was seeing from that whole incident, they were trying to get him on whatever, anything. And like you said, because of him having that free speech.
Go ahead, sir. I beg your pardon? Okay. He must have dropped off. Go ahead. Go ahead, guys.
Hey, can I say something real quick? I don't want to interrupt anybody, but
no, you good. Go ahead.
The blacks and the sci-fi thing, I think you're way off base there, because like I said, I grew up black neighborhood, all black school for predominantly my whole life. And one thing you're forgetting, we grew up on kaiju, Godzilla, King Kong, and all that's sci-fi. We grew up on that. We grew up on G-Force, Battle of the Planets, Fiery Phoenix. We grew up with that. So I don't see the blacks don't watch sci-fi, because most of us around here, it was Godzilla movies, Kung Fu movies, and things like that. So I kind of got to push back on the blacks and sci-fi thing. If anybody disagrees, let me know. But I grew up with sci-fi.
Moses, you say Kung Fu is sci-fi?
No, I'm not saying Kung Fu is sci-fi. I was just saying that's something else we grew up on. Like, it was Godzilla
we had
movies,
somewhat of a Kung Fu sci-fi, because Power Rangers was tremendously huge.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And niggas did watch Power Rangers, bruh.
Yeah, if you count that stuff, if you count X-Men or Captain Planet, do you count stuff like that?
Yeah, all of that. All of that.
Yeah, we watched that.
Oh yeah, there's a black nerd base that I didn't realize how big it was until probably the last 5 or 6 years.
I'm a part of it.
Yep. Yeah. Same
huge.
Here. Or well,
huge.
I'm white, but yeah.
And you know why? Mayo Monkey, why it has to be like that is because we're still, even though I'm from the hood, I'm all, can be that, but I still have my interest. These are people that grew up with me. And the thing about it is, if you grow up with stuff like that and listen and also listening to rock music and anything outside of what came, like rap and all that, then you will be considered like weird or stuff
Black.
like that. So you kind of had to put on airs when you were around the populace, especially in social situations like parties, clubs, or at the park playing ball and stuff like that, because it may be two guys that watched it and was really into it. Most of us watched it, but it was really like a few that was really into it, but most wasn't. So most, you had to be in your cool cubicle. You had to be that around the way guy. You had to be cool with the rest of the fellas. So it kind of ended up being like that. But now we're older and we're getting back to what our interests really are. Because some of us grew up being what we didn't want to be. Some of us could have been like sci-fi movie creators and writers and things like that. But because we were like kind of looked at differently or didn't want to get looked at differently, we took other routes, and that usually has a negative effect, especially on black men. I yield.
That makes sense. So did you play like Magic and shit like that, Moses?
No, I didn't play Magic. What is that?
It's a game like it's like almost like Pokemon cards, but it's like Magic.
No, we didn't have none of that around. We didn't have. All we had was what came
Moses
on
would
TV.
have been in his 30s when Magic.
Yeah.
Okay.
We went with it all that.
He's around the same age as me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We watched. It was just what came on TV. G-Force. I don't know if you know what G-Force. Yeah, Godzilla movies. Not just Star Trek, but Battlestar Galactica. Stuff like that. We was heavily into that stuff. So if something came out and it was sci-fi and we was into that too. It really wasn't nothing for us in Gen X, because before us it was blaxploitation movies, the Mac, Willie Dynamite, pimp movies, and Claudine and all that stuff. That was for the baby boomers. And after that, there was a void as far as what black people saw. And it was kind of like it was Godzilla, sci-fi. That's what it was for us. X-Men, the comic books. I read comic books growing up. X-Men, or Marvel. I really wasn't a DC guy. Still Marvel to this day.
Yeah, DC is trash. But Star Trek. So do you think I was socialized and not like Star Trek? Or I feel like I thought it was corny regardless of what was going on around me.
It kind of was. We were fascinated with Spock because Spock could grab you or touch you.
Yeah.
Fall out. We were fascinated with him. We were fascinated with the teleportation, the phaser guns. We wasn't fascinated with Captain Kirk laying up with green and purple chicks. We weren't fascinated with that. We was fascinated with everything else that went on the battles. There was also a show called Land of the Lost. It had the Slee Stacks and stuff like that.
Excellent show.
Yeah, we had that too. So yeah, we were fast. It's stuff we would, when we watch it, then we come outside to play football and we talk about how you see Star Trek, you see G-Force. That's what we would talk about before we started playing football or went to football practice.
Yeah.
Moses,
Can I
do you
tap on
remember
that real
Ultraman?
Oh yeah, Ultraman. Yeah.
Ultraman and Johnny Sacco and his flying robot.
Yeah, old as hell.
But those are derivatives. Ultraman, those were offshoots of Jet Jaguar from the Godzilla movie, Godzilla versus Megalon. They were offshoots of Jet Jaguar. And if you watch Netflix, they have an anime called Godzilla Singular Point, and it's based on mainly Jet Jaguar. And it's great.
Nice.
It's great. It's wonderful.
Smitty, you about to say?
Yeah, respect. Now I was gonna say to what you saying, because I got my homeboy I known since like the second grade. He's kind of just like you. He can't stand nothing where a fireball comes out the hand. If you can levitate, he don't want to see none of that. He only wants to see like a menace to society, a new, something urban, real, real bullets, not lasers. So, but what I believe that is, and I'm not saying that because it's hard. I'm trying to be careful with my words. What I really believe is that folks like us who are into that whole world, It's because we're creators. It's a creative mind thing, because we look at this stuff and it helps get our juices flowing. You know, I've had many great, like right now, I'm not going to talk too much about it till I get some paperwork in order, but I real deal back in my office, I'm working on a all black graphic novel right now. And it's gonna be on some like kind of spacey DBZ fighting, you know, level ups and all of that, bruh. Different characters, different story backgrounds. I'm working on that myself right now, because that's something I've always wanted us to have more representation of, because I hate how Japanese anime does us. Japanese anime does niggas dirty. So I'm like, nah, I want to step into that realm, not comics. I'm gonna do a graphic novel. So that's something I've been working on. But the point I'm making to land it is that some people just kind of dive into those realms, bro. Like me, I've always been fat. Like conversations I'm into, bro. Anything nature, science, space, planets, time travel, all of that, bro. I've always been that person. You know what I'm saying? And brother up top of me, he's absolutely right. We do be having to kind of put on like our little hood face when we around some of our friends, because I can't go around them talk about how Piccolo just died and they trying to get the other 7 Dragon Balls, and they not trying to hear that, bro.
Like, man,
they like, man, did you hear the new Mystical album or Master P or C Murder just got locked up again? They not trying to, the new J's coming out. Ain't nobody trying to hear nothing about no Naruto.
Nah,
you know what I'm saying? So I can't, you know, so and then it's crazy, because then when we do come across somebody who is into that, bro, it's like a high. Like we get geeked up. Yeah. It's like, damn, finally somebody to talk to about with this, man. Like
on your level, on a higher
you know,
level.
you kind of be feeling like you on your own with that. You like, oh shit, you know about that? Oh, that's what's up. You know what I'm saying? So other than that, I digress. My mic is muted, man.
Moses, what do you mean by higher level though? Like that, like I never seen a Dragon Ball shoot out of somebody's hand in real life.
No, it's not about, but that's something that comes from the mind. That's what I mean. Higher thinking. You got to actually have an imagination to come up with stuff like that. I mean, I watch a lot of anime. My favorite anime of all time is Ghost in the Shell. And
it's a pretty good one.
Yeah, and that was 95, 96. And I just happened to be asleep, and I woke up and it was on Stars, because we had cable and it was on Stars. That's where it premiered, on Stars. And I happened to wake up and catch it. And it blew my mind. It blew my mind. And it really, and I didn't know that when I was watching G-Force, that was anime, Battle of the Planets, but it was called Gatchaman in Japan. But here's the thing, man. When I saw that, I was like, man, people are replacing their parts with cybernetic parts. And if you look at the world with what we're talking about, AI and all this stuff now, it's headed there. These are things that were already in place.
I was about to say, it's a lot of anime. Like it's not a cartoon most of the time. They can't be bubbly and stuff like that. It's 2 names for them. One is the name for action. The other one is the name for like the girly pop stuff.
The bubbly stuff.
Nah. We ain't talking about like Sailor Moon and all of that, right? So
no.
It's a lot of animes, bro. I mean, it really goes like deep into like religious stuff. I mean, everything. So it's just one of those things where it's like you kind of get the best of both worlds. I ain't gonna rap too long.
But I want to go back to that higher mind. What he was talking about, higher mind.
Well, so let me just, in terms of like when Moses won, you was watching Cinemax and you fell asleep watching that. I know what you was watching, and then you woke up and watched Ghost in the Shell. That's what really happened.
Nah, I said Stars. I said Stars.
I know what you was watching. Cinemax had that soft where you couldn't see no. I know what you was watching. I ain't gonna say
that soft porn. Yeah, I used to watch that too.
You said he was up watching Adam and Eve.
But I woke up Channel. And that was this show. That was this show I never seen. I watch a lot of dark, cerebral, psychological anime. That's the only way I can describe it.
Me too. No, I can understand that. I'm definitely in that world myself.
Yeah. Never got into the Pokemon and all that other stuff.
All them dueling cards and all.
No, none of that. None of the kiddie stuff. This is they make adult cerebral anime that actually makes you think. If you watch the second season of Ghost in the Shell, they actually mentioned Martin Luther King and Malcolm X when they're fighting the guy they were fighting, the new foe. I forget his name, but it's called Ghost in the Shell Second Gig. And they actually philosophized to where they compare this guy to how he thinks like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. And this is a Japanese anime.
Yeah.
And they integrated that into it. It makes you think. It really does.
Well, I think a light one, if he ever was to just get a taste for something, I would tell you right now, bro, go to Netflix, hit Castlevania, go to season 2, episode 7.
Yeah, Castlevania
And just
is
sit
dope.
back, bro.
Castlevania is dope.
My gosh, bro. Like, I mean, and how they incorporate real history and things. And it's not just no cartoon and Ninja Turtles fighting Shredder type, bro. It's a whole nother level. Real sex,
really
you see
go back.
titties, you see guts, you see heads being cut off, blood, all kinds.
Yeah.
It's real. It's like a movie just drawn out, bro.
Yeah.
It's like an adult movie just drawn out. Ain't nothing kiddie about it. But nah, I digress though. I don't know where we going.
I could go down the list.
This.
Yeah, I could go down the list of anime you could watch that could just open your mind up. But back to your question of higher mind, as I was saying, I'm gonna say this: movies like Menace to Society, Boys in the Hood, that was meant to send a message. It created more degenerative young men than it did help them. More people wanted to be like O-Dog.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, and when they saw Menace to Society, just like when they saw Scarface, everybody wanted to be Scarface.
Yeah.
So when you saw Menace to Society, all the cats wanted to be O-Dog. If you watch Boys in the Hood, all the dudes want to be Doughboy. They didn't want to be Cuba Gooding Jr.'s character, the one that was going to college and trying to talk to guys out of doing stuff. They were wanting to be the guy that was the tough guy that was shooting the guns and doing the gangster stuff. And I'm serious, it created wannabe thugs and dudes that actually end up getting locked up in life.
Yeah, a lot of guys did want to be like from Higher Learning. They rather been Cube and Busta Rhymes as opposed to who's that? Omar Epps.
Yeah, they didn't want to be them.
My mother, she brought up a real good point to me because I was asking. I said, "Mom, how come you watch Hallmark?" My mom loves Hallmark Channel, bro. I don't know why they play Christmas all year round, but whatever. She loves Hallmark. And I said, "Why you watch Hallmark?" She said, "Well, it's not even so much the white people stuff. It's just, you know something." She said, "I don't like what did she say? Urban cinema anymore because it's the same story over and over again.
Yep.
It's a bunch of high profile black, somebody cheating on somebody, somebody's backstabbing someone. It's like the same, you always got the best friend, the backstabber, and it's just the same plot, and it's true.
And don't go to
almost all of these urban black movies and shows where it's the same plot.
Yeah, and don't go to Tubi. If
and
you
it's
go to
annoying.
Tubi, if you go to Tubi,
we're on Tubi.
All hood movies, all hood. The Trap Part 3, My Homeboy Part 7.
B-rated. That's what they call B-rated. Yeah,
man, it is crazy how many hood movies that are being produced.
Yeah, and they all the same.
Yeah, all of them the same.
Maybe the undercover dude, somebody snitching. They trying to get Pookie out of prison while he in there, he's fighting for his life. The son is on the streets trying to hold it together. Mama can't keep it together. I mean, it's the same. It's like, here's the thing. Here's the running
theme. And here's the running theme of all of them. They all want to get the dope so they can all take over the city. They all want to take over the city. That's the thing. We're going to run the city. We're going to get these packs and we're going to run the city.
Yeah,
that's
man. It's
all about.
So I do get it with that. Like, I would love to support and watch more black, made movies and stuff. Tyler Perry, same. I mean, well, no, Tyler did do Alex Cross, and I loved it because I read the book by James Patterson when I was in college.
No, the movie was
awesome,
trash,
bro. I bumped at the book. I'm not gonna lie. That's one example I can say. I get it when people say the book is better. I get it, bro. That book is awesome, bro.
Well, it's a lot of them. It's a series, but.
I've read almost all of them. Every week we go to the library, we get 5 books. I always get the Pattersons.
Yeah.
I was on them, bro. I was on Patterson.
Moses, one thing you hit on, I think, with Boys in the Hood, right, is they made Rookie look soft. Remember before the dudes actually killed him?
Yeah.
So remember when they had the argument when Doughboy came up, Ricky got tough, right? And then Ricky was a star football player, actually, right? He used to carry around the football. But when they did that to Ricky and make him look soft, people less wanted to be like Ricky at that point.
Yeah, that's why you had less guys wanting to play sports and athletes, and more guys wanting to be in the streets. That's what happened. And I'm gonna tell you, those movies, I said they did more harm than good. If they did any good, they did more harm. They created a lot of suburban thugs. A lot of guys went to jail and got locked up that could have been mailmen, that could have been electricians, that could have been home builders. They decided they want to start slanging little dope, not even big dope. They want to slang little dope and flash and dash until he got busted, get a jail record, and now you ain't good to do too much more. When you could have you grew up in a good house, you had a mom and dad, y'all grew up in a nice house. A lot of people I grew up around came up in 3-4 bedroom homes, mom and dad, big backyards and all that stuff. It was kind of like the neighborhood in Friday, but bigger, kind of like that. Because that neighborhood in Friday, that was a pretty good neighborhood. That wasn't a bad neighborhood, but you had people in those neighborhoods that could have just got a job, went on about their lives, and built a good life. They wanted to go that street route. And we have streets. We got South Dallas, West. We got some real hood, real street part projects and all that. But these dudes wasn't that. These dudes were going to the projects. They were leaving the suburbs and going to the projects, hanging out, getting in trouble. When they were already out the project, their parents had already got them out.
You know the part that really kills me real quick about the urban movies and everything? See, it's not the fact that the story's being told. The story should be told. I just don't like the fact that the part of the story we choose to highlight. Like, for example, remember, everybody was talking about wanted to be Scarface, right? Remember Scarface, the movie, Tony Montana, all of this other stuff. And I'm saying to myself, you mean you want to be the guy that died in his own pool, face down in his house after being raided and invaded? Like, do you ever think about how most of these movies end? You see what I'm saying? Like what really then goes down? You see what I'm saying? So it's not about the story being told. It's about y'all not telling both sides of this. Or at least we're not highlighting, just like with rappers. Rappers always want to talk about how they sipping lean, popping pills, doing this, messing with the bras. And yet how many of them OD? How many of them not making it past the age of 25? How many of them up here locked up for the rest of their life, bro? Y'all not telling the other side. You glorifying the piece of it. I digress. Go ahead, take it away.
Well, no, just because that's a separate point, though. The rappers are different from the movies. See, what you got to understand
I don't know. It's both entertainment, bruh.
The cats that's really outside, they understand. That end what Scarface had is glory to them, for whatever the reason may be, right, wrong, or indifferent. The cats
I don't know because the goal was to get out the hood, make it out of there. I didn't know that the goal was to lay face down in your own pool in your own house, bro. I've never heard that being a goal. None of my years on the streets.
You assuming they care though? Like the cats I know really outside, they not afraid to die. Like
I mean, no, that's true. I know some. They still out there. No, that's facts. You ain't lying about that. So no disagreement there.
That's not going to deter them. He went from something to nothing. That's what they glorify. And then when he went out with his gun in his hand. That's what they care about. If he would have went out with his tail between his legs, that would have been a different story. But because he went out firing, he going to always be glorified.
But see, that's the thing. We would look, and I bet you would say, most would say, right, going with your tail between your legs means just retiring, taking your money, stop that, and go hide somewhere, move to another country, and now you're done. Start a legal business. That's what we would know. That's really the smart thing to do. And it's a lot of folks who've done it. There are folks who've done some horrendous things who right now are on some sunny beach or wherever it may be, running a business, and they have nothing to do with that life. And they probably pray nothing don't come back on them.
Yeah, that's
every day they wake up waiting to see are they going to swarm in and get me from what happened 10 years, 15 years ago.
Yeah, but Smith, that's the minority. What did he say? What did Mitch say in Paid in Full?
Which part?
I love the game. I love the hustle.
True.
That's what they out there for.
True.
See, Chaotic, can we curse today? I know you be flip-flopping and all that.
Oh, just don't F word, but other than that, yeah.
So, see, and I'm going to use this word because we talking about the 90s, right? So these words applied. The
Right.
bitch is not going with you on that beach. The
Yeah,
bitches
that's right.
is in the hood around you on the stoop. And that's
Facts.
what people do it for.
Facts.
If you go to the hood right now, this grave about $1, the next grave about a woman, the next grave about $1, the next grave about a woman. That's what all it's about. Getting that little bit of money and having the chicks that you grew up with thinking you a star.
True. That's why we call it hood rich. That's why it's called hood rich, because it's that exactly. You rich in your hood. You the man in your hood. And that's where it ends. And that's where we stay in such a small level, small-minded type of thinking. And we don't ever really expand because of that. That's a start. That's a great start. Be known in your community. Have a great repertoire throughout your community, but it shouldn't stop there. And unfortunately, so many of us fall victim to that. We get complacent.
Moses, I want to ask a question.
Yeah.
Because you a little bit elder than us. When do you think it became the hood and got out of become the ghetto, right? Because the ghetto is just people of the same culture in poverty, right? It don't have to be violent and this, that, and the third. You can still village raise a child. What do you think that transition was from the ghetto to the hood? If I'm making sense.
No, it's really the ghetto always been the ghetto. The ghetto's always been the projects, one bedroom houses, one bedroom frame houses. Now, when you say hood, the real question is, how did the neighborhood become the hood? That's where you're going. See, the ghetto's still the ghetto, and now the ghetto's that's the hood. Now you got hood and you got street. You got hood and you got street. So I saw it because, like you said, I'm older than y'all. I saw it. I felt I came from a pretty good neighborhood up until around the late 80s.
Yeah.
Because that word hood came from NWA, Boys in the Hood. That came from NWA, and people start wanting to emulate that.
Yeah.
So now the neighborhood became the hood because now somebody's told you that. It's the hood, boys in the hood, you in the hood. And then when crack, because people was already smoking weed was already there.
Yeah.
I saw some of my best buddies growing up, and this is why I don't have a lot of them around today. I sat right there in front of them while they got addicted to crack because they thought crack was like something that was better than weed. It got you higher than weed. Didn't know that there was addictive factors. Weed didn't have that addictive factor. You smoke weed and then you could still function, but crack slowly took away your functionality to where all you want to do is smoke it. I saw some of my best partners when I came home smoke crack, and I sat in the room with them. And they was like, man, they call me by my nickname. I don't see how you can sit up there and just watch us do this. They would sit there and ask me, how can you just sit there and watch us while they smoke crack? And all of them did just like this. I got one of them almost 60 and love him to death, almost 60, just coming out of another rehab. I just saw him last year, and I'm not going to say I just saw him last year. When I saw him last year, I was, going to my mom's house, and I'm riding by, and I saw him digging in a dumpster, and a lot of them was hanging out at the car wash, asking guys, can they wash their cars? These are guys I grew up with that I can no longer just be around because I don't live that life. And that happened to almost an entire neighborhood. I watch fathers let their families just disintegrate, lose their homes, watch husband and wives start smoking. The husband's just off. He's letting the dudes that's selling screw his wife regularly. I watch little girls become teenagers and get pregnant because the house is already in disarray. I watch little cats, little dudes that grew up under me get locked up.
No, I got you.
I just watched the disintegration.
But you saying specifically, you saying gangster rap and crack is what kind of made that transition a little bit?
It caused the disintegration because things became more, there's always been the word urban. Yeah. But it took on another definition. It used to just mean a place where there's a lot of minorities and this, that, and the third. It didn't mean rap music or nothing like that, because rap music really wasn't that big then. Rap music, like I said, rap music didn't get big till the late 80s, early 90s, because then it was still just a fashionable thing. The rap song come out, everybody dance to it, then we move on to something else. R&B was still the thing. But yeah, the boys in the hood, the crack that came with it, and all the guys wanted to emulate that. And then, and like I said, the crack, it was addictive. Like I said, people thought that crack was just a higher high than weed. They didn't think it was addictive like heroin or anything like that. They thought and have fun. And then they was doing the primos. They was putting the crack in, sprinkling it in the joint. They was calling it the primos, momos, or whatever you want to call it. But they was getting addicted. It destroyed lives. And I'm not talking about dudes that could have been like millionaires. I'm just talking about dudes that could have just led regular, fruitful lives and raised families instead of the destruction. Now we got jail records, death, still got addiction. There are still dudes addicted to crack in their 50s and 60s that I watched, that I admired. Some were my good friends. I don't have a lot of them left when I go back to my neighborhood. I don't. They live a different life. They live a hood life. I watched a good neighborhood over at least a decade or so, decade and a half, become a hood. It did. And that's just like any other hood. The beer and wine stores on the corner, we didn't have that. Beer and wine, where I grew up in Dallas, beer and wine wasn't legal. You had to go across we called it going across the bridge to South Dallas to get our beer and wine and liquor. Because beer and wine, you wouldn't have beer and wine stores in Oak Cliff. But then they legalized it. And when they legalized beer and wine stores in Oak Cliff, a beer and wine store opened up on every corner. If there was an empty gas station there, it became a beer and wine store. And next thing you know, here came the crackheads and the bums hanging out in front of the beer and wine store. And some of them you went to school with.
Hey, real quick, CT. With all of this blasphemy you typing up here.
What do you mean?
Yeah. First of all, sir, weed is not necessarily the gateway drug, sir. It's alcohol. Okay. All right. You want to talk about something with all demons and everything. When you go to the liquor store, it says 3 words: beer, wine, and spirits.
Yep.
Anyway, sir, go ahead. I digress. My mic is muted, man.
You know what's funny about that?
Nah, CT on one today. He on one.
But you know what's funny? You know what's funny about that? Because I had a partner that had to go to rehab or Alcoholics Anonymous. He had to go. So we drink and hang out sometimes. We drink our beer and we hang out at the club or whatnot and have our fun. And we're going about our business. You can function. But he couldn't. He became an alcoholic. He became a real bad alcoholic. Got locked up a lot. Lost his wife. And he ended up going to rehab. And when he got out of rehab, we was with him and we was drinking. We were still drinking. We're not alcoholics. We're still drinking. And so when we start popping the tops, you know what he said? Man, y'all better leave that stuff alone. There's evil spirits in that. So we was like, dude, we didn't get hooked on this. You did. And it's funny because people that come out of rehab, they'll try to tell you how to live your life. When they're the ones that couldn't function, you can still function.
Hey, real quick, CT. So we alters the brain chemistry, the brain function, right? Brain chemistry. So does fast food, sir. Yeah. A lot of foods we eat has the things that are in them. But anyway, you gotta keep on typing, sir. Keep on typing.
Go ahead, guys. You got the floor.
I never smoked weed before. That shit just don't make a lot of sense to me. Like when people smoke and how they be moving, moving too slow for me. You're not on your P's and Q's. I never want to be comfortable like that.
Yeah, honestly, first of all, like in my personal belief, like we're not supposed to intoxicate the body, period. All right, whether it's alcohol, whatever it is, honestly, like the overdoing prescribed medications, you name it. So I'm not an advocate for any of those things, but I will say that definitely I have learned a lot about medical properties in which that has, as opposed to alcohol, crack, PCP, maybe shrooms might have something. Maybe, I don't know. Haven't looked deep enough into it, but yeah, so my whole thing is I do know, just hemp, period. It's such a reliable source, and it was saved so much more than like actual paper and everything. You know how many things you can do with hemp? Just like with the peanut. Who was that? George Washington Carver did all those things with just the peanut. You know, hemp is the same way. It's the same. There's so many different things that you can use and make that will so benefit our ecosystem a little bit more, you know, be a little less harsh on it and everything else. I'm not on no Greta Thunberg type stuff, but, you know, we do play a part in what we do. So hemp is amazing. It's an amazing plant, bro. It's amazing.
Yeah, I don't want to.
It's not just about smoking it, bro. It's not
viable as the pro hemp market says it was. It would be being used.
Come on, say it again, Mayo.
If it was actually as viable as the pro hemp people say it is, it would be being used.
And I want to say something to that effect.
It's a lot behind that, but I don't want to. It's a lot behind that, Mayo.
I don't want to get into the politics of hemp. Let's just talk about weed. Which it seems like.
Why you say it like that?
And I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna put the emphasis on it. I don't mind people smoking weed recreationally when you're out and about. Like I said, I'll smoke some weed and I only smoke it when I'm around a young lady that smokes it because I know it's gonna make the situation even more freaky. I don't smoke weed around a bunch of dudes passing blunts to each other. I can't do it.
So you cave into peer pressure.
No. It's not peer pressure. Like I said, just like I'll drink, I'll smoke a blunt.
If you don't smoke, you don't smoke. I know you don't smoke. Your lips too pink. I know you don't.
Exactly.
But I'm just saying, why? But why? If that's not what you do, because you the man in that situation. If that's not what you do, you set the tone. You make it clear that's not what I do. You go ahead and do your thing.
No, I like the enhancement that it gives her. So I'm gonna ride with her. I like
the you smoking it. It enhances her.
Oh yeah,
that's some good y'all got, boy. I tell you now.
Hey, it enhances, but yeah,
you smoke it and it gets her high.
No, we're both. No, she does. She does it. When she does it. No, when she does, because I know when she smokes this weed, she really gets loose. She really gets loose. She'll take it there. So, and I'm talking about not her, but them. You know, I've been with some women that like to smoke weed and get freaking. They really get into it. I'm cool with it. Like I said, I don't smoke with dudes. I don't do because I don't smoke normally anyway. But here's the thing. It's getting to be where people, I don't know what's in the weed now, but people are not being able to function.
THC.
People are smoking at work during lunch break and coming back smelling like weed and they can't do their job. So when it gets to that, and I'm talking about people who are managers, supervisors, you know, because now we have a new younger generation of people being made managers and supervisors, and they're smoking weed and they're coming back and they can't function and they can't even tell their employees what to do next because they're just sitting there chilling or tripping, and now they're leaving.
Can I please? That just honestly, what I hear, that just sounds like irresponsible people.
And that's what's happening.
Not even so much the weed, because listen, all right, so me being a chef, right, 27 years in the kitchen. I've only been out since my accident lately, right? But about 27 years in the kitchen as a chef, bro. The number one thing I've seen in kitchens all throughout, man, because we always got our back room where the lockers at, man. Alcohol is big. Oh, people drinking on the job is huge. That and popping pills. A lot of people drink on the job. A lot of people pop pills. And so the only thing I'm saying is I've seen people coming in boofing. Boofing mean like smelling real strong, okay? In case anybody wonder what boofing mean. You know, coming in there boofing like I don't know what and everything. And they don't know how to function. I've also seen people come in there drinking. They get up next to you. They all kind of sweaty because we standing around the grill. It's 450 degrees in front of that flat grill. Yeah, you get the sweat now, that liquor coming up out your pores. You in there trying to chew gum, you know, and you in there messing up orders, you know, putting the wrong ingredients inside of this and that because you're not functioning right. So all I'm saying is,
you're saying everything's bad.
Yeah,
that's it.
But here's the
point I'm focus it on that, bro. Like
this is the point I'm making.
No, they have prescribed medications. They say don't drive on. Don't try to function heavy.
But Smitty, you didn't attack the argument about weed, though. You just attacked everything.
And the weed me and Moses grew up with.
So what is the argument with weed then? What is the argument?
The weed me and Moses grew up with.
Here's the problem with it.
That was Reggie. That was when it still had seeds and stuff. You know what I mean? The weed now is totally different as far as potency.
And that's the problem.
That's the argument.
Yeah,
Oh
and
no,
then
I ain't got
people.
nothing to say about that. Y'all right? Oh hell yeah, it's way stronger.
Yeah, and that's what I'm
Way
talking
stronger.
about. It's causing, and what's going on now is because it's becoming more of I guess, like you said earlier, peer pressure thing. More people are smoking weed because they think it's the thing to do. They think it's the thing to do. So now more and more people are smoking it, and these people are in the professional settings. And now they can't take care of business. They can't do their job. They can. And this
But
is a
see, it's
so
so many
when it's
forms
when it's
though,
one or two or
bruh.
three people. When it's one or two, three people, that's fine. But when it's half your building, when it's half your building now, then that's a problem because now we got people coming back from lunch. They're messing up customers' requests.
I don't know where
They're
you work at, but
laughing.
I know most people that's on weed on the job, they have like gummies. They'll bring some Delta juice, bruh.
It don't matter.
But the Delta
Smoking?
juice
You
and
said it
gummies smell
yourself,
like
No.
that.
I'm
They're
not. No, I'm
making
talking about him
mistakes in
saying
the
them
kitchen.
smelling bad.
Delta
They're
juice
putting in
and
the wrong
gummies smell like
ingredients.
that. Does the Delta juice and gummies smell? I know weed when I smell it.
No, they
Gummies
don't.
and
That's why I
Delta juice
said I don't
don't
know
smell like
why.
that.
Like that's stupid. You have gummies, you have Delta juice. You don't need to smoke to get you high. You can do that and not.
They not
I don't
into
know.
that.
Niggas don't think. Niggas just don't think. I don't know. I don't know what to
Niggas
tell
want
you.
to smoke.
I'm not here to save
They're not
nobody.
into that. They rolling up. They rolling up and they smoking
And
on
see,
lunch
that's
break.
another thing. Using responsibly. If you notice, like even with these rappers, bro. I mean, we used to like nice, hit a nice size blunt back in the day and everything. But bro, I be seeing these young guys. I mean, they be trying to roll like these huge tree trunks, just stuff. It's like why do you have all that in there for what?
That's the
Like, who you
popular
trying to
thing
show
to
off
do.
for, bro?
That's the popular thing to do.
I
They
Yeah,
mean,
see the
you're
really,
trying
rappers
to
I
get
doing
think
it.
yourself into
blunts looking
psychosis.
like real life cigars. They look like actual cigars. Why is it that big?
Smitty, you're doing a poor job defending weed, bro.
I'm not trying to defend weed, damn it.
You made
I
me
keep
not want to
telling you that. I'm not here to
never
defend
try.
weed.
They saw the movie with
All I was
Redman and
saying
Method
is
Man.
that
What's that
him,
movie
I'm
with
just saying
Redman and
that
Method Man? They saw
what?
that movie. They saw the movie with Redman and Method Man, and they're trying
How
to
high?
emulate those big blunts. Yeah, they're
You
trying
talking
to
about how
emulate
high?
How High. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to do that, just like
Well,
they
I
try to
mean,
emulate
before
all this
that,
other
I don't
stuff.
know, bro. No, hold on, because before that we had Half Baked, and Chappelle was in there puffing heavy, big jumps when he was the rapper and all of that.
The
So I
brothers
mean,
didn't see that movie. The
That's not
brothers
the
didn't see
same.
that.
No, I never seen
Brothers
that.
didn't see that.
you didn't
The
see
brothers,
Half Baked?
no, the brothers didn't see that. Half Baked was Dave Chappelle and a
That's
bunch of
when I
white
first
boys.
became a Chappelle fan. It was before the Chappelle show, bro.
Yeah,
I became
yeah.
a fan of Chappelle during Half Baked, bro. That movie
Never watched
solidified
that.
it for me.
Everybody
Yeah, but
watched
that
How
was
High.
Chappelle and a bunch of white boys. How High was
Man,
Redman and Method Man, the rappers. That's what
Yeah,
they're trying to emulate. So,
that was
so
more
now,
impact.
yeah.
they
So
was
that's why
trying to
everybody's
do
trying to do
Half
weed.
Baked, bro. They was trying to do their own little trust because when Chappelle did Half Baked, bro. I mean, when that thing hit, bro. I'm sorry, whether you was a weed smoker or not, that was just sheer comic genius.
But
It
what
was
when
so
Moses is saying,
geniusly put together, man.
but when Moses is saying is true, because if you remember when they came out with How High, that's right after the Blackout album with the Rockweiler and all that. So Method
Okay.
Man and Redman was on the moon at that point. So
Right,
anything they
right,
put
right.
out turned to gold. So when you saw that, the smokers was making blunts twice the size they used to.
Yeah. We call them ooies.
I don't care
We call
what
them ooies when you when you connect two together. Call them ooies. I know what you're talking. I mean, I'm here.
Now, this is what I want to ask. Since we're on the subject of weed. This is what I want to
Stop
ask.
saying it like that.
This is what I want to ask.
Throwing me off, bro.
Why? What is it about it? Because I never got psychologically or physically dependent to where I say, man, I gotta smoke a blunt. I hear dudes saying, man, I gotta smoke me a blunt. I gotta give me something. You know, they say some of them even say, man, I gotta get my medicine. Some will say that. I never got attached to it like that.
It's simple.
What is that about? What is that about?
All of that has to do now. All of that
Smitty,
does have to do with the chemistry. It's the chemistry. Like for example, some people have had alcohol and they just don't become alcoholics, bro. Some people, hey, they've been drinking all their lives, but they still know how to just wait till the weekend. They know how to wait till they get off work. Some people got to wake up and they got to have something on that road in their thermos on the ride to work. So it's like a chemistry thing. Then also to a lot of doctors. Last part. A lot of doctors do believe a lot of these things with addiction is hereditary. So you would also have to look into your family background as well. That is something that is largely spoken about. That's
I
all.
see
Go
you-
ahead. My man over here was trying to say something.
Yeah, I see you talking about the alcohol. You keep going to the alcohol, but what about the weed?
I
We
just
wanna bring it, we
said,
wanna
just
keep it
like
on the
how people,
weed.
I'm giving the example with any drug. Okay, most people. All right. So you have a lot of people who, for example, can have a drink. Like my sister's a perfect example. She's 30, bro. She can just go and not drink, and then she can go ahead and be at a function and have a couple sips of wine, and it's nothing. Some people can't help themselves. They got to get to that punch bowl. Same thing with the weed. I'm talking about I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
Same thing. So
I've
what I'm
never
saying
met a
is that
happy
it has
addict.
a lot. It does have a lot to do with brain chemistry and makeup, and then you also would have to look into your background too, because some people have what is called an addictive bug. It's something and it skips. My sister don't really do nothing. Me, I had a hard time at one point in life. Now I'm her older brother, so it hit me and missed her. That happens, bruh. That happens. So I mean, it's not. I don't have like all the scientific. I'm not trying to sit up here and sound smart, but I can tell you from the little bit of information that I was given going through that process in life, which I'm very thankful I'm through. Yeah, bro, it has a lot to do with chemistry, the body chemistry, the makeup of the body chemistry makeup, and also hereditary, bro. Just like balding can be hereditary, bro. Your granddad. It's just hereditary.
Chaotic. Let me know when I can go, Chaotic. Let me know when I can go.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Real quick. Jay Rillo with the $5 super chat says, my abuelo stopped drinking because he said the demons would come out of him. He never said anything bad about weed, shrooms, or any other plants.
Is that Marcus Rodriguez down there?
Yeah, Marcus.
Yes.
Go ahead, Marcus.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's me. How's everybody doing? Good afternoon.
What's up, man? What's up, Marcus?
What's up, everybody? What's up, Ivan? Mayo
What's
Monkey. I was laughing when Mayo said is like I haven't met a happy drug addict, and I know because I've had to work with a few of them when Veterans Affairs Office. I had to go when I was working for a certain a government the contracting jobs, and I saw some of the guys end up in some bad situations. I had family who were alcoholics, ended up getting liver cancer because they drank too much, caught up to them, or lung cancer because they smoked too many cigarettes. And I noticed something that it's funny how they say people forget how strong and powerful the mind is to your body, and how you can sometimes you can convince yourself to think that you need to depend on something to kill a habit, to kill nerves, to kill anxiety. And I say this to say the reason why is because I heard Ivan say it as well. It's not so black and white. I get it. I don't agree with it either. You shouldn't be coming high to work at all. And I live in California. They have it legal to where they don't really drug test and they don't really ask her. As long as you don't come in high to work, that's usually what matters. But things like that got to play into the gray area, right? Some people have anxiety, depression, and they think that they got to take it, but they forget I think the top two things that people need to make sure they can help them out. Instead of picking up a habit of picking up an alcohol, like a beer bottle or a pipe, hey, how don't you just go to the gym and work out? Or why don't you pick up a hobby that's a healthy hobby? Why don't you make more money? That's my addiction. I want to make more money. I want to stay out of trouble.
But Marcus, that requires work, though.
Of course, anything in life requires work, though.
Not smoking weed.
But it requires discipline.
Discipline, yeah, that's better, Mayo.
There you go.
I'm mad because people don't want to work.
If you know what life you've been into, what kind of resume you have, what kind of experience you've had in life, you're gonna know that discipline doesn't come easy. Clearly, right? But you can build your discipline. You can build it. It's a mental mind state first.
How many guys before weed was legal did you hear not go for a job because it would have a piss test?
A lot.
Facts. A lot.
Still today. That's why Amazon can't get drivers, because a lot of them don't want to take the weed test. They don't want to take it.
I literally just came from another job offer they gave me because I was trying to get a second gig on the side, and they told me, you know how many people opted out as soon as we scheduled their drug test? Thousands of workers decided not to go in and take these drug tests because they knew they thought that.
Hey, Marcus, question. Do you think you're in the majority, though? Do you think most people trying to be out here grinding and putting in pain, or you think you're in the minority?
Well, It's hard for me to answer that because you know why? Is
What you
because
think though? What you think?
well, I'm trying to stand out, bro. If I can be in the minority, I'm gonna try to make myself be in the minority. But I think for now, I think I'll fall into the majority. I
I
think so.
mean, I don't know. I think a
Are
lot of
you
people are
not going to
lazy.
do the job because you're worried about a drug test?
Oh no, I'm still doing the job. I don't have to worry. I haven't smoked at all. I haven't even touched anything like that like in 8
Then
years.
you're definitely not in the majority, sir.
Yeah, because Marcus, you even said it. You said, look, how they said you see how many people flaked when they knew they
Yep.
had to take a drug test. So you were in the minority, and even the
Well,
dinosaur.
I think maybe I said it wrong as far as me because I'm part of the working class still. I think of myself still in the working class, so that's why maybe I thought I conflated that. So maybe that's where I kind of lost track with you on there.
No,
That's how
we
I
just
look at
asking.
myself.
No, but
I'm just saying,
if
shout out
the
to you.
employer said it that way to you,
Right.
It's
a
a lot.
definite majority of people they have taken applications from never
Right.
showed up to their drug test.
Real quick, guys, real quick. I'm gonna put everybody down real quick. If you are young, listening to this, it's fine to listen to anybody. But me, as a chaotic truth, I think that all weed smoking leads to hell. I think it opens up wormholes and portals to hell. Same thing with alcohol. And I'm going to show you a commercial. This is all for younger people that are listening. Again, you can listen to these people on the panel, and that's totally fine. But I'm going to show you this commercial about weed smoking. Give me a second here. Weed.
Give me 15 cheeseburgers. Can I take your order? Can I take your number? Can I take your order? You got any egg? Can I take your order? Man, I don't have any money. I don't have any money. All right, well, hey, go. Man, watch out.
Yeah. Weed leads to hell. It opens up wormholes to the demonic realm. Makes people schizophrenic. It causes bipolar syndrome. I've seen a lot of people smoke a lot of weed, and I can tell you that their personalities have changed over the years. If I'm, again, this is the beauty of this channel. You can listen to everybody's opinions, but I'm going to tell you mine. It does delay your reactions. Nobody in their right damn mind will want their airline pilot, their doctor that's performing surgery to be on weed. So don't do it if you are a young person. I'm not here to change old people's opinions. I mean, millennials and Gen Xers and baby boomers, they're old dogs. I'm a millennial my damn self. Old dogs, can't teach them anything new. But for anybody who's young, I know I went in on you young people, Gen Zs, but don't smoke weed. It makes you lazy. I plan on ending the show at the 4-hour mark. If you want me up here another hour, it's going to cost you. So $100. Hit the Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal. Let me bring everybody back. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Hey, you know what? I really.
Hey, what type of time you want today? Like, what type of time you want?
Who, CT?
I think that was a great public service announcement, CT. But also with the advancement of healthcare, such as holistic and alternative medicine and treatments, cannabis and hemp flowers have been proven to help people with Crohn's disease, such as my brother, some that suffer from bipolar, schizophrenia, such as myself, and anxiety. There are a lot of things. You have a lot of Western medications that get people addicted, that have terrible side effects, that get you worse off than what you were. I had a medication that caused me to lose my hair. It caused me to have terrible anger and panic attacks. And it was terrible. But indulging in cannabis, you can go there. You can get some people have medical prescriptions. I myself in Texas, they do. You can get it from Austin. And Austin prescribes to anyone in Texas. You have to go through them. But anyways, all I'm saying is that sometimes weed is a better benefit. Marijuana and cannabis is a better benefit than what you get from Western medicine. Western medicine is never out here to make you well. It's never out here to get you better and heal you. It's always out here to keep you coming in the door. If they don't bring you back in the door, then they don't make any money. So they never want you to use what's natural and what's for this earth that God produced for you to have, in my opinion.
Hey, can I back that up real quick, please? Oh, go ahead.
Bob, $5 super chat says, if you pop a DOT test for hard drugs as a pilot, automatic revoking or revocation. How do you pronounce that word? Revocation of license, instant firing, possible federal prison time. However, thank you so much, Bob, for letting the young people know that. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Smitty.
I just real quick to what Ross girl said, man. Salute, because exactly how many times have we seen perfect example? How many times we seen the medication commercial, and then they say, take such and such may cause blindness in the left eye, internal bleeding, may cause hemorrhoid damage, may cause you to trip and fall when you're not even standing up. This medication, I mean.
Wait a minute, Smitty. Hold on. I hate to cut you off, Smitty. I just got this cash up. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. I cut off a Negro that ain't paying. No offense. I don't know if you want me to say your name, but I'm gonna say Steven. Thank you so much for the $100. He paid the 100 for me to go on another hour. Thank you so much. Let me see. Yeah, the 3-hour mark was about to come up. Oh, the 4-hour mark was about to come up, but he just came through. He said, for every seed bearing plant I give you. Okay. Thank you so much, Steven. Steven, if you're in the chat, write like a thumb up or something, but I did get your cash app. Thank you so much for that. Smitty, go ahead, sir.
No, I mean, that's I didn't have much to say. I was just wanting to capitalize on how, because she's absolutely right, bro. A lot of these medications, I remember when I was younger, I got put on a medication. I think it was clonidine, and I think it was just for like being hyper or something, right? But it wound up raising my blood pressure. It wound up raising my blood pressure, right? So I'm like 12 or 13 years old with high blood pressure for what? I've never been overweight, nothing, clean bill of health. And this medication did a lot of damage. Then I had another medication I was put on. It gave me a lot of water weight and I swelled up. And that wasn't good. I was starting to get a gut and everything. My face, my cheeks was swelling up. I didn't like that. So, and plus it was giving me tremendous, like real bad dreams. Like some medications will mess with your head when you go to sleep terribly. So, yeah, it was something. So that's all I wanted to say. I digress. My mic is muted. You on point, Charlotte?
You guys are the exception to the rule, because like
what rule?
What y'all are talking about as far as weed and its medicinal benefits. That's what I'm saying.
So you think me and her are the only two that came up with
No,
this?
I say y'all are, because y'all are the only two that are in here. So if there's other people that benefit, yeah, it benefits other people medicinally. But y'all just happen to be the only two in here. But this is what I want to say to that effect.
Hello?
Okay, you too, whoever that is. So I just want to say to this effect. But when I'm trying to take care of business and I go to a young man and I'm saying, hey man, did you resolve this ticket here?
Mm-hmm.
If you resolve this ticket, we got this ticket, and people need their systems running. So if someone we get tickets, I say, hey, did you resolve this ticket? And he's been smoking at lunch, and he say, oh man, what you talking about? Let me see that. And he's got this little sheepish grin on his face.
How old is this individual?
Almost 30.
Because everything.
No. And I got
such a rookie. It sounds like somebody who just had their second or third
30. Almost 30. Almost 30. And I say, hey, did you resolve this ticket? He's like, oh man, let me check it out. He's got this sheepish grin on his face. I can't think about how weed is helping him.
He might have a couple screws loose naturally.
I don't know some people, but he has a job. He has a job where he has to resolve. He has a job where he has to resolve system issues, and he's doing that on the job. And I have to sit here and say, nigga, you fired. What is that about? It is about
that means you hired an irresponsible person.
Nice. How do I know that when I hire him?
Yeah, you hired the wrong guy.
But
how do I know that when I hire him?
You hired an irresponsible
this is
person.
the logic. See the logic here?
Drug testing.
I don't hire them. I don't hire. So somebody
whoever hired them hired an irresponsible person.
So here's the
like
thing.
job
I have to
security
deal
for
with
you.
it. Where's the
You should
logic?
be happy.
See, this is the logic I'm talking about.
You should be happy.
I should be happy what?
Because it's job security for you,
Who is
sir.
telling me I should be happy that a dude is being irresponsible on the job for smoking weed and he ain't handling business? Evidently, you got to be somebody
Was
that
it taken care of?
You do more than smoke weed.
Was
You're
it
huffing air
Listen,
conditioning
sir,
fluid.
you fired him, correct?
No,
Hold on, can
I said I
speak for a
want to say,
second? Because I just
nigga,
paid
you
$100.
fired. I can't fire.
I just paid $100. Shut up.
I can't
Shut
fire.
up.
Oh, that was you, Rock.
Talk
Oh,
too
okay.
much.
Okay, Rock. I didn't know that was you. But yeah, thank you so much,
Oh,
Rock.
you
I
paying
didn't think you
$100?
One
Well,
second,
yeah,
man.
you can
Yeah.
afford.
Hold
You can
on,
afford
hold
the
on.
sniff glue. You
Hold
can
on for a
afford the
second.
sniff glue and huff
I-
air conditioning fluid.
Hold on, Rock. Okay,
You can
yeah,
afford
Rock.
it.
I didn't
Burn
wanna-
out.
Go ahead, Rock.
Okay, so
Go
I'm
ahead.
a burnout. That means I can afford things. That makes a lot of sense, sir. But my point is that everyone is missing. There's a time and a place for everything. Okay? There's people that go home and they take Xanax. You know what Xanax does to you? It gets you addicted to Xanax. Okay? I would rather somebody go home and smoke a joint or a blunt than take a pill any day, because I've had many people die in my life from
Me
these
too.
so-called prescription pills that they were prescribed to by a doctor. And you're sitting up there and you want to say the only other option that we have
And were
is
they
go
taking
to-
them as
go to this
prescribed?
pharmaceutical industry. This
Were they
industry,
taking them as
you know that
prescribed?
medical malpractice. Please listen to
They
me, sir.
started doing it the
Medical
wrong way because they got
malpractice
addicted.
kills hundreds of thousands.
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a
Please.
second. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. No offense, Ivan.
Medical malpractice.
I know we fraternity brothers and all, but nigga, you didn't pay that $100. Rock did. Rock did. Go ahead. You keep quiet for a minute, Ivan. Let Rock it out. Go ahead. Ivan, be quiet. Hold on. Let Rock talk. You didn't pay that $100. Go ahead. Go ahead, Rock. You got the
I
floor.
paid that $100 so we can talk about this issue.
Yep.
This is a big issue that we have right now. We elected a president so he could make something legal for people, right? So we ain't gotta deal with all this stupid shit. Because I don't want to take a Xanax. I do have anxiety. Okay. I've had things that I've gone through in life that I feel that I need some sort of a crutch. I do not like alcohol because I get to a point, if I drink too much, I become an alcoholic. I don't want to be an alcoholic. So you're telling me my only options is to be an alcoholic or to be on some sort of pills that are made up in some sort of lab somewhere that they say there's no bad things that's going to happen to you. You take these pills. Sir, hundreds of thousands of people die in the United States every year from medical malpractice. Hundreds of thousands of people do not die every year from weed. Okay? You gotta get your head around that. And I'm sorry, the guy shown with the work high, you fired him, you solved the issue. You should be happy because that means that is job security for you. If they can't hire anybody to replace you, right? You get to demand more money if you're intelligent about it. But if you're not intelligent about it, you're going to sit there and you're going to whine about you having to fire somebody instead of firing a bunch of people and say, hey, you know what? I keep firing these guys. You can't find anybody to do this work. I need more money. That's why you should be happy. Go ahead, guys.
Moses, remember, weed smokers miss
How much
details.
weed did you smoke?
Did you hear what Mayo said?
He asked, I think he asked black white guy. Is that his name?
Yeah, Mayo said weed smokers miss details.
Yeah, they do.
Because Mayo, your mic is kind of low, just FYI.
I mean, I think people who don't pay attention miss details. See, I mean, I know quite a few people who don't smoke or do anything.
Amen.
And they don't know how to keep up with a daggone thing, bro. See, this is all I'm saying. I just did this whole
You
like,
don't-
nah.
you
If you
real
forget something,
fluid,
it's
though.
because you
real
smoke
fluid.
weed. If you,
It's weird though, bro. You like real fluid. Every time somebody say something, you say something else. Is like
Wait a minute, Juwan. Wait hold on a second. Juwan said weed
Nah,
makes
what's
you
weird?
talk slow and tell long ass stories that go nowhere.
Man, I don't want to hear that.
Exactly.
Fact.
That's what I'm
Fact.
saying,
Fact.
bro.
Go ahead.
Mitty, you be like you moving the goal. You got to take the good with the bad with everything. Weed has some adverse side effects. Period.
It does, but but listen, y'all
saying,
keep trying
hey,
to say
hold on,
that like
excuse me.
these things
That's
only
one thing,
happen when
bro.
people
When
are
you
on weed.
say, I'm starting to lose faith in when you say, I digress, my mic is muted because you haven't muted. So I think you just saying.
That's why I said they are an exception to the rule. I mean, weed probably does. Weed has its benefits to some medicinal benefits, but at the same time, it causes people a lot of dysfunction. So I don't know who this is, black, white guy. You know, I'm sorry that, you know, you need weed to help you with your dysfunctions in life or your mental
I don't need
incapacities.
it. It's my coffee, sir. Do you drink coffee?
You said
No,
you
I
needed
don't. I don't drink coffee.
So then it's an option then. So it's an option then.
All right, so what's your crutch?
No, you said
I don't need a crutch.
What do you do?
I read books.
You
How
don't
about
drink
that?
alcohol?
Yeah, I drink beer every now and
Do you
then.
drink
I drink a
alcohol?
little beer. I like some Jack Daniels.
Okay, that's
I
your
like some
crutch,
Jack Daniels.
sir.
Drink a little beer.
You
It's not a
understand
crutch.
that's your crutch?
It's not a crutch because
it's
I
your
don't
crutch,
need it,
bro.
I don't need it.
Yeah, you
I
do need
don't
it. That's
need
why
it.
you do it all the time. You
No,
need
I
it.
don't. I didn't say I do it all the time. I said I do it occasionally if I'm hanging out with friends.
It's not
who
looking
wanna
good
get a
for you,
little
black
buzz
white
on.
guy.
Exactly. What does this do? Dude, whatever you're taking, you need to take it now. Right now. Go wherever. Roll one
It's
up.
okay.
Shout out
Go,
to Biden.
hey,
Shout out to Biden with the
Between
crack
people
pipes.
that can come up here and be
Yeah.
honest,
go
and
and
the people
huff
that
you
are
some
not
air
honest.
conditioning fluid. Go and
It's
sniff
okay.
you some glue. Go and sniff you some
Be
pipe cleaner.
dishonest.
Whatever you need to get your mind right.
Hey,
But I don't
Ivan,
need
Ivan,
How much
Ivan,
to
don't
kick this
don't
dude?
forget, don't
I
forget
feel
the
like
whippets,
I
Ivan.
just spent like
Don't forget the
$4,000 a
whippets.
day. I'll spend some more money. How much to get this black Moses, black ass, fake ass, dumb ass person the fuck out
Hey,
of here?
long as you pay like you weigh,
wait a
nigga.
minute. Hold on for a second. Now wait a minute. Now we're talking. Hold on for a second.
Yeah,
Now,
Pay like you
Black
weigh.
Moses- Hold on, Ivan. Hold on.
Yeah.
You know, Black Moses is my fraternity brother, right? $500. He's gone for
Yeah.
3 days.
So pay
Hold
like
on
you
for a
weigh, Fraggle Rock.
2 days?
$500. He's gone for 3 days. You won't see his face for 3 days.
Yeah,
Go ahead, guys.
$500. $500.
Yeah.
Can you buy
I'll
that?
consider it.
Can you buy that? $500. Can you buy that?
Well, it is. You know, having money is not the option of if you can or
This
you
is what we're
can't.
talking about.
It's
How about this? 500. Rock $500, and he's gone for the week. How about that? I'll give you a bargain. He's gone for 7 days. I don't care. He's my fraternity brother now. He's gone for 7
Nah.
days. Fine.
I actually don't mind them that much. I just don't like people that are really they don't see the other side of things because I can see the other side of things. I've been on both sides of it. I've been around.
You're refusing to see the other side of it.
They
That's
go
the
and
problem.
they run the hospital. Listen, they go and they run the hospital for everything. The hospital gives them some pill that gives them another side effect. So you know what they do? They go back to the hospital for the side effect and they get another pill. They end up being on these 5 different pills that cost them $500 a month that they can't afford, but yet their bodies used to it. So if they stop taking the medication, it's like they're dying. You know, it's like opioids. They give them opioid pills and you take them and your body gets used to it. And then you run out of the script because your pain's supposed to be gone from whatever injury and your body's addicted to them. So you become a heroin addict. You know, like you're not understanding that these pills cause more grief to the community than weed does. Weed's not a gateway.
Hey, Smitty, that's your boy. You brought him up.
I said, no, I'm talking to CT. No, I ain't bringing
Nobody brought me
nobody up,
anywhere.
nigga.
I brought
I
myself
keep
here.
telling you,
I thought your mic was muted. I thought your mic was muted.
Nah, it's unmuted, dang. I'm saying something right now. I'm not defending anything with it. What I'm saying is just like the same thing Sister Ross saying, the same thing Rock saying too. There are two sides of it, bro. The fact is, look, man, if y'all the type of people you just don't get down, because look, I can tell. See, CT's the type of dude, he'll see kids smoking weed at the park and be like, y'all smoking dope. See, he still call weed dope. So I already know. He that far that far
dope.
back with it, and that's okay, bro. That's okay. But no, what we're saying does definitely hold weight. And the fact is that it wouldn't be used in actual medical science today for real. Like for example, cancer patients. Just a small example. They give cancer patients who come out of chemo cannabis. Why? Because they have bad nausea. And it helps them open up their stomach so they can go ahead and eat food because they'll start to lose weight, bro. Like,
But
I don't know what we're
nobody's
talking
denying
about
that.
right now.
Nobody's
And
denying
so that's
that.
a real thing. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not sitting up here defending and
that's not
telling nobody
everyday
go
use.
smoke. Let me
Nobody's
finish. I'm
denying
landing
that.
it right here. I'm landing it right here. So all I'm saying is, bro, I definitely know weed is not for everybody, bro.
Are majority of people cancer patients? Smitty, are majority of people cancer patients?
I've had some friends, bro, where like I hit a J. I know some people like, man, weed makes them paranoid. See, they got something in there for real. I know some people that
I
be
know
like when they smoke,
Joe Rogan
they
said that
don't know
himself in
how
the
to
podcast.
function. They don't know how to function and everything else, but that is such a small group of people, sir.
No, it's not, sir. It's not a small amount of people.
All right. How about this? I
Tired,
damn sure
paranoid,
digress from.
and
I'm
hungry.
not arguing. I'm not going back and forth with that,
Hold
bro.
on.
I'm
Can I
not
say something? I know a multi-millionaire.
Not gonna hear
that he doesn't smoke in the morning because he's not an idiot. He goes to work, he does his thing, but when he gets home to do all the paperwork and all the emails and things like that, he sits back and he tokes up. You know, because that is his relief. It's better than anything else. It's better than drinking a bunch of alcohol. You know, once you drink a bunch of alcohol, you're not yourself. Anybody could admit that. When you smoke a little bit of bud, you might be more real, you know, might be more open, you know.
But I just say a millionaire. What is this, Wolf of Wall Street?
But Black Rock, you said it.
I'm about to be a millionaire in another 2 years, so.
Hey Rock, but you said it though. You said he waited till he got all his business done to smoke. That probably says that it changes his outlook or his functionality. So he waits till after work till he gets his paper done to smoke, to indulge. That makes sense because it does have some type of effect, which is okay.
Does. It should. If it don't have no effect, what are you paying for? Why are you smoking? That's bush.
So here's the other thing, right? Mildew is one of the main components in penicillin, right? But if you live in a house and you breathe in mildew for years, right? It'll affect you mold, right? It'll affect you in a different way. So things have positive uses, but there is adverse effects to using them, you know, in abundance. And a lot of people use them recreationally, I think is the point.
No disagreement there. Now, let me back that point up what you said. This is a fact. Like, say a person that smokes a lot, right? What happens is when you smoke, it doesn't necessarily kill your brain cells at first. What it does, it covers it. It covers the brain cell. Now, your brain cells can recuperate. Now, when you continuously just smoking and just back to back, and even when you start to feel a little headache, whatever, you kill a lot of brain cells when you continuously smoke back to back. And then that's where you can kind of get like the person that may respond a little slower, may be forgetful, because you don't allow your brain cells to recuperate. Because all through the day, all you do is sit around and just toke all day. So that is, you know, that could be, when you're misusing it, the adverse effects. So yes.
Me personally, I don't really care about why people smoke marijuana or how much they smoke. That's really not any of my concern. I personally think that you don't show up to work under the influence. You don't go to school under the influence if you're a teacher and all of that. I completely agree with that. But I do think that marijuana should be legalized in all states. And I think that employers should be able to have the right to deem it or make it legal however they want to, if they want to give drug tests or not. But in regards to that, I think so. Just because people have an issue with it, I think it's the great compromise, in my opinion. Also, since we're on it, I find marijuana to be the best thing in the world. I have relocated my life for marijuana, part of it, and my husband, of course. But moving to a state where it's legal, moving to a state where it's legal for recreation, legal for medicinal, I think that it is an issue that children are out here suffering. People are out here suffering because they deem marijuana as a drug when they allow folks to have caffeine, allow you to have cigarettes, allow you to have alcohol and kill people and give you your license back so you can go back out there and kill people. Like, we don't have that. Ganja smokers do not have any reports of that. They don't have those issues. But there's the question, why doesn't America want to make it completely legal in all states? Because they're still trying to figure out how to tax it and make money from it. All these
already know how to tax it. They do it with alcohol and tobacco.
All these other things have it, such as alcohol and tobacco, and that's why people have that, and there's no issue with it. Just because it's legal definitely doesn't mean that it's not going to kill you. That's all I'm saying.
I noticed
they already know how to tax it. The states are already taxing it.
But not in every state. Not in every state. That's all I'm saying. You still got D-boys on the street making more money than you got dudes with dispensaries. What are you talking about? Like, come on. Zaza, you can't go
You're
get
not out
Zaza
there
from
in
a
them streets,
dispensary. You're
Mayo.
going
You're
right
not
to
in
the
the streets,
D-boy.
bro. Don't talk about something you don't know, bro. You're
You
not in
want
the
to put a
streets.
street corner guy?
No, just stop,
No,
bro.
you want to
I'll
put
go
a
That's
to
not
a
your
street
corner
field.
corner
guy.
guy before I go to a dispensary. I
Come
would,
on now.
because the prices are better.
She know what
Hey,
she's
I heard
talking
those
about
street
too. That's
corner
a real
guys are
thing.
spraying the weed with bug spray.
That's a
If that's the case, then I'm a street
There
corner.
you
I
go.
guess I'm a street corner guy because we growing and putting it out there, and it's legal where I'm at. Like, come on.
Yes.
But
Street
yeah,
corner people are
cigarettes got
putting
over
fentanyl in it
10,000
right
The
now.
different
issue is
chemicals
trying
in
to
it,
get the
right?
government to back up to black people trying to sell, to have legalized
out.
marijuana.
We ain't doing that. You weed heads.
But you say you want
We ain't
legalized
doing that.
marijuana, but you still are in the
All this-
illegal
all
marijuana
this
business.
marijuana talk.
Yeah, I will be in the. I definitely will be in the legal marijuana business too. It's legal
All
and
this
equal
marijuana talk.
for everybody in
Everybody
all
talking
states.
about
There's no
marijuana.
reason that people who sell weed on the street taking 10-year charges and 5-year charges, and because they can sell it in the dispensary, that don't happen. People have lost their lives to marijuana because of the government, and it was racially put out there in proportion for black people to go to jail for 7 grams for 10 years and a white person get caught up and get freaking probation. If you want to talk about it, let's talk about it.
No, but let's talk about it because it all depends on your priors.
No, it doesn't. If you're a
Sentencing
black man with 7
depends on
grams,
your
they don't care
prior.
if you got priors, sir.
I went to prison
If
for
the law
7
is
years
7
for having
grams,
11 and
the
a
law
half
is
pounds.
7 grams, ma'am.
I went to prison for 7.5 years for having 11 and a half pounds, sir. I went to prison because of the George Biden crime, drug law.
No record, Smitty. That was the first charge.
Nah. I had a couple priors, but nothing. Listen, man, stop and listen.
Yeah.
Nothing like real serious. Like I had some charges, but they got like Nolly Persequate, and they was just like some of them were like a traffic ticket. Just like simple possession.
But you were given chances. Did you have other drug offenses?
Just a couple.
Just a couple.
I ain't never really get caught for real, bro. I ain't get caught till one big
dude.
buck. Nah, I ain't get caught till one big buck.
Chaotic. What's the question on the table, Chaotic?
Listen, here's my problem with locking
I got
somebody
all
up
the
for that
weed
long. Okay, you got 11 years.
All the weed answers.
11
He
years
gave
for
me- he
11
gave me-
pounds. How much money did that cost the taxpayer?
Yeah, he gave me a year for
how
each
much money
pound.
did that cost the taxpayer?
I thought you had 11 pounds.
Dude, we just paid
Mm-hmm.
$500,000 to take him out of society because he got caught with a little bit of weed because he wanted to go out there and try to sell things instead of giving an opportunity to go sell something legal. All right,
Hey,
you
let
want
me
to
ask
sell
y'all
things? All right, here. You know what? We can get you the job over here. They need people
I don't
selling
make no
cars.
excuses for it. I was in the streets, bro. Like that's my outlook. I was in the streets. I don't make no excuses for that. I was trying to get it. I had family members, I had uncles that ran a limousine service that was big, and I got into. I hopped off the porch from family members, bro. I ain't go out there, no peer pressure, no nothing. I grew up. I seen it. You see what I'm saying?
All the CEOs smoke weed, man. All the CEOs
I got a
smoke
quick
weed.
question. That's cool. I got a quick question. If they legalized weed, if they
What do you mean
legalized
if they
weed,
did?
if they did
It is.
across the board,
Yeah, we live in
across the
DC,
board,
Okay.
everywhere across the board, do you think that would take the brothers off the street robbing each other for their sacks and things
No.
like that? Do you think that would do
because,
it?
because
Why?
niggas will always think of something to rob each other for. They'll just switch it over to the pills and the lean. They'll switch it over to snatching chains, whether it's the cars, whatever it is. Nah,
But what
niggas
if the
always want to think of
scenario-
something to
but
take
what if
from
the
niggas.
scenario-
If that's
what
the
if the
mindset,
scenario-
it's a mindset.
Okay, so what if the scenario is just weed? What if let's just talk about
What do you
weed?
mean?
Let's not talk about pills. If they legalized
Yeah.
weed, would that take the brothers off
It'll
the
take
corner
some
and
of
have
them off. It will take some of them off.
I can tell you this much: crime has
Some of
gone
them will
down in
go
the
off,
state of
yeah.
Maryland ever since
Yeah,
they
no.
have, and listen,
Yeah,
incarceration.
absolutely.
It has not,
because
sir.
a lot
No,
of
it has
people were
not.
going to jail just for having some weed, bro. So I
Nah,
mean,
bro.
it's gone down in the sense of like
Like
people are more
legal, right?
laxed. People
Gail
are
said it
people are
hasn't.
more laxed. Now
Gail
listen,
said it
let me
hasn't.
say this though. Hold on, let me say this. You want to know what I really think? Honestly, I do think that it's something other to this. They didn't just make marijuana legal to go ahead and cut down, because they say they did it to cut down the prison population. Okay, they did that, but I really believe the undertone of this whole thing is to keep us from being able to qualify for a lot of stuff. Like, for example, when they make it legal, then people get a weed card. If you get a weed card, you can't own a firearm. See, that's why I ain't get. You see, so I believe it's a lot of like disarmament. Like, in certain jobs you just can't get if
But
you do
isn't that
smoke. That
just
is
silly?
true.
Isn't that just silly though? Because you can
hold on for
drink
a second.
alcohol and own a firearm.
Guys, hold on for a second. Rock, are you there?
Yeah.
Rock, are you there? Yeah, I mean, Rock, you did drop the 100. Are you? I mean, you should get priority to speak. Go ahead, Rock.
Yeah, what's up?
My
you
bad,
should get
Rock.
priority. Yeah, go ahead, Rock. You did drop the 100. Go ahead.
Bro,
I think everybody's kind of missing the point, man.
Go ahead, Rock.
We live in a world full of evils. Okay? Alcohol kills a lot of people. Pills kill a lot of people. Even caffeine kills people. Those energy drinks make people have seizures. I've actually experienced that secondhand. You can see that, man, all over the internet. People drinking too many Red Bulls and their heart basically explodes out of their body. So my whole thing is the only reason that I am like I smoke, right, is because I sit back and I look at all my options, right? I think that's one of my lesser evils in this world, you know? So I don't have no problem with it. I don't think you should be driving and smoking. I don't think you should be working and smoking, you know? And I think if we can't agree on that, then you just a hard-headed person that ain't gonna, you know, you're gonna be sitting where you at, wherever you're at tomorrow, because you're not gonna go anywhere.
Yep, but you.
I think we need to figure out. We need to figure out what. Let's try to agree on that. We all agree on that. That it should be legal. I'm explaining real quick. That weed should be legal. You should not smoke and drive, and you should not go to work while under the influence of anything.
I'm against that. I'm against that. Smoking and driving is a pastime. That's almost like goddamn baseball. Smoking and driving. Smoking and driving is a pastime for the American.
Well, you know, it's
people.
only illegal if you get caught.
Let's do this. Can we do? Let's do this. Can we do this? Can we do this? Can we do this?
Nah, you got to get the playlist ready first. First, you got to get them songs ready first. You can't ride out till you got the playlist ready.
Hey, I got a question. With legalizing weed across the board, would it make more people functional or dysfunctional?
I think
dysfunctional.
No, you gotta listen. We're trying to agree on something, man. Can we please see if
that's
we
why
agree
I asked the question. I'm trying to get it.
I just brought up
across the board. Will we, if they legalize weed across the board?
You're not a politician. You can't
Fraggle
answer
Rock.
the question with the question.
Hey, Fraggle Rock.
All right,
I'll
give you an answer.
You can't answer a question with a question.
I'll give you an answer. No, the way you stated.
All I asked is if they legalize weed across the board, which is what you said, dumbass. If they legalize
weed across the board, dumbass.
Make more
it's not across the board.
We're not going to insult each other and stick with the point. Let's stick with the point. Y'all ain't got to insult each other.
Do you hear this dude? Do you hear him?
But you don't have to insult. Just make your point.
If he's been a dumbass,
crush him with your point, not insults. Crush him with your point, not an insult.
If they legalize weed across the board, which was his statement, will it make more people functional or dysfunctional? Easy question. Easy question.
Functional, man. Weed ain't nothing wrong with no damn weed.
I think I got a question for the weed
smoke. You can function with weed. You can smoke with weed. I smoke before I go to the gym.
No. That's you as an individual. That's you as an individual. That's you as an individual. See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all are bringing y'all individual cases in here. And like I said, there's exceptions to that. But I'm talking about across the board. If they legalize weed like alcohol is legal, will that make people more functional or dysfunctional? Let's not look at our individual scenarios.
Okay, I'll answer it this way. I answer it this way. Would you rather have a legal weed store at the end of your block or a bar?
A bar?
You
I don't smoke weed.
Really?
You tripping?
Yeah, I don't
Would you rather a bar?
You
I already go to bars. I already go to bars.
It'll fix a lot of the domestic violence issues that we
I
have.
already go to bars.
Listen,
I already go to bars. It won't change nothing for me.
And make sure they get rid of
it may change something for you when somebody leaving there drunk crashes into maybe. Come on now, what are you talking about? It can easily affect you or anything around you.
I got
What you talking about? Somebody get to fighting, somebody get to shooting, the bullet goes across the street. Stop playing.
That's gonna happen anyway.
The weed store closes 7. No, it's not.
You need a better neighborhood, bro.
Listen to me.
Everybody walks away.
Hold on, Moses.
Everybody walks away.
I could go to a club. I could go to a club. Look,
no
I can
fights
go
at the
to a
weed
club.
store.
Black Moses, can you let other
I can
people
go
speak
to a
for
bar.
little bit?
I can go to a bar or a club, and 2 Negroes would start shooting, and they're not high or drunk. How about that?
Oh, you ain't even being being disingenuous now.
I'm not being
disingenuous. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Yes, you are.
It has happened on many occasions.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
It has happened on many occasions. You go to a bar or a club, and 2 Negroes start fighting over a female, and they fight and shooting in the parking lot.
Under the influence. They were all
Why
under
are
the
we
influence.
even talking about? We're not talking about that, Moses. Can you just please?
Hey, here you go again.
Let's agree on something.
Disingenuous like this on this panel like this.
No, I got an honest question though for the weed smokers.
Stop that.
For the weed, for the people.
That is an honest question. I'm like, how can you sit there when there's bars everywhere, bars and clubs?
First of all, sir, can you say pro cannabis? I'm a little triggered by the whole weed smoker thing.
The pro cannabis.
Thank you, sir.
I got a question. I got an honest question though. Dead ass, right?
Nah, respect.
Say, indeed. So people say like weed makes you chill, makes you calm, and all that. But I live in DC, so I'm in Northeast.
That's what's up.
In Minnesota, and it's a zoo.
I know where you
over
at.
here.
I know where you at.
But it's a zoo over here, and the crime. Hold on. And the crime has risen in our city, in our metropolitan. And
let me help you. Let me help you, dog.
Hold on, Smith. Come on, God.
Let him talk.
My bad, bro. Nah, you blaming it on me. Go ahead.
No. I'm asking a sincere. I'm asking a sincere question. I thought we had like calming effects.
It do.
But what I'm saying is when I'm good. The weed.
I know where you at. I know where you at, bro.
The pro-cannabis people on the panel won't let anybody finish. That's a contradiction.
I hear what you're saying. I'm just trying to go ahead.
Y'all smoking weed and interrupt. Y'all should
bro, hold on.
You're trying to interrupt what he's saying because it's true.
Get it out. Go ahead, get it out.
Please, bro. Listen. First of all, I know exactly where you at, bro. And listen, it's not necessarily the weed. First of all, unfortunately,
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying that if it's legal here, right? But people are smoking more, right?
I got you. I know exactly why, bro.
Let him fucking finish.
Just let him finish, G.
God damn.
Let him finish.
You're not Miss Cleo, bro.
The weed smokers are not relaxing. Let him finish. Come on, weed smokers. Let him relax.
But you probably do see where I'm going. But I would assume that a lot of people indulge, and now it's legal. I would assume that crime would drop a little bit, but in fact, it has risen, right? So I'm just thinking, if we had these calming effects and chill out effects, would it affect the crime rate in a positive way? Would it be illegal?
No, because we can't fight crack. We can't fight crack, and we can't fight
marijuana. Don't fight marijuana. Marijuana don't fight crime.
And listen, I know where you at. I'm on Georgia Avenue right now. Right?
Okay,
I know where you at in the city, right? So look though. The weed, that ain't the issue. The weed is doing all it can to combat the issue. The weed is fighting hard. Okay,
the weed is an ineffective antipsychotic.
That's
what the people are saying.
That PCP.
Oh, thank you, dog. That's what I was trying to say, dog.
Okay.
Niggas are out there where you at and been in courts and shit. They out there on PCP, bro.
That's the shit that's
it's not the weed, bro. And then on top of that, they're lightening up on the crimes and letting niggas go for more stuff. So niggas are more brazen now, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You trying to focus on weed. He said it right there. Because when you said you in Northeast, I said, okay, he around there with a juice at. You over there with a juice at, bro.
I'm not.
Niggas off dippers over there.
I'm not qualifying weed as the proponent of everybody doing bad things. I'm asking a question about weed because we're talking about weed.
It's deeper than weed. It has not. Listen, that crime that's going on.
Smitty,
he said it.
Here's what you can't do though. You can't mischaracterize my question for having a ulterior motive. I'm asking a genuine question because I don't smoke it.
No, I understand. No, I understand. I'm trying to tell you exactly what he just said. It's exactly what it is. How you say they made the weed legal. They didn't just make the weed legal. They didn't eased up on the laws. Dudes get out in DC easy. They even got caught on Saturdays, bruh. Don't know.
Rock, go ahead, Rock. You got priority. Go ahead, Rock.
Oh my gosh.
Go ahead, Rock. I paid. I mean, it's
we really have to look at an overall picture of things, man, when it comes to crime in these large cities, because these prosecutors aren't really doing the right thing. There was most recently the worst case that I heard was in California, and the guy was being sentenced for murder, and they released him out on bail while he was supposed to be sentenced for murder.
Go ahead, Rock.
And he actually killed 2 police officers while out on bail. So that's completely the prosecutor's problem. We have a lot of prosecutors in these states and in these counties that are not prosecuting people that should be prosecuted and should be locked up. And that's why we have rising crime rate, because people that would normally be locked up and wouldn't be on the streets are just being released over and over again.
Okay. So you're saying that this not even correlated to weed, it's just how we policing people?
Yeah, look into the prosecutors. It's not the police's fault neither, because the police can lock them up
once they get arrested.
It's the prosecutor's job to prosecute them. Yes. So what happens is, like, I'm from Jacksonville, Florida, and they used to call it Jacktown, Duval County. You know what I'm saying? Like, back in the day, we had a prosecutor that if you got arrested with a gun, they wouldn't prosecute you for the gun. They'd just take the gun and give you like probation or something for like a lesser charge. And that would happen over and over and over again until somebody catch a murder charge because they walk around with a gun. And then somebody step on the Jordans. They step on the Jordans and get shot. There was a kid Jacksonville was so crazy. There was a 12-year-old kid that cut across this man's yard on the corner, and the man ran out of his house and chased him in the middle of the street and shot him with a shotgun 3 times. That's how crazy Jacksonville used to be.
That was cocaine. I'm pretty sure. Cocaine.
Yeah, or meth. Or meth.
The prosecutors.
Meth is big down there too.
It's the prosecutors that are doing all this.
It was the hard drugs there, brother.
Yeah, man.
I think that weed is the least drug that we should worry about with correlation to crime. With the new drugs coming out, the opioids, the fentanyls, people biting off people's faces and things of that. Marijuana has nothing on that. I myself am in a DMV area. I see a lot of kids getting shot up at the rec centers, like just last weekend. It's just a lot going on. I definitely don't think that it's marijuana. It's the violence, the urban city. Go ahead.
And I will say that about marijuana. The only thing that's not safe when marijuana users are around is your leftovers in the fridge. Okay, if you went to any type of restaurant, any type of good food, you left it in the fridge, and you have a weed smoker around, the leftovers is.
Yeah, but aren't a lot of these
in jeopardy?
Can't legally buy marijuana?
The leftovers are in jeopardy. I ain't
in violence due to the marijuana trade.
You said what now?
Most of these teens that are into marijuana get into violence in the marijuana trade.
The marijuana trade started
in the marijuana trade.
Whatever's grown over
trade
here.
for marijuana. No, not here in DC. Here, you just go to the 7-Eleven and
not if you're underage. You don't. Not if you're underage.
No,
bro,
no,
what?
You're not listening. You're not listening, sir. I'm giving you the answer.
Can a 16-year-old get a marijuana card?
No, I told you what he has to do.
He don't need one.
Where's he buying one? Where's he buying it?
7-Eleven.
Hey, at 7-Eleven?
Yes,
you gotta be trolling, bro. You gotta be trolling.
I can get a big gulp and some weed. I can get a big gulp and some weed.
Bruh, I was buying weed when I was 15, sir. I was able, me and my friends, and they're like 16, 17 in high school, listening to Master P Ghetto D.
And how many friends of yours got shot during weed deals?
I'm telling you,
he's
weed
saying,
is not a violent deal.
wait, he
You
was
got to,
saying,
you got
Bruh,
it
out
wrong.
here, some of the young niggas are the ones who got the best weed out here.
no, he's saying,
What you talking
he's
about?
saying if people are hustling, whether it's weed or whatever, does violence ensue? That's what he asking.
That's what I'm saying. Normally, weed is not a
No,
violent
not
deal.
with weed. No, that's
Normally.
like with what boat, coke. That's
But
really with the heart,
anything
heroin.
else, but anything else, if you're talking about robbing and all that type of stuff, people will rob you for your damn cell phone.
Right, bruh. On the
So
train.
I mean, they
Snatching
really,
phones on the train. Yeah.
they don't, that the weed. Normally, people who smoke weed are pretty chill people for the
Thank you,
most part.
bruh.
No, so
I
we
don't know
saying
what
that.
y'all talking about, dog.
No,
when you
no, he
man,
asked.
listen, when you smoke, especially the good stuff that's out here, dog.
Oh,
Man,
obviously, when
you
you
want to
smoke,
make
you can't think straight.
PBJ and you
'Cause
want
you
to grab
can't answer
Xbox
simple
controllers or something, dog. You want to chill. You want to play your
No,
tune or just
stop. He asking a question. He's saying, so are we saying that when people are hustling weed, you saying that a deal never goes bad? Is that what we? Is
what
that what
the
we
heck, man?
saying?
I ain't even
No,
about to
of course,
entertain this, man.
no.
Look, y'all go
That's
ahead. I'm
what
not
he
entertaining
asked.
that, bro.
That's
No,
what he
it
asked.
definitely
Now
happens.
that's
What
a
I'm saying
stupid
is not.
question. Of course
Yeah,
it
who the
goes
hell would say
wrong.
that?
Yeah, but
People
everybody
get
knows
robbed
that.
over PlayStations. Like, are you
That's what I'm
fucking
trying to tell
serious?
you.
The thing. See, here's what I'm not saying all of y'all, but you can't get upset at the man. He just making his statement just like you making yours. That don't
Yeah,
make no
but
sense to say you can get
that's.
robbed over PlayStation.
Dude,
We ain't
go
talking
into
about PlayStation.
Google
I'm saying
and
with
type in
everything,
shot over
listen,
a weed deal.
with everything comes amount of risk, okay? And I can say the same thing as how many motherfuckers done robbed the liquor store.
We gotta watch the
Okay,
F word.
that's been oh, I'm sorry, my bad, K.I.
Yep.
How many people done robbed the liquor store? That's been the setting of most movies, the plot in 1,500 movies, and people rob liquor stores all the time, and ain't nobody said, well, we should ban alcohol because people are robbing liquor stores.
Because alcoholics aren't robbing liquor stores for alcohol.
Then what they robbing a liquor store for?
Fucking cash.
You gotta watch the F bomb.
And then they use
Sorry,
the
man.
cash
That's what
to
he
buy more.
is.
Then they use the cash to buy more liquor.
So are you
A
suggesting
liquor store's never been
are you
robbed for alcohol,
suggesting
Mayo,
you
ever?
suggesting that in the history of America there's been more weed deals that's gone bad than liquor stores robbed?
Yep.
Probably.
Yep.
That's false.
We live in
Yeah,
two
I don't
different
know about
worlds.
that.
I can't
Yeah, I
even
don't
go
know
back
about
and
that.
forth with somebody that don't live in my world, bro. I can't. I can't. Y'all take
That's
that one
false.
away. Hey man, salute. I ain't
That's
know was
false.
that many of us from the DMV up this thing, man. I like this. Y'all make me feel comfy.
Hey, Roz girl,
There you go.
moved
There
to
you go,
DMV?
Kiana. Put all four of us over here. I like
Yes.
that. I like that.
I didn't
Reading
know that. I
strap.
thought you were still in Houston.
I just been out here a while.
No, sir. No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, she moved to feed her addiction, sir.
Oh,
Goodness
Whatever,
gracious.
feed my addiction, make
Goodness
money,
gracious.
You
Man,
weed
look.
heads, y'all trip me out, man. Y'all cool though. I like a good weed head.
I
Y'all
mean,
cool with me, man. I salute
We're
you.
not advocating for that.
didn't
CT,
the
stop putting
creator
words in our mouths.
didn't the creator formulate the photosynthesis to make the marijuana? Is that not true? Is that not true?
Oh yeah.
Is that not true?
Ain't
Yeah,
that
I
every
think-
plant? Ain't that every
Yeah.
plant?
Grapes
true.
ferment too.
That's every
This is
plant,
from the
man.
creator.
It's natural.
Yeah.
It's
from the
completely
creator.
natural.
I don't
Yeah.
think the Lord. I don't think the Lord
Tell me
had
something
anything to
more
do
natural.
with the photosynthesis of weed. I think that
Here.
was a Satan thing. I think Satan did that. Satan planted some seeds too.
No,
Satan
Satan
planted some
don't
seeds.
get-
Oh, okay. So
Satan-
Satan creates
You said
crates
Satan
now.
planted
You're
the
crazy,
weed
bro.
seed?
Satan planted some
loony.
seeds too. Some cocaine plants, some weed plants.
Bro,
Yeah, I
you
think
sound worse than the people up here who smoke.
Satan creates? Is that what you're saying?
Now Satan creates in his world. It does.
Black Moses.
Yeah.
Satan is the minister
Talking
of
to
music.
Black
That's
Moses
all.
Bro, that's
from the Holy Hebrew School of
Dang.
Evolutionary Knowledge and Redemption. That's what you're talking to.
Yeah, Satan.
Do
can
you guys believe what Joanna
Permission
said?
to do
Oh,
that.
hell no.
That chill is synonymous with being slow and lazy.
No.
Okay.
Oh, it's just a nice
No.
word for
It's
it.
not chaotic.
No. Because
That's
chill
not
is
the
chill,
truth.
slow is slow, and lazy is lazy. There are
No, I
no.
think when you
But I'm gonna
say it
say
pertaining
this.
to weed.
Yeah,
But I'm
yeah,
gonna say
exactly.
this.
English.
Most people who call in sick to
Let
work that they
CT
can't
talk,
come
Black
in today,
Moses.
they smoke weed. They're weed smokers. More people smoke
No,
weed, call in sick
Does
from work.
NyQuil make you slow and lazy?
no, sir,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay.
If you
You
if you
only,
if you
sir,
drinking it every day,
sir. You only call in work
There's usually
if
meth
you've
heads
been
that stay
on.
up all night.
It's usually a cocaine binge, sir. You've been up from Saturday.
Crash.
King Spark, King Spark, are you at work right now smoking weed?
you're weed smokers. Weed smokers calling in and say, "Hey, I
Spark,
Yeah,
are you
can't
because
at
come
I
are you
in
at
own
work
today."
right? Are you
I
at work
own my
smoking weed
own.
right now?
That's right, because
Spark
this
it.
is my business, sir.
Okay, so you're high conducting business.
In the
Hey,
motherfucker.
Hold on for a second.
Oh, sorry.
Real-
No, no, F
You're
word,
high.
no F word, no F
Let
word.
me ask you a question. You're high conducting business, right?
Well, no, I have employees.
Okay, so
Putting it
you're
in the back.
smoking weed around your employees, right?
Yeah, what you mean?
Can they
No,
smoke
he
weed on
not.
the
No, he
job
not.
too with you?
No, he not.
Absolutely. We're not. We're not. We're
And
not.
real quick,
We're not
real quick,
against weed.
what is it that you do? Okay, what is your business, by the way?
On a smoke shop.
Oh, well, that's different. Yeah, okay, all right. Well, that makes sense. All right. Yeah, well, I guess you can do something there. Yeah. Would you want your
Ask the devil a question.
would you want your surgeon to perform surgery on you high on weed?
If he feel like it makes him concentrate better, yes, sir. I'll make
CT,
sure he gets some good before he
CT,
goes
can I real
on
quick,
in.
please?
You
CT,
can't
look.
listen, chaotic. You can't listen, chaotic. You cannot take the stereotypical things that you smoke weed like, duh, you can't communicate. That's most of those people are already just dumb. They just dumb people, just to begin with. It didn't matter whether they smoked weed or not, right? But there's a lot of high functioning individuals, right, that work in the United States government in various positions,
Name
lawyers. Listen to me. Okay?
No, I'm asking you. Name one.
Listen. I'm not going to name them.
Kamala Harris.
I'm not gonna name them. It's not my business to name them. But I'm telling you that I have all types of clients.
Okay.
From the most assuming to the non-assuming clients that you would be like,
Would
wow.
you ever smoke weed with your children? Like a 7-year-old? Would you ever smoke weed if you have a 7-year-old? Would you ever smoke weed with them?
No, not with a 7-year-old. Because
okay, so
they're still developing. Same reason I wouldn't drink a cup of coffee with a 7-year-old. Would you have a cup of coffee with your 7-year-old?
Hold on. What about a 14-year-old? What about a 14-year-old?
No, at least 17, 18.
So you would finally pass the blunt to your 17-year-old son or
18,
daughter?
about 18. Okay. 18.
Now, would you want your daughter to smoke weed too?
Would I want her to smoke weed?
Yeah, she's
Would
18.
you introduce it to her?
I mean,
Would you introduce
it's not.
it to her?
Well, see, my thing is I don't introduce drugs to nobody. If you come across it and you end up doing what you do, but I don't introduce you. That's my strict rule of life. I will not introduce anything to nobody. If I'm with you and you tell me you never took a drink before, I'm like, all right, cool. Stay with never taking a drink because I don't know how this shit's gonna affect you. So I wouldn't introduce any substance to anyone. Now that's just me on a personal level though.
King, do you market your smoke shop?
Yeah, it's a smoke something smoke shop, 3232 Georgia Avenue.
Yeah, so you got to market it, right? You want people to come in.
And what other products do you have? What other products do you have in the smoke shop?
We have a whole bunch of things. We have incense. We have incense. We have Palo Santo. We have CBD rubs and balms, CBD sodas.
Hey, you over there by where the old Safeway used to be, not too far from the station?
Yeah, not too far from the station. I'm catty corner from Call Your Mother Bakery.
Got you.
Yeah, we right here on Georgia and Lamont.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have literature. We have literature on marijuana, smoking, different healing things. We have crystals. We're pretty much it's a full service smoke shop, but we also are a holistic type of vibe as well.
I can dig that.
Oh, it sounds lovely.
Yeah. King Spark, Mayo kind of too. I play football in college, so a lot of guys get hurt and all that, right? And so some of my buddies, they did smoke and they said it helped in terms of like pain after surgery, so on and so forth. Is that real? Because they was also smoking before that too, though.
Well, my issue with medical marijuana is in most states, to get your medical marijuana card, you go 2 doors down from the dispensary to the marijuana doctor and get a card who's never seen you before. This doctor has never seen you in your life, doesn't know your medical history. For it to be actual medical marijuana, it would have to be a controlled product. It would have to be given out by your primary care or your specialty physician.
Okay.
Not the pot doctor. Right there.
Why is that?
By definition, by actual medical definition, there would only be 3 or 4 things that they would give it to you for. Because those are the 3 or 4 things that are proven.
Check this out. Your doctor tells you to drink lots of water, right? But you can get the water from everywhere, can't you? There's only a couple places you get your water from. No, you get your water from anybody that has good goddamn water. Okay, so it should be the same way.
I have a weed question. I've smoked weed in the past, and it has given me this feeling in my stomach that makes me feel gassy. What is that about?
That's called the munchies. That's how weed. Yeah, that's how weed affects you. I'll tell you, everything isn't for everybody. It's not one of those blanket things.
It's not
where I would say everything is for everybody. Some people smoke weed and get really paranoid, get a lot of anxiety, and they're very anxious. Yep. You know what I'm saying? From getting high. Like some people, are just they're not wired that way. Now, some people also that use weed as a pick-me-up in the morning. Some people only smoke one joint for a long time. All I did was smoke one joint a day. For years, I only smoked one joint a day. I get up, I smoke my J to get my day started, and then do whatever I gotta do for my day, and then come home, gym, tired, and one joint a day.
Let me ask you: do you have to smoke that one joint a day? Do you have to?
Have to? I mean, I would love to. If you ask, yes, I would love to. I don't have to. No, I don't have to.
Let me read the super chat real quick. Let me read the super chat. Joanna with the $5 super chat says, I just want to know why y'all talk slow. Are you thinking real hard? Talking about the weed smokers. Go ahead, guys.
Does it slow down the thinking? Is that what it does? It slows down the thinking?
Go ahead.
I'm not entertaining it.
Well, what we do is one of the reasons we do this is to relax. So, I mean, I don't know. If you want me to turn it up and talking really quick, I can. But one real quick point, they have legal marijuana in Texas think before you speak, and you don't even have to see the doctor. You could do a appointment online.
I'm in pain management therapy. I could have answered the brother's question about pain and weed and stuff because I lost my leg, bro. But it doesn't really necessarily
Go ahead, Smith.
help. It doesn't necessarily help take the pain away. What it does is it just helps stimulate the anterior cerebral cortex. All right, so that's the back base of the brain part where a lot of this feeling function goes on, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not the best to explain it, but basically what it is that it helps you to redirect your kind of thinking, so that way whatever they gave me a cream. It looks like a Neosporin, like a Vaseline cream, medicated cream that I put on the end of my leg and stuff like that. And while that's working and seeping in, something like that may help, as far as to go ahead and ease the pain with that. So it does help with pain management a little bit. But if you in enough pain, weed ain't helping you. You probably be better off with some whiskey or something. You'd be better off with something stronger. Weed ain't no blunt gonna take away no pain.
But it works just like opioids do. One of the functions of opioids is that it
no, it does not, dude.
No,
listen. One of the functions of opioids, it makes you not care about the pain.
No, the pain is just gone. I know, sir, because I was prescribed this stuff for a little while.
So
I
you
know
saying?
personally.
Oh.
Yeah, they prescribe me.
Opioids, you feel
Yeah,
no
those.
pain.
Huh?
Hey, chaotic. This is off topic, but I did go to the optometrist this morning. I want you to know that.
Oh, okay.
It was for me. Yeah, I took care of that. I took care of that.
Did he mention anything about your bloodshot eyes, sir?
No, actually, my eyes are in good health, man, all the way around. The muscle structure of the eyes are good and everything else. The
So
only
it's
thing
just
I
the
just,
weed that's keeping them closed.
yeah, right now, it's both.
Hey, I
It's the
want to plug
astigmatism
something
and
real quick.
working
Don't forget about.
in conjunction. They're working in tandem right now.
Hey, we got CT's got a Discord now, so you can go on there and post news stories and things that you read about, so you can kind of get some more information for a show. Like if you come up here and you talk about things, you can actually go on there and post shit to back your shit up now. I find that's really nice.
Yeah, that's what's
Chaotic Truth Live says 1 minute you're smoking weed out of a bong, and a few years later you're hitting a crack pipe and abandoned home. Facts.
Yeah, because that's what happened to a lot of my partners. They were smoking weed, and then they was introduced to crack. They thought crack was going to give them that higher than take them higher than weed.
Hold on.
They ended up hitting the crack,
No,
and they ended up getting addicted.
No, listen, crack does take you higher than weed.
But it gets you addicted also. But you get addicted also.
But listen, here's the thing. Don't
Bro,
smoke
crackhead
crack,
gonna be a
bro.
crackhead, dude. They're crackheads.
How you know?
Listen. You get addicted to what you're around. Okay, so if you like for example, perfect example is PCP. Not a lot of places are on sherm sticks. DC, that's a big thing, bro. That's huge. It's many what we call water strips. We call them the water strips. Where you can go get you some. You go get a valve or so, and you get you a 50 valve. You can dunk 2 or 3 of them. They do. So listen to what I'm trying. I mean, y'all can laugh all y'all want. I'm trying to say something here. So my point is, why is it that here in this area, and I'm talking about young dudes like 17, 18, 20, my age, all of that. It's all ages that's out here off PCP. Doing crazy stuff. You can type it in. Just type in DC PCP videos. You'll see all kinds of wild stuff. And anyway, that's what's around. Now, hold on, watch this. Then you go to some other parts and all these people around there on meth. The whole town is on meth. Why? Because that's what's out there. They're in meth town. That's just what it is, bro. You get addicted to what you're around.
Can you get addicted to weed? Can you get addicted to weed?
I would say weed is addictive. Yes. People try to say it's not. People try to say it's not. Me personally, I say yes, it is addictive. Yes. But a lot of real pro cannabis folks, they would try to advocate it's not. I say BS. Nah, dog. I ain't. It is. It is. Because there's a lot of people that, hear me. There's a lot of people if they don't smoke.
Real quick. Let me say something real quick. Please.
Oh, go ahead. My bad. I didn't hear you. My bad.
All right. Thank you. I'm about to go. Please. I just had over $5,000 worth of tools stolen from me out of my Connex box at the job site. It's okay. Thankfully, I can. That's not that big of a hit for me. It's okay. But just pray for me so I don't do anything stupid because I have a good idea who did it. So just everybody pray for me, pray for each other. Let's try to get more understanding and try to figure out things that we can agree on instead of things that we have disagreements on.
Well, hey, let me ask you something, Rock. How much did they steal from you? How much?
5 G's worth of stuff.
Because if it was 5 G's worth of tools, how can you not pay $500 to get me up out of here? Pay Chaotic $500.
Man, leave that man alone. Hey, Rock, I hope you got insurance of some sort. All right. If you listen, I hope you got insurance.
And I'll bet that guy stole that so he could donate it to his church.
Nah, that was low, Mayo. That was low. That was low.
That didn't make a lot of sense, though. He said the 5 G's didn't hurt, but he's scared he might hurt the person. That's contradictory a little bit.
Well,
it
depends on. It could be somebody that he gave the job to. Like, even if it doesn't matter about the money, if you give somebody a job and then they take from you, it's gonna make you feel a different type of way about the situation.
That's
But
fair.
you're gonna throw your life away for 5Gs that doesn't hurt.
Man,
That
ain't
don't
No,
make
no,
nobody
no
no,
damn
stole.
no,
sense.
no, no. Nobody said throw your life away, man. Sometimes you
Man,
just
ain't
gotta
Who
nobody
said
slap a
stole
that?
5 G's
motherfucker.
worth of tools from him, man. He talking about a hammer and a couple of nails. That dude lying, man. Don't believe that. Somebody stole his favorite hammer. Now he mad. No, let's not do
Hey
that,
guys,
bro.
I'm about to end the show
Let a
unless,
receipt.
like I said, man, for another hour. Somebody hits the
Uh,
super chat or cash app. Any last words, guys? Go ahead.
Chaotic, man. I'm proud of you,
Yeah,
man. You
thanks, man.
you working, man. And Moses,
Yeah.
you I could tell by how you move around. You picked the wrong frat, bro. You should have been with us. That fucking book club that you
I like
joined.
the name.
Oh, my bad, my bad. I'm leaving
Only
anyway. So
thing the
you
Jews have is the good little Negro spiritual hymns. That's about the only thing you have. Yeah.
y'all be
Hey,
safe.
you
Do
know
the
what?
right thing. Yes,
Hey,
sir.
you know my partner, man, I played ball with when I
Mm.
pledged Alpha. You know what they told me when I came home? They said, man, you just pledged Alpha because wasn't no Qs on the yard.
That's the only reason. That's the only.
But I love my friend, man. I
But
love him.
think
I
about
love
it.
him.
If me and Chaotic was in the yard, you rather hang out with me. Who the hell want to hang out with Chaotic all day long?
Oh, man. Come on.
I'll direct it, and y'all just do a 2023 Stomp the Yard version, okay? All right.
Chaotic can't dance.
He sure can.
Said, okay,
His ass
all meth
cannot,
heads are
bro.
from Libra. Let me see.
I
All meth
digress. My
heads.
mic is muted,
Thank
man.
you so
Y'all
much.
be easy, man.
Be safe,
All
Smitty.
right.
Good one, man.
All
All
right,
meth
y'all.
heads have smoked weed, but all weed heads have not smoked meth. Now, Ivan, you were saying something about rocking these tools. What were you saying, man?
Yeah, he gonna get up here and get on a soapbox and say, "Hey, somebody just stole $5,000 of tool from me. I know who it was, but I just want to not do nothing." Nah, dude, ain't nobody stole $5,000 worth of tools from you. They probably took a couple of hammers and some nails just to fix them at their house. They'll bring it back. It's about $20, $30, bro. Nobody stole $5,000 tools because you couldn't even give Chaotic $500 to get me up out of here. So hey, bro, stop the cap. And stop sniffing the air conditioned fluid. Please. You
How
on
do
some
know
more than
he's
weed.
Hold on for a second. Mel, any last words from you, Mel?
No, I'm good, man. It just you can always tell a weed smoker.
What do you mean? How do
You
you
can always tell a weed smoker.
What does that mean?
And I think you should have a rule. If it's a weed smoker who's buying an hour, it should cost $200 because they think half as fast.
So I'm assuming you don't like weed.
No, sir. Tired, paranoid, and hungry just did not seem like a good way to go through life.
Yeah. Okay.
I hear you, Mayo.
Why do you think all weed smokers advocate for weed then, Mayo?
Because they want to smoke all. Oh, you asked Mayo.
Oh, they have to justify it.
Go ahead.
They know it's bad for them, so they have to justify it.
Yeah. So they have to.
It's just like an alcohol. Just like an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Justifying their alcohol use. Because, like I said earlier, I've never met an addict that was a happy person, even before they became an addict.
Wait a minute. Ross Girl hit the cash app, so I'm here for another hour. Thank you so much, Ross Girl. So hey, wait a minute.
Was that to keep you here, or was that to kick me off?
No, it was for me to stay here for another hour. Okay, I'm here for another hour. 5:30.
Oh, must be the money.
Thank you so much, Ross Girl. I'm here for another hour. Let's go. So Mel, go ahead, man. They kept cutting you off, Mel. Mel, me and you are in the same boat. I don't like weed. I've smoked it a few times in college. It made me paranoid. It did make me hungry though. But I never liked it. I think it opens up portals to schizophrenia because I had a lot of crazy thoughts on it. And after the first few times, I said, "Oh no, I'm not smoking this shit," because I thought about some weird stuff. I didn't like it at all. But go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
The strength of the weed today is causing psychosis.
Go ahead.
This is not the ditch weed that me and Moses smoked back in the day.
Okay.
This shit's 3 or 4 times as powerful.
Yeah.
And, they're making the waxes,
go ahead,
the crystals, the shatter, all the different products that just make it stronger.
Go ahead, sir.
It's the difference between, like me and Moses drank beer in high school.
Yeah.
These kids are now drinking moonshine.
Sip and serve.
That's the difference between weed then and now.
Yeah.
Now I tell you what, Mayo, when I go to Louisiana to visit family, I will drink me some moonshine. I will. I just got to say that. I will drink some of that. Drink some of that moonshine. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got nothing against it, but I don't
Mayo,
need it every day.
Mayo, King Spark smoking weed at work, high all the time, but I rock with him. Does he really? Did you really believe when he said that he would allow his brain surgeon to be high on weed from surgery on him? Did you really believe that when he said that?
Hell no.
Brain surgeon.
He doesn't want his bus driver, his train driver, his pilot.
There were a lot of disingenuous arguments being made, and there was a lot of filibustering going on, and then there was a lot, and then there were a lot of people presenting straw man arguments. It was hilarious. I liked it. I liked it all.
So Gemini Dog, what kind of moonshine you talking about? I'm talking about some backwoods moonshine. I don't know what that cute stuff is. Ain't nothing cute about the moonshine I'm talking about.
So Black Suit of Fire, you are in the same boat as me, Mayo.
Unabashedly so, sir.
So what did you hear up on the panel about this whole weed thing? This whole
people again making disingenuous arguments. Comparing it to legitimate practices, comparing it to legal practices, comparing it to legal poisons. Listen, no one is saying that alcohol isn't a poison. It surely is, but it is legal. That is the difference, chiefly. Now, again, Black Moses, aka Ivan, made a great point when he posed the question, he said, would legalizing marijuana stop people from committing these crimes? And the answer, which they kept trying to avoid, is unequivocally no. It would not stop them from committing the crime. However, the smoking of the weed, I'll tell you, man, I've never met an intelligent weed smoker.
What do you mean by that?
Well, their decision making is completely compromised at every turn. And then Mayo made the great point. He said they're paranoid. Everyone, it may start off fine and cool, but like any addict, it gets out of hand, and then they become paranoid. And it's a downer. People are like, well, weed is natural. It's still a narcotic. It's still a drug. It's still a downer. It still impedes your decision making. Why do you think people get into car accidents while smoking weed? Yeah. They do. I
brought up articles after article, by the way.
Yeah, that's a metric that they keep avoiding. Listen, there are places, there are spaces for not smoking, but taking THC. Okay, for instance, the children or patients who have seizures uncontrollably because their brain chemistry is altered. That can help normalize them, but they're not putting it in a nebulizer. Well, they may put it in a nebulizer because it's THC oil in its purest form, or some sort of injection site, or in some sort of lozenge form. You don't have to smoke it. That's an oral fixation. So let's just say you have an oral fixation and you're disgusting. Because whenever I smell a weed smoker's breath, it's always, and I mean always, smells like boo-boo on a stick. Every time. Look, dude, I've never touched the stuff in my entire life. But from childhood through high school, through college, all the way into my adulthood here. College was adulthood, but my more senior adulthood. Every person who tells me they smoke weed, I don't care how beautiful, how good they smell, how handsome they are, their breath at the end of the day smells like ass.
Yeah. Breath kicking like kung fu.
Kicking like Pele. And Pele dead. So you already
here's the thing they don't point out. because as we were talking about this, and when I asked that question, I said if they say, well, weed is legal, weed is legal. If you notice most of the states that have legalized weed, what kind of position they were in? They were already these degenerative, falling states. That's what they are. And Roz Girl left the beautiful state of Texas, which has everything you need to go smoke weed up there in the DMV. So now she's joined the degeneracy. She's joined it. They've legalized it, and Roz Girl packed up and went to smoke weed when she was already in the plentiful state of Texas. I find that appalling, if you would ask me. That's what I find, Roz Girl, if you're still in here, Roz Girl. I find that appalling.
Legalizing weed didn't stop Michigan from falling into garbage the way it has. I have plenty of family who lives there currently, and it's a garbage state and not just the city of Detroit, but I'm talking about the entire state is a hellhole. Nobody wants to live
California.
There.
Look at the state of California, all those homeless people. Most of those people are homeless because they started out smoking weed. Yep. That's the nature of it. Most of those homeless people can't even get jobs and own a home because they'd rather hang out and smoke weed and just hang out in front of the dispensaries. It's a shame.
Yeah, Colorado's the same way.
I remember
when Colorado made weed legal.
Yep.
The homeless from California, from all over the country.
Yeah, it doesn't make it better. For instance, what's that mountain, that weed mountain in California, where all the hippies went at first to create communes and grow weed, and then all of a sudden people found out that they were growing the best weed, and so
Humboldt County in California, Humboldt County,
yeah, and then they started inculcating themselves on that mountain, and then it ended up becoming a murder fest, killing each other over that stuff, and it was, and again,
where was this at?
In California, and on
Humboldt County.
Yeah,
Humboldt County, California. Yeah,
it fell apart because when nobody's at the helm, nobody is at the helm. Nobody's going to win. Nobody wins in a situation like that. And people kept asking, how would we? Mayo, you made the greatest point too when they kept asking you, how would you regulate marijuana? He said, we already know how to do it, because we already regulate every other substance that we allow Americans to indulge in. The problem is this: control your impulses. Stop blaming everybody else for your shortcomings and get after it. You can't tell me that because drinking alcohol is arguably worse than smoking weed, then presto facto, weed is better. And I should then agree with you that I should smoke weed and I should endorse, or even if I don't, but I should endorse the smoking of the marijuana. That is,
to your point, because I noticed that when we brought up weed, they'd always try to counter weed with alcohol, right?
Every time.
But if you do your history lesson, at one time there was something called prohibition, where alcohol was outlawed. But the only difference is there was a big money, a big corporate thing push for alcohol. It wasn't an individual or a group of people that just wanted to get high type of thing. It was a big corporate push to legalize alcohol. Not to mention the gangsters, Italian mafia that were fighting each other about the alcohol. That's what happened when they started prohibition. So when they legalized it because of the corporate push, weed doesn't have a corporate push. Weed still has a bunch of individuals. Some are millionaires. They're called special interest people. And they're called the special interest because their special interest is weed. You didn't have to call the people that were pushing alcohol out of prohibition special interest people. They were corporations. Warner's was owned once by the big vodka distributor, Warner Brothers Music. Universal Music was once owned by the big vodka distributor.
Yep.
The only thing that these people pushing weed is doing is opening up corner dispensaries. Hell, I could open up a beer and wine store on any corner. So what are you doing any different than them? Where's the big corporate backing for all this weed that you're trying to get legalized?
And all you're doing is trading one addiction for another, or
That's
one
it.
drug dealer for another.
It's still an addiction. You're still addicted. I don't care what you say. It opens up your third eye, all that BS. You're addicted. You're addicted to a substance that is not natural, and you are not naturally taking in the substance. Smoking isn't natural. Your lungs were not made to filter out smoke of any kind. Your lungs were made to filter in the alveoli and the oh my goodness, I can't think right now. In your lungs are made to filter out CO2. Okay, not carbon monoxide. I mean, listen, you people kill me, man. They will fight. They'll stand on this hill, man. Listen. Just admit you got a problem. Admit you got a problem, and then we can move on from there.
Because I asked, and most of them can't function without it. That's a problem when you can't function and you need something outside of yourself. That is a problem in itself.
I don't
and
care
what's
if
the
it's
commercial where the lady sticks the cigarette in her throat and she's talking like, she sticks the cigarette? That came from weed. That's a weed. That's those trust. What are those? Those truth commercials? And not just about cigarettes. They're about smoking, period, which includes weed. So let's be honest, guys.
I don't care if it's a candy bar or a steak. If you can't live without it, it's a problem.
Yeah, man. Sugar, for instance, sugar is a poison for the white stuff anyway, and the brown stuff. The way they create it, the way they manufacture it, makes it a poison. It really helps to release dopamine in the brain. Absolutely, it's not good for you. It's legal as well. It's still a substance that you can be addicted to, and hence the obesity problem here in America and worldwide. I'm just saying, man, arguments can be made for and against, but I'm just telling you, the smoking of the weed is a disgusting habit, and I don't care what anybody says.
And my guy Jay Boogie 510, he asked the question: are there any rehab centers for weed smoking? Yes, Jay Boogie, they're called Narcotics Anonymous. It includes weed too. Narcotics Anonymous, they call it NA, and alcoholics is AAA, but Narcotics Anonymous is for the weed too, bro.
Right. When I was in college and I saw this, is that the heavy weed smokers, it's like they have it's like a culture. They start smoking weed for some reason, like they let their hair grow, they start talking a certain way. It's almost like they transform. I saw professors like this. Blue Cousin, if you're watching, you know who I'm talking about. I saw professors like this, heavy weed smokers. They start dreading their hair. They start wearing like Scooby-Doo images or Bob Marley shirts. What is this culture behind smoking weed?
Oh, let's not forget the being very liberal on their personal hygiene.
Yeah, being very liberal on their personal hygiene. I gotta admit
that's not a culture either. That's not a culture. That's a psychosis.
So what is that? Like, why do they transform into these hippies of sorts?
Well,
what does the weed do?
It causes the degenerativeness of the mind. So anybody that's degenerative of the mind, they're gonna put on some Scooby-Doo outfits and won't comb their hair. They'll let their hair. And when you say, "Hey, man, won't you cut your hair?" Oh man, no, this is the lifestyle. No, it's not a lifestyle. Cut your hair. Don't bring that to work, man. It's bugs in your hair. Cut it and wash your hair, dude. No, it's a psychosis. It's a degenerative thing going on in the mind when they start smoking their weed. Yeah.
Did you notice? Sad. Did you notice that King Spark? I asked him about I don't know if he had any children, and respectfully, but it's funny that he said that, if I had a daughter, I wouldn't let her smoke at 7 or 8. Her brain is developing, right?
Yeah, oh my God.
Didn't that tell you something right there? That if you can't give it to a child, like you can give water to a baby, you can give fruit to a baby. Doesn't that tell you something? If you have to wait for development, that means that it's something's wrong with the product itself. Just like with alcohol, I wouldn't give alcohol to anybody. I think alcohol opens up floodgates to hell too. But go ahead, guys. Absolutely,
and you're not lying. And Roz, girl, you know you're one of my favorite people. But doggone it, girl, you made a horrible mistake going to a state just to smoke some weed.
Yeah,
it's packed up and follow the weed like she Cheech and Chong or somebody.
Yeah,
what's going on, Roz? I was surprised. Dang, that weed must be good up there. They got weed in Texas. It's just not legal.
I just go ahead, Mel. Go ahead. You get the floor.
But these are people. I mean, think about that, right? You left Texas for the ultra violent city of Washington D.C. For weed, for something you could buy in Oklahoma and drive it back across the border now.
Yeah, that's true.
Man, you would not believe what some people would do for weed. You won't believe it. There's some horror stories out there. Here's one, man. If you ever watch First 48, this happened in North Dallas. Like right northwest corner of Dallas.
A lot of episodes. Yeah.
Northwest corner of Dallas.
Crazy. Yeah.
A guy sold a guy, and this is how it happened. A guy sold the guy some weed, right?
Yeah.
And for some reason, the guy had it in his mind that either he cheated him, he gave him some substandard weed, or he didn't give him enough for his money. So the guy that sold him the weed was at a bar, a tavern out on the patio.
Yeah.
This guy comes up there to the tavern, to the patio, and shoots this guy, kills him in front of people. It's on First 48. So when the police caught the guy, found him and caught him and brought him into the interrogation room, they asked him what happened. The dude said, man, it's like I was having a weed attack. That's what he said. It's on First 48. He didn't say a crack attack. He didn't have a history of meth or heroin or pills. He said he said, man, it was like I was having a weed attack. And he killed that guy. It's on First 48. I forgot the name of the bar or the tavern. It's some kind of tavern, but it's in Northwest Dallas. It's not too far from a place I used to work, where I used to go and eat lunch. They had a good pizza place that was in the same location. He killed that guy on that patio while the guy was drinking with buddies. There was a female witness to it. That was the guy's friend that got shot. And when they brought the guy in, that's what he said, man. He's like, it's like I was having a weed attack or something. So because you was having a weed attack, you do that? Yeah. So what is that to say to the calming and chilling effects of weed?
Half the shootings in Wichita, Kansas are bad marijuana deals.
Really?
Yes. Every week, somebody is shot in Wichita, Kansas over selling a bag of weed. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
Let's see. Dirty Dude says they sold that dude some spice. Get the F out of here. I don't even know what that is. Troll said weed attack sounds like a mental illness. Why is it that everybody has an excuse for weed? Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, everybody.
It's psychosis. It's weed-driven psychosis because of the strength of it.
Roz Girl says someone laced what he was smoking. Go ahead.
Well, that's what you get when you have an uncontrolled supply, illegal supply.
Yeah.
Isn't that the truth, man?
You're now finding weed.
No, go ahead, man.
You're now finding weed spiked with fentanyl, cocaine, that people don't know about it that buy it.
Yep, it's not regulated like alcohol is, really, because alcohol is regulated. It can't spike a Corona,
No, and if they do, they get sued into oblivion.
Yeah.
See, when I was a kid, or a teenager, partying teenager, the party drug, MDMA was legal.
I've heard of that, yeah.
It was actually made, it's ecstasy. It was actually made in legal laboratories. Now they've made it illegal, and now it's cut with cocaine, meth, heroin, whatever. It's ridiculous.
Distant Light says the Wichita, Kansas shootings wouldn't happen if there were dispensaries. But the the high THC.
Yes, they would, because
has
it's
led to
mostly
more-
kids. It's mostly 16, 17, 18-year-olds.
Hey, I'm not gonna let y'all tell fantasies and farts. Okay, first of all, hold the fuck up, man.
We gotta watch
talking
the
about
effort.
niggas. Hold on.
We gotta watch the
Oh yeah,
effort.
you're right. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Let me get into my.
I was waiting on one of them to come back. I
But
knew
yeah,
one
check this out. Check this out. First of all, y'all talking about weed laced with cocaine and all this other stuff. Let me tell y'all a secret. So nobody give away extra drugs for free. Okay, and if it's a shipment of weed, okay, nobody is gonna take upon their dollar, okay, and take $10,000 more dollars and spike it with a little bit of cocaine.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Nobody believes that.
No.
What we believe is.
Can I ask you a question? Would you
That
let
doesn't make
would you okay? So if your daughter or son were on a school bus and you found out that the driver was high on weed, would you let your daughter or son continue to ride that bus?
Yeah, I mean, I would trust somebody that smokes weed with my life.
Just
You
yes.
gotta, yes.
So you saying you would? Yes. Okay.
Yes. Because you know what? It's only to people that don't get high don't realize that high isn't really that high. Like you're high, but you're not that high. You're just getting a little bit more of a. I'm just saying that what they think high is you're not that high.
So you would let your daughter, son's mathematics teacher be high as a kite, 4th grade teacher?
Yeah, why not? As long as she was in her right mind, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because what is chaotic? You've ever smoked any weed?
When I was in college many years ago, yeah. And it
Okay,
was
so when you smoke, did you inhale?
Yes.
I gotta ask. You inhale.
Yeah.
Oh, you knew what you was doing.
I
Right?
know what I was doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
What do you?
So
Yeah, go
during
ahead.
that time, now, mind you, right? At that time, when you're that young and you're experiencing weed, right? You don't have a control over it yet. You're not a seasoned smoker, right? So the effects that you may have felt at 17, if a seasoned old lady, if Miss Dosnowski wants to hit her J in the morning with her coffee before she drives into work to teach my daughter, what is that gonna harm? How is that gonna harm her?
Wait, so hold on. Wait a minute. So he asked.
I mean, all seriousness, how is that gonna harm my child?
Wait, well, hold on. He asked earlier if the bus driver that drives your kids to school is high. You said that you sure you ain't, because I'm gonna be looking at him like this here, like.
Because listen, what I'm saying is once again, if we're talking about the bus driver, I'll put some context for you. If the bus driver is a 21-year-old kid, right, and his first job ever, his first time driving a bus, do I want him smoking weed? Heck no. Okay. But now, if the bus driver is 45-year-old Vietnam veteran Mr. Johnson, okay, he done flew a couple tours of Vietnam driving a tank, and now in the morning he has a little bit of marijuana before he drives the kids to school. He's a seasoned, decorated veteran, okay? He can smoke all the weed that he wants. I would entrust him to get a school bus, okay, in a civilized area down and around the corner. Absolutely.
Can I ask you a
Come
question?
on,
Are you?
people.
And can I ask you a question? So now, mind you, to the kids who are watching, he is answering this question while himself being high on weed. Go ahead, Mel.
Well, I would say this: only a weed smoker would think that a 45-year-old Vietnam veteran that flew 2 tours in Vietnam in a tank would think that is even possible.
Well, you know what I meant. Stop it. You know what I meant.
I'm not doing it. I'm thinking he gonna flip that bus over. That's what's on my mind. I'm
But,
like, man,
but
this dude
why
gonna
would
flip
you
this bus
think
over.
that? Well, because you're not really thinking about the effect
But where
of
you said
marijuana.
we
Yes,
don't
You're
sir.
not thinking about the
people
effects
who
of
don't smoke
marijuana.
marijuana.
Hold on
Yes,
a
sir.
second. Black to the Fire, you're a father.
Yeah.
What do you think about this man saying that he would allow his and King Spark, by the way, you have children, right, King Spark?
Yeah.
Okay. Black to the Fire, you are a father also. Would you allow let's say, for example, you came to the yellow bus, your kids all got on this bus, and you had a sneaking suspicion the bus driver was high, boo-boo breath. Would you allow this man or woman to drive this bus?
Never on my life.
Okay, so what do you think about the King Spark? You don't have to be personal, but what do you think about kind of?
Well, I just think he's a weed smoker and wants to advocate for it by any means necessary. So that's fine.
I'm gonna say this, and I think King Spark is cool. But I think if I detected weed smoking in my child's bus driver, I'm thinking irresponsibility. And no, you're not gonna drive my kids or any of these kids anywhere, because when you're high, when the police stop you here in Texas, police stop you and they note that and they see that you've been smoking weed, you get a DUI, not a DWI, but you still get a DUI. So you still get that. So if the police stops that bus driver because he's swerving and his kids in there screaming, what do you think is gonna happen? And HB2N just said you need a CDL to drive a bus, and you can't get a CDL if you smoke weed.
Of course you can't, but alcohol is legal in this country. Okay, and people fall asleep. People fall asleep, right? People beat their wives. People get in fights and all the negative stuff that alcohol brings, and you can't put it up against weed if we're talking about using a substance.
But no one is.
Let me
We're
read
going
this
to talk about using a substance.
Let me read this super chat real quick. Dirty Dude with the $5 super chat says, "No, you shouldn't get high and drive a load of kids. If you choose to smoke at night, like I do, then I have no problem with it. Nor should anyone else. But here goes a problem, though, King Spark. Yes, alcohol is bad, but you can't be drunk driving any school bus either. So there's no
exactly.
So what I'm saying is that go ahead. You got the floor.
Because there's context and moderation and levels. It's not just this one blanket thing. Some people who smoke weed take a joint and hit the joint four.
Okay, that's enough. I gotta do the swear jar. I'm gonna keep them in the bag. The swear jar.
They always do these exceptions. They always give these exceptions.
Hold on for a second. If anybody wants to bring King Spark back, he's in the bag. This is a $20 swear jar fee. I keep
He made an interesting observation I'd like to turn over on him.
Go ahead. What's the observation?
He said that sober people don't understand what being high is. I think high people have forgotten how sharp their mind is when they're sober.
Good point.
Because they enjoy the high so much.
Yeah, I've never seen weed make somebody better at something.
Well, I gotta say this. Per Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre, it made the Chronic and the first Snoop Dogg album, it made those albums pretty good. They said they were high when they made those albums. So what is that to say to the testament of weed?
But that's just music, though. I mean, that's not rocket science.
Not at all.
But go ahead.
And let's be honest. Who made those albums? The guy on the soundboard made those albums.
I was just about to say.
Pieced together the high shit they made that they put together. That's who made those albums. The guys who mixed them.
Yep. So there's a testament. There's a testament to it all, but I would say it's more negative, way more negative than positive when it comes to any addictive substance. Any addictive substance. I would say it's negative and positive, but more negative than positive. So the examples that King Spark is given, they're individual exceptions. But the rule, the mainstay is most of the weed smoking and the consumption of weed,
all right, see you later, Black.
it has negative effects on the individual and society. just like alcohol does.
I would say that, like I was trying to say before my infraction, what I was trying to say is that the effects of a couple of puffs of marijuana is not the same as maybe if you smoke joint after joint after joint upon a number of hours. But then again, why would you ever do that? You know, so everything is. I'm sorry, I got customers in the store.
A lot of your customers do that though.
They do what?
Smoke hour after hour after hour.
No, nobody does that, man. I'm telling you, like, it's not what you think it is, bro. If you just ask questions, I can answer questions. But most people that smoke weed are, like I said, high functioning people in society, man. I have people that I know that are federal agents. I have people that I know that are lawyers. Lawyers. I have a doctor that just came in here. He's developing a mushroom. Basically, what it is a microdose of mushrooms. He's developing a product.
Is he a
This
medical
stuff.
doctor or a
He's a
PhD
medical.
doctor?
No, he's a medical doctor.
Is he a
I believe.
surgeon?
I believe. I believe. I believe he's a medical doctor just through conversation. I can't say I've seen his credentials or I know for absolute fact. But what I'm saying is that it's a lot more commonplace in more Americans than you think. And your average American that you see in every day, whether it's I'm talking about, I got grannies that are 65 years old, to a 19-year-old kid in college, to people who, I'm talking about, it goes over all professions that are weed smokers, man. And like I said, nothing has to be like the Beavis and Butthead type of idea where you just sit down, just smoking weed all day. You're not getting anything
But that's the
done.
majority of weed smokers. Let's be honest. That is
But
the majority.
it's not. I can't say that it is, man. And even being in the business, how do you look at it? How you want to? You still got to respect the fact that this is a business. Business gets done. Business, and this is a beautiful space.
Let me see.
That's nice. That's nice.
Tell everybody in there I think they're weed heads.
Hey, you got any smoothies? You got any smoothies in there?
No, I'm just saying this is a beautiful space, brother. This is not a. This not a.
How long have you been in business?
Trap house. It'll be 2 years in August, man.
Congrats. Okay.
So
Well,
this
yeah,
is
I mean,
like,
we get
it's
what
just
you're
not what you
saying.
think it is, man.
No,
I hate for it to get a bad. I hate for it to get a bad rap. Like it's just this crazy drug that makes you all crazy.
No. We're not talking about dispensary. We were talking about unregulated street weed for the most part. That's what we were just talking about. Go ahead.
So let me ask you, as business wise, as a young black entrepreneur, how much that business yields you? How much does it yield? What's the possibility? You said 2 years. So what has been your return on investment?
Over 10, 20 fold, man.
So can you give me you don't have to give me an exact number. Can you give me an estimate?
I don't want to give you a number like that, but I would tell you the type of.
Are we talking M's or G's?
I mean, this is just to put it in. Let me put it in perspective for you. Just put it in perspective for you. I'm about to go to the baseball game, right? My seat is close to $500. So that's just to give you an idea of, I would just say, like, lifestyle wise.
Okay. Go ahead, Ivy.
So it has given you a luxury lifestyle, or you just kind of, you're maintaining?
No, man, I'm living a great life, bro.
Okay, all right.
A great life.
Now,
But it's not just. But it's not.
weed?
But I would tell you this though. I want to be clear. Like, a lot of it, I would attest to not only just like the business and the business of weed, but also for me, like I'm a business person, so like I've had, periods and times where I wore a tie for 5 years straight. I worked for various companies on various different levels, so it was just it was just uh, it was inevitable for me as a business person being in business and mastering customer service and target marketing, all the things that include to be a successful business person. Now, what all culminates to you working for yourself, and I'm set up with all the tools. It's not just this dry thing. I get a lot of people coming here and be like, "Well, how do I just start this business?" And it's not that easy.
Now is yours
Like I'm a
a fresh?
seasoned business person.
Now is yours a fresh startup or is it a franchise?
No, it's a fresh startup.
Oh, all righty. All right.
Yeah,
Now,
it's
do
a
I have
fresh
to
startup.
smoke weed in order to open up my own dispensary? Do I have to be a weed smoker or do I have to be experienced in smoking weed so I
You
know
know
the different
what? You know
strains?
what? To be honest with you, right? You don't have to if you're really, really uh, good business person, business wise. But you're gonna need somebody within your team that's a weed smoker.
Okay.
Somewhere down the line, you got to know what type of product you're putting on the streets. Just like if you were gonna put a wine in your store, you'd have to have a wine tasting to put the wine in your store. Of course, you could put the wine in your store without tasting it, but then your opinion is not that valuable or valid. You know what I mean? To talk to me about wine that you haven't even merely tasted it. Not to even say that you have to consume large amounts of it, but like
Oh, okay. So Roz girl wants your contact info because I think she may think you may give her the hookup, but I would advise you to give her full price, charge her full price. Don't give any coupons. This ain't a chicken place or a barbecue place. We're
we
dealing
actually
with
have.
oh,
No,
you
you're
have
right, but
coupon?
we have coupons. We have punch cards. We
Oh,
try to
okay.
be the Chick-fil-A of smoke shops is what we got going on here with the customer service. The girls are beautiful, pleasant attitudes, fair business.
So if Roz girl comes in there wanting to hook up, kind of like a chicken place, you sell the dark meat chicken lesser than you sell the white meat chicken. Are you gonna give her a cheaper strand of weed, or are you gonna give her like the white meat of the weed?
Well, no, I would ask her what her tastes are, right? It's just like steak. Do you want a New York strip or do you want a fillet? Both of them will fill you up. Okay, both of them will fill you up, right?
Yeah.
But it's to your liking, right?
Well, she gonna
So
ask you, do you have some spam?
see, we don't have spam here at this location. We don't. We don't.
She gonna
We
come
don't.
up
We
with
don't
that
have that. We don't have that tier.
spam and
We don't.
bologna.
Yeah, we don't. We don't. No, they don't have spam sandwiches when you fine dining. That's normally left
Uh,
off the menu. So yeah,
hey man, I
we don't
enjoyed it.
get
Hey, I
down like
appreciate
that.
the information, King Spark. I appreciate it, man.
Oh,
Chaotic, I
absolutely.
gotta get out of here.
Anytime, man.
And if I'm ever in the
Well,
DMV, I'm gonna look you up, see if I can get a toke. Me and Roz girl get a toke. But other than that, man, but I don't really smoke like that anyway. But I'm finna get out of here, man. Good talking to y'all, man. Y'all stay up,
Thank you so
man.
much. Thank you so much, Black
Salute.
Moses. Salute.
and chaotic, real quick, man. I
Yo.
appreciate. I appreciate the time, man, because this
Oh
has
yeah, no problem.
always been the case. It will always been the case, but I'm not a type of person to come on somebody's platform or just bogart and start talking about or advertising. But in this scenario, it was perfect timing. You know what I'm saying? Because I support your show and I've been on the show. We've
Thank you.
had you know numerous conversations. I did want to tell you too, man. Don't let that Tommy sort of. Don't let that. Man,
Oh, I
don't
had
even
totally.
speak.
Oh, yesterday. So that was my
Man,
last day talking about it. Yeah.
man, I mean to really when I say that you above that, brother, you above that, and you need to act like that. You can't
Yeah.
take. You can't. That's somebody. Does Jay-Z respond to every dude that diss him in a freestyle? It's like
Oh,
it's like you can't even. I didn't even hear you, dude. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? And it's so lawless and it's out there, So I wouldn't even. I'm just telling you, just man to man, I wouldn't even stoop that low, brother. Even the ones that may seem high, but have lower standards or morals,
Yeah.
right? Because we just don't even rock like that. I don't even care if he has more M's or whoever has more M's. There's still a standard and a moral code
Yeah.
that you gotta rock with to be an upstanding gentleman. And I would just, and I know you're into that. I would
Thank
say
you so
that,
much.
I would say that'd be something that you'd be interested in taking part in. So yeah, I just wanted to say that, man. I want to take too
Thank you
much of
so
your
much,
time,
man.
man.
No, you're good. You're good, man. Salute to you.
But I'm about to get out of here anyway, Marcel. Like I said, we go national. We about to hit up the baseball game, man.
Oh yeah, the
Support the
season
city.
opener. Is today the season opener?
No, the season opener was actually Thursday. They opened at 1 p.m., so I couldn't catch it. It's the fourth game. So they got Tampa Bay coming in. They won last night. So, it's like support the city, man. I'm a good old, like, I remember the first time I spoke to you, you was like, you look like a good old American guy. It was the
Yeah.
first time that I had called into your show. We was talking about, was I a vegan?
Oh, okay.
I
Okay.
don't know if you remember. I don't.
I
I
do
don't know if
remember.
you. I don't know if you remember the conversation. I think I was up there with my. It was like my first time coming in, so like my
I
real
remember.
name or whatever was
Yeah,
on there.
I
But
remember.
but yeah, man, I appreciate you, man. Keep up the good work, man. Shake the haters off,
Oh
and
yeah.
keep doing what you're doing, brother. Even though, like, most of the time, I don't. I respect you. You one of them dudes. I respect your hustle because I see what you're doing, but I already I see what you're doing, and I
Thank you.
understand it, and it's actually quite genius in a way. But most of
Okay.
the time, it gets on my damn nerves. The perspectives that you take, but they all have validity and truth, and when you say chaotic truth is very fitting because there is space for there is a space, even a space that even that you created or a space that just exists and you filled it. But there's it's space for your nonsense out here, brother.
Hey man, thank you
and
so
I and
much.
I leave it at that, man. Have a good one, bro.
You too. Have a good one.
All right.
Peace. Peace. Mel, what's up, man? I saw a lot of advocating for drugs the last 2 hours. I didn't know that it was going to delve into this conversation. I don't even know if there's any more to say about what we heard. But what say you, sir? What say you on the final note?
Compare weed to alcohol, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they fight like hell to keep alcohol or to keep weed.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? It is
It's
absolutely.
excuses. All I hear is
Yeah.
excuses.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the young man's on his money. Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
But it is at a detriment to his community.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
a detriment to society as a whole.
Yeah. Yeah. I believe so. Yeah. And when I was younger, I had older teachers. Even commercials used to say that weed was the gateway to other drugs, and I didn't understand it when I was a kid. But then when I got older and saw certain people who were smoking weed that I knew, um, ended up being strung out on other things later. And then I could tell people's personalities changed on weed. It's like a gateway drug. It's a gateway drug. I think it opens up a lot of demonic spirits. I said that earlier.
Alcohol's the gateway to teenage
Yeah.
sex.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Trust me, I know.
Surely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Surely.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it opens up a lot of things, and I know for a fact we definitely spark some sort of schizophrenia. Um, and most people I know who do it, they are always irritable. paranoid. You know, it's not for me. It's not for me.
Well, a lot of them, they say it's a crutch, but it's actually a wheelchair.
Yeah.
They are high all day, from
Yeah.
morning to night.
Yep, I know people like that. Yep, smoking weed all day.
You know, and I know functional alcoholics
All day.
who would be twice the legal limit, and you could talk to them and never know because their tolerance is so high.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Know what you mean.
You know, and it lowers inhibitions, just like
It does.
alcohol does, just like other drugs do.
It does.
And that's how it's a gateway drug.
Yeah. It is. Sam says, CT, if you had to choose to smoke 5 joints a day or drink 5 sodas a day for 20 years, what would you choose? I would choose to drink pop all day.
I can work off the detrimental effects of the soda.
Yeah.
I can counter it with water.
Yep.
I can exercise.
Yeah. Yeah, but weed, I believe, does permanent damage to you. Guys, this has been an excellent live stream. Thank you so much, Male Monkey, for coming through and being here the whole day.
Oh, no, thank you, man. No, thank you.
Absolutely. Let me see here. I'm going to end it off. I got 14 more minutes. Rise paid the 100 to keep me up for another hour, which the hour is it's only 15 more minutes left, or 14 more minutes left, and Rock paid the previous hour. Other than that, man, I think I'm going to be out of here. I won't be back until Wednesday, or the goal is to be back by Wednesday. I will be on Lapeef tomorrow. If you want to keep me for an additional hour, $250. Give me a second here. Real quick. Speaking of an unhealthy lifestyle, McDonald's temporarily shuts U.S. offices, prepares layoffs, per report. According to the report, McDonald's Corporation layoffs come as the company restructures, aka automation, aka ChatGPT algorithms. We don't need human bodies anymore in these buildings that can do the work of what an AI can eventually do. And even at the physical level within in the stores, you don't even need a lot of human bodies in the stores, let alone at corporate offices or at corporate stop. Let's see here. McDonald's Corporation is temporarily closing its U.S. offices this week as it prepares to inform corporate employees about layoffs undertaken by the fast food giant as part of a broader company restructuring, the Wall Street Journal reported. McDonald's said in an internal email last week to U.S. employees and some international staff that they should work from home from Monday through Wednesday, so it can deliver staffing decisions virtually. Ooh, that's bad. During the week of April 3rd, we will communicate key decisions related to roles and staffing levels across the organization, the company said in the message viewed by the Wall Street Journal. The Burger Corporation did not disclose how many employees it is planning to lay off during the company's restructuring. In January, CEO Chris Kempczynski warned employees that difficult discussions and decisions are on the horizon. Kempczynski made the revelation in a message to global employees announcing the company's updated strategy business, accelerating the Arches 2.0, which includes a reshuffling and possibly cutting positions as a way for the company to become more efficient and innovative and to trim its costs. There's no point of reading all the rest of this article. We already know what's happening here. Company restructuring is nothing more than basically weeding out individuals that no longer, or weeding out employees that they know the jobs will be taken over by AI and automation. A lot of, you don't need project managers, and you don't need all of these regional vice presidents and all that nonsense anymore. Like I said, you can do the work, or AI can do the work of 1,000 men and women, to be honest with you. Let's see here. They're never going to be healthy. Crazy Chick Sheena says, good, close a few McDonald's here in Ireland. I think it's about 12 McDonald's in Ireland, right? Adam Price says, all the food that food stamps buy is horrible. Death food, okay. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm going to drop the link again for the last 10 minutes. I've been up here almost 6 hours. Sam says they are lying, CT. The economy is going down. Yeah, the economy is pretty bad, man. The market is bad. Yeah. Joanna says, CT, you got to cover the black man who offed his son, her 2-year-old son, to an alligator, who fed his son to a 2-year-old alligator and stabbed the mother. What? I didn't hear about that. That's crazy. Adam Price says McDonald's makes its money from real estate rents. Of course, I saw that in the movie. They don't profit much from the food. I don't know if they don't profit much from the food, but I do know they make their money off the land. Let's see. Sam says, I think accountants are going to be out of work very soon. Correct. Imagine all the accountants. Imagine all the auditors who work at McDonald's. They don't need them anymore with AI technology. Right? Come on. Stop. Let's see here. Sam says, yeah, McDonald's is pretty much a real estate company. I see you guys watched the movie. Salute to everybody that came on the panel. Salute to everybody that was in the chat. Salute to all the Cash Apps, PayPals. Roz Girl, thank you so much. Rock, thank you so much. Bob, of course, thank you so much. Mario, Gary, Abdul. Oh, that was weird. Square Table Degenerates, thank you so much. Charlie Brown, thank you so much. CKJ3, thank you so much. Who else do we have in the building? Hooper came through with the super chat. Let's see. Joanna, of course. Thank you guys so much for all the super chats, Cash Apps, PayPals. Let's see here. Let me see. They're lawyers. Yeah, McDonald's probably is going to get rid of a lot of their attorneys. What you need attorneys for if you got AI? What you need attorneys for? Absolutely. Lisa says, so that's why they call it a BS in accounting, talking about bachelor of science, but a BS in accounting. Correct. You think that McDonald's is going to get rid of all of their attorneys? I don't think so. Let me see. How many attorneys does McDonald's have? Let's see. So according to this, McDonald's has 213 attorneys globally. They're going to get rid of all of them. Absolutely. Let's see. How many accountants? Let's see. How many accountants? How many accountants does McDonald's have? I don't even think McDonald's even needs to use an accountants. They probably have like some sort of service for that already. Adam says Chat GPT will type you up a lawsuit real quick and answer paperwork real quick. Definitely. Guys, when the live stream is over, please come back and leave a message. Please come back and leave a comment. Got 6 more minutes. Let's see. Troll says AI attorney is $1 million idea. Totally agree. Totally agree. Let's see here. Let's see. I got 5 more minutes on the clock with you, Ross. Here for the T says, I think CT was tired of the panel laughing my ass off. No, I like the panel. I mean, listening to weed potheads for 3.5 hours is always a good thing, if you ask me. Again, attorneys can be automated. I think that's what they've realized. That's what they've realized at McDonald's and all these other big companies. Let's see. And what else would a McDonald's need, right? They would need architects. They would, let me see this. McDonald's hired. I'm assuming, that they would need like architects and all types of other engineers. So yeah, I mean, all types of things are going to be automated. They don't need that anymore. Soon they will have AI nannies. It's a possibility. It's a possibility. We might as well have an AI vice president because the Looney Tunes that we have right now, who's the vice president, I'm pretty sure a AI would do better than her. Yeah, definitely. Adam says a Google employee said on the one of their AI programs took it upon itself to hire a human lawyer. Premium Fuel Only says in order to build a McDonald's, they have to send plans to the city permit department. Oh, I mean, imagine an AI doing that. Let's see here. Man, this was a great live stream. Thank you guys so much. Positivity is coming, you guys, as well. You guys were rocking with me for the whole day, 6 hours. Let's see. What is this? Okay. Said that would be creepy. Troll says, I can concur. You would need a human attorney for some hearings. I don't think you would, though. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be an armchair attorney and just make a silly guess. I have no idea. Let's see. All right, hold on for 1 second, guys. Jay Rillo says, CT, you should have a whole show dedicated to the pro versus anti-marijuana. I don't know. Marijuana, that'll be a good show. I think I could do that. Let me see. Mental Elf says AI YouTubers wouldn't want 250 pounds for another hour. No, actually, the dollar is worth more than the pound. So, yeah, it'll be a little bit more. But thank you so much, Mental Elf. Let's see. Joanna says, thanks, Rise Girl. I do like weed heads better. Much love. Yeah, weed is a gateway drug. I'm sorry. 1 minute you're smoking weed. Then the next minute you're putting, like I said before, a needle between your toe, injecting heroin. Let's see. Wait a minute. Give me a second here. I got another one. I think Rise Girl's laughing at my joke. Let's see. Hold on for a second. Troll says, do a show about if the USA is better after or before weed legalization. That'd be a good show. Joanna says, bye, y'all. Pray for Arkansas. A tornado hit. Definitely will. Adam Price says, sometimes people don't get through the gateway. The Bible is the gateway to God. Okay, Adam. Okay. Salute to you. Let's see. Crazy Chick Sheena Positivity is definitely coming your way. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you're going to come back and leave a comment under the video. Again, guys, I will be back on Monday. AK Harrison with the $2 super chat says, you are crushing it today, bro. Thank you so much, AK Harrison. Really appreciate that. Let's see. A normal Name Changer says that weed is the way to Josh. Salute to everybody. Thank you so much for coming through. Thank you so much.
Girls from Rutgers, man, they got tattoos and some hardcore hoes. That's a nappy-headed hose there. I'm gonna tell you that now. Man, that's some. And the girls from Tennessee, they all look cute, you know. So, like kind of like a, I don't know,
Spike Lee thing.
Yeah.
Jingle Bells versus the Wannabes.
Yeah,
that movie that he had.
Yeah, it was a tough.
Do the right thing.
I don't know if I'd have wanted to beat Rutgers or not, but they did, right? On Friday night.